Guys, listen up. As you get older, the best way to continue to look young, exuberant, and vibrant is to continue to take care of your skin. That's why I'm excited to have Teej Hanley as a sponsor of today's video. You heard me talk about them before, and you're going to continue to hear me talk about them because I believe in their products and the positive impact that they have on every man's life. Teej Hanley makes taking care of your skin so easy. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing that you don't. Every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. Lapeef family, I must admit, skincare wasn't always something I always focused on, but since I started using this system, I've seen improvements in the way my skin looks and feels. And you don't have to take my word for it. They have over 5,000 5-star reviews on their website from satisfied customers from around the world. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: a daily face wash, an exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer, and a PM moisturizer. In addition to amazing skin, members of Teej Hanley get tons of benefits, including at least 20% off retail price, the ability to customize your box, pause or cancel at any time, and free US shipping. And because Teej Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click that first link in the description and you'll get 30% off the first box plus the free gift. Seriously, that's an amazing deal. Even though it's too early, as I often say, it's never too late. Click that link and get started today.
Yo, what's going on, everybody? Damn, give me a second. It's a lot of glare. Hold on. Ugh. Your boy Trigger Mike is back. Minor technical difficulties. Welcome, everybody. No, I'm not on CP time. All right, I am a working man, as I'm sure some of you that watch this show are working men and women as well. All right, meetings run late. I have an audit starting tomorrow. Your boy Chaotic will be on, and I may, talk to the big guy. I got some people that want to, co-host the show. They're doing their thing on YouTube. Tell me who you want to see co-host the Trigger Mike show or host in my absence. I'll be watching. I'll be conducting an internal audit from my department at work. Those are always fun, right? But yeah. How y'all doing today, man? It's Monday. Let me know what kind of Monday it is for you. Let me know what kind of Monday it is from you. What's going on, Mario? From Portugal. How you doing, man? Appreciate you for coming through. I see a lot of messages since I was supposed to start. My hand is good. My hand is good. The swelling really went down. What I did was I stopped taking the pain medicine, the narcotic they prescribed me, because I don't want to get addicted to anything like that. In fact, I'm gonna be honest. I have to take a lot of them. I've never felt anything from taking the prescribed amounts. Maybe if I double or triple up, which is not healthy, right? I feel something. So I just started taking ibuprofen, and of course, if I'm not mistaken, which I shouldn't be, ibuprofen is anti-inflammatory, and as soon as I started taking that, swelling started going down significantly. So, hand is good. Thank you so much for asking. We are here. We're ready to rock. I'm gonna bring people up ASAP. I dropped the link. I think I tried to anyway. Something happened, but I'm gonna drop the link again. Oh, what's up, Ali? No, my hand. I had surgery to get a ganglion cyst removed out of my right hand this time. I got a nice little scar. I don't know if y'all can see it. I got it removed from my left hand in 2019. These things grow out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? I see you, DD, talking smack in the chat. You better bring your tail up here and let me know why it's not over. That man said my hand, it does. It is still swollen. You can see the knuckles. But no, it was way bigger than this because I would touch right here and it'd be all tingly. Now I can actually feel. I can actually feel my knuckles now when I touch them. So yeah, it is. It's still swollen in my hand, fat as you can see, but it's going down. And I'm not gonna lie, I took the splint off because I needed it tight for work. I'm supposed to have that splint so I don't, blow the stitches out by bending my wrist. But we make it work either way. I'm one of those people who can put the stitches back in if I blow them. So I'll be all right. How y'all doing, man? Let me not talk y'all to death. I know y'all want to get into this topic because it's gonna be a hot one. I got some stuff to say. But how y'all doing? Welcome to all of our viewers nationwide and international. We got Europe in the building. We got Portugal people watching. Welcome. Thank you so much for your patronage. We appreciate you. You know what, badass thing? Forget you, bruh. That dude said my hand looked like Lizzo's foot. I got problems if my hand looked like Lizzo's foot. I got bigger problems than ganglion cysts. You feel me? That boy got gout. I got gout. I got diabetes type 2. Okay. What's the if my hand looked like Lizzo's foot? Damn. But yeah, I know y'all want to get into it today. Make sure y'all like the video. Let me see where we're at on the like. Like some of my mods, help me out. Help me out. What are we looking like on the likes right now? 64 likes, 108 people watching. 64 likes, 108 people watching. Get those likes up right now. Ladies and gentlemen, please, if you would, get those likes up right now. Oh, y'all going in on my ass. Let's talk about I got the Thanos hand. God, all right, bet. This hand is not coming in frame anymore. The rest of the episode. Y'all trying to get me started. But welcome to everybody. Welcome to the Trigger Mike Show. Started off late, but shoot, due to participation early, this might be, who knows? I might fancy this time right here. My kid's probably downstairs. I know my wife got to see patients in a little bit, so I'm going to let y'all up then. Kind of take a step back for 2 seconds, but like, subscribe, send a super chat if you could be so kind. These productions do cost money. Always appreciate your support. If you would like to support the show, you can do so in form of super chat, or after the broadcast is over, you can send a super thanks and get in those comments. The comments on these panels are insane, and I want the comments for the entire video to be insane as well. Get in those comments. Let us know your thoughts as we unravel some hot topics here for you. And I cannot think of a hotter topic, all right, than the one we got here today. I'm about tired of y'all, and y'all already know. I'm about tired of y'all. Some of y'all already know where I'm going with this. If you watch me long enough, you kind of know what I'm about. And I haven't fallen for any of the smoke screens. You shaming women, and women don't like anybody to talk about them. All right. Who if I can't talk about you, who can talk about you? If black men can't talk about black women, who can talk about you then? Because black women don't talk about black women. All right. So if I can't talk about you, who can talk about you? So we're gonna get into it today. Let me this is gonna be a short monologue. I see you in the back, Ali. Give me a moment for this little monologue I'm about to give. Shout out to the sponsor, Tish Hanley, as well. 30% off, along with a free gift. The link is down in the description for those of you that need that. We appreciate that. Get that uncomplicated skincare for men. Grab that Tish pack. I can hear one of my kids at the door. Hold on. All right. So yeah. That little girl threw me off. What was I talking about? Help me out. What was I talking about? Hot girl summer is over. Let me tell you why it's over. Y'all have watched my broadcast long enough. Like I said, we're having real conversations here. I'm not really. I know it seems like it. I know I'm aware of all the criticism. I'm aware of everything you can say. I know it seems like this is just another Manosphere podcast, another Black Manosphere show, maybe even Red Pill, if you will. All right. I understand that. But that's not the approach I'm trying to take. That's not who I'm trying to be in these YouTube streets. That's not who I'm trying to be. I'm trying to have real conversations because I actually care. And it doesn't come off that way all the time. The only reason I'm talking about it, I'm trying to be the big brother. I'm trying to be the advice that you're supposed to listen to. I'm out here really calling, sounding the alarm, holding the siren up like y'all see this bullshit happening. All right, that's who I'm trying to be. And it's going to take time. It's going to take time for all the people who aren't sincere about what they're doing, who are just trying to take stabs at women or acquiesce to women in order to get sexual favors from them. It's going to take time for all them fake ass dudes and content creators to fall off, for y'all to understand that there are people out here, especially black men like me, who got genuine concern for the human condition as it relates to black people. Let me show y'all something real quick, man, because I'm about tired of these things coming out. And I'm going to use this to make my point about what we're talking about ultimately today. Hot girl summer is over. You want to know why? Houston Health Department issues warning about syphilis outbreak with 128% increase in cases among women. For those of y'all that don't know, I live in Houston. I've been married for 5 years, going next month will be 5 years. And I am extremely glad that I'm out the damn dating market. I am extremely glad. I mean, I am overjoyed that I am out the dating market, because I don't want to say it, Like it's me trying to disparage anybody, me trying to make fun of what's going on. But yuck. That is disgusting. Let me tell you why it's disgusting. And this is why I tell you I'm out here trying to sound the alarm. I'm not out here trying to make fun of anybody. I'm not trying to be out here disparaging women. I have a genuine concern for what the hell is going on. And this is proof. When y'all hear me talk, understand that I keep my ear to the ground. All right. I see the way people are behaving, and I understand a truth that y'all keep trying to change, but it's still the truth. Actions have consequences. You can't be out here doing hot girl summer. You can't be out here giving license and promoting and perpetuating a free sex culture, a personal freedom culture, a sexual liberation culture, and expect there to be no consequences. I've been trying to tell y'all this from jump. Maybe it's because I'm a man. I understand consequences. Even when I was out here, as we like to say, in these streets, I thought maybe I better slow down before some of this behavior catches up to my ass. All right? It don't take too many condoms breaking before you realize, hey, maybe I need to chill out. I ain't know this girl that well. That only have to happen to you a few times if you're smart. One of the reasons I'm so concerned about this is because, let's be real, when you read something like that, you expect it to be in line with what's going on with the men. So I expect to read 128% increase among women. In fact, let me be 100% real with y'all. Let me be 100% real with y'all right now. The cases for men are supposed to be higher than the women. We're the nasty ones, right? Fellas, do me a solid. If you've been indoctrinated throughout your whole life to believe that men are the nasty ones, that we're the promiscuous ones, that we can't keep our meat in our pants, that we need to practice sexual discipline because we're the nasty ones, put a 1 in the chat. Because if it's supposed to say 128% for women, it's supposed to say 228% for men, according to y'all. According to y'all, it's supposed to be double for men. Let me know if you've been socialized your whole life to believe that women are virtuous. They don't make the same mistakes men make. We're the nasty ones. We're always the ones doing wrong in terms of sexual liberation, promiscuity, and sexual deviancy. We've been told we were the bad ones. We were told we were the ones spreading all this. And we just believed them. We just believed them. Don't worry, I tell y'all all the time. I have no problem saying it. I was a simp at one point in my life, around the college age. You could have told me something like this, and I'd have blamed the men outright. Ew, you niggas is nasty. You dudes are giving them stuff and not getting tested. That's why these girls are out here burning like that. It's the men's fault. I grew up a long time ago. I've moved over to the dark side a long freaking time ago. I have been telling you that there is a large percentage of women that are sexually active and sexually liberated that participate in the free sex culture, doing it with a small percentage of men. Every man out here that drives the right car, has his hair cut the right way, talks a certain way, is out here mowing all of them down. Every dude in the chat that made himself that version of that man so he could get those women that are looking for those type of men know what I'm talking about. We had them all. There's not a woman we couldn't smash, and if she said we couldn't smash them, she was lying. Push up on her hard enough, she gonna fall. I used to drop the top on that bench. What they gonna tell me once they see the top drop on that bench? You ain't say, bring your ass on in this car, girl. You're looking too damn hard. Y'all all mess with the same dude. Stop lying. In fact, let me tell you, I told y'all once before. When I was that dude at one point in my life, every badass chick from around my way was also messing with a dude of that caliber. That's how you know these chicks are messing with the same dudes. A small percentage of men are doing this damage, and we want to blame all men. When you let statistics like this out, I know naturally what women are going to say to rebut, but it's the men giving us this stuff. It's a small group of men. This is why if you go somewhere and put one dude that's extremely popular and extremely known around the city and bring 100 baddies in there, he slayed 50 of them. That one guy can do this to all of you. Matter of fact, he not calling you. You calling him. He got appointments booked until Christmas. If we really want to be real about it. Ain't that what you call them? D appointments? Y'all making D appointments with him. He not calling you. He got too many on his roster. This is disgusting. Ladies, this is not about talking down to you. This is about your health, safety, your womb. Do I need to go in a little further? I'm going to bring you up, Ali, and Didi, so you could talk. I need to go check on my kids downstairs real quick. My wife about to go see a patient. This is why I'm so upset about this, and this is why I need us to start a movement. We're canceling Hot Girl Summer. This is over, bro. In fact, I got homies in Houston right now. I've been working on that audit all week trying to get me out, and I didn't want to go out. They outside, bro. Everybody's smashing. My cousin came in town Friday. He not leaving till tomorrow. I'm pretty sure he's already done something. But let me tell you why this is such a interesting statistic and finding. There is also a 9-fold increase in congenital cases. For those of y'all that don't know what congenital means, that means they are passing it to their children through the birth canal. There is a 9-fold increase in congenital cases in the city and Harris County area since 2019. Reports state that new infections rose by 57% from 2019 to 2022. That is disgusting. And we're not talking about gonorrhea. We're not talking about chlamydia. You gonna get symptoms from syphilis. You gonna see them shits. So I don't want to hear no excuses like, oh, people just didn't know and they're not getting tested. Nah, you gonna know. We have perpetuated this culture long enough and have been so irresponsible to the point where it's starting to affect your unborn children that are coming out through the birth canal. Somebody got to call timeout on that. My man Ali, what's going on, brother?
What's going on, my brother?
I'm chilling. Let me get your opening thoughts on this. I'm gonna run downstairs real quick. Didi, you there?
I'm here. Hey.
All right, wrap it up with my man Ali. He'll hold it down for me for a few minutes. All right.
How you
But I
doing,
want
Didi?
y'all opening thoughts individually
Hey,
on this.
Ali.
All right.
Okay.
Payne, hold it
Well,
down for me for a little bit.
well, to have an open-minded and respectful conversation, if we're all going to be responsible, let's say we take all the judgment out of it and say that people should have the right to have sexual relations. If when we get to a place where we want to have sexual relations to start having relationships, the burden of truth has to be on the women. If she conducts herself as a wife, if she conducts herself as a regal woman, a virtuous woman, then there's the door open for a man to want to be in a committed relationship. So if women, and like I said, I'm not trying to do a blame game. I'm just saying what automatically happens with nature. If women are moving in a manner in which they are only willing to sleep with a man, if she's married, the whole nature of our society would change. So I think a lot of us do a lot of projecting. A lot of us are hurt about the situation. A lot of us want to fix the community, where a lot of people still are giving pushback to wanting to fix the community. The only way it's going to change is women as a collective are addressing each other, because I can be a great man. My brother Payne could be a great man. Trigger Mike could be a great man. But if there's incentive for it, whenever you decide, you can switch up men. If I say I don't want Ali no more, I want Payne because he makes more. He has more resources. He looks better. He's taller. It's not gonna change if you have a whole bunch of good men. But we're not giving solution and order and ramifications or consequences to women's decision making. If women can get rewarded for doing good and bad, the society will never get better. Whereas if when a man does bad, he has to pay for his consequences. If he does a woman wrong, if he has a baby out of wedlock, if he cheats on her, he has to pay for that. But when women are moving in deceitful manner or in a way where they want to manipulate or take advantage of men, and if we're trying to push better men, but we're not giving no solution or no order to women, then society's not going to change. You can go, and I think Didi was next, I believe.
Yeah, she's not.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Didi.
Okay. I wanted to address some of the things that Mike spoke about in the beginning, and I really wanted him to be here for me to address these things. However, I'll just go ahead and touch on a few things in regards to the syphilis outbreak that is going on. Mike was saying that we shouldn't blame the men. However, when it comes down to syphilis, absolutely, I do feel like you guys should get the blame and the brunt of the blame, because when we look at the CDC reports, over half of the cases of syphilis come from the homosexual, bisexual male community. The men account for over half of the syphilis accounts, the syphilis cases. The CDC says even though gay, bisexual, and other men who have sex with men account for only 4% of the U.S. male population, they account for nearly half of the reported syphilis cases from 2020 to 2021. So when the men are taking up half of the cases, and this is the homosexual men that, and the bisexuals and the men who have sex with men, the brunt does go. Now, more women have, as of recent, have been a little bit more comfortable with having sex with openly bisexual men. And I think that too may have something to do with the cases. But when it comes down to even what you said, Brother Ali, with women taking accountability, I feel like a lot of us do take more accountability in regards to our health, because we are the ones who go get tested way more traditionally than men. And the CDC also reports that as well, that we typically do get our STD testing done more frequently than you all. And I can just close at that point.
Ikane, go ahead. Ikane, you there?
Yeah, I'm right here. I'm just listening to you guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the thing is, this is very complicated. I think everything comes down to education, because sometimes in life, right, what will I call it? The male species, they do the test. The female species do it more because they are open. You know what I mean? Their body is open, so they tend to do more of the of taking care of their health than men. If I want to add up to what DG just said. But what I'm going to do is that I'm going to defer a little bit on the opening statement, because I didn't really hear what you guys were saying earlier. Okay, so I will go last on the opening statement.
Hey, 30 folks, you can go ahead.
Can you guys hear me?
Go ahead, yeah.
Okay. All right. I was going to troll, but now I'm just curious. Danica, how do you blame men for women sleeping with gay men? How was that a heterosexual man's problem?
I was waiting for that.
How does I know girls can't count, so I'm trying to figure out how you do the math. How did you get?
You gotta repeat it for me. Start over.
How? Look, I'm all for lukewarm autumn. You know what I'm saying? I'm too old for hot girl summer, but I'm still cool with light sweater autumn. I want to know how you just said men need to be accountable because women are sleeping with gay men, because your rates are rising at the exact same rate as gay men, which means y'all out there having hot girl summers with guys who want to be hot girls. So how is that 96% of men's fault?
The women's rate are not raising the same percentages as the men.
Your mic is messing up.
Yeah, your mic's messing up.
Men, the women's rate were not raising at the same percentage as the men. I never said that, brother.
That's the gay men.
No, you
I didn't say
when you spoke
I
about
didn't say it was raising at the same rate as the gay men. That's not what I said.
mm,
I
that is
said
what you
that gay men account syphilis is traditionally a gay man disease
right, but that's what he's asking you. Why did you bring gay men into this and them having syphilis
because men who
versus
have sex with men is who account for 52% of the over 50% of the cases.
So how
So
does that relate to women?
these are the people who are spreading it. If you want to know who's spreading it in your community, look at who has it. The women
All
are
right.
not spreading it to other women.
what?
How are the women getting it? How are the women getting it? They're getting it from men, right? And the men that have it are gay, right? Which means that those bisexual chicks are sleeping with bisexual guys. So never mind. I'm gonna pass because I'm.
Well, listen, I mean, listen, okay, gentlemen, let me chime in there. We don't have to get frustrated. Listen, they can say 52% of the gay men are this, but we're talking about a small percentage of men sleeping with all the women. And women generally are sleeping with a cross section of men at some level. And because the average dude ain't getting sex like that. And women are the conduit when we're talking about this thing. Now, the CDC put out 128%. I mean, we or whoever that article was by, we didn't put it out. Somebody with some data put that out. So I mean, we don't need to deflect. The issue is bigger than pointing fingers at men and women. The issue is that even if it's gay men, that means women are sleeping with gay men just like they're sleeping with heterosexual men. And so so the numbers are the numbers, and we can refute the numbers everybody refutes numbers when they don't like it in their favor. Now, if we could put up some numbers on how many men in terms of the percentage are getting syphilis, and it ain't 128% increase, or else they would have said so. So listen, and just like Mike said, listen, he's not saying all this to just bash women. He's just saying that men take sex from women any way you guys get it. And his whole point, and he could speak for himself when he gets back, is that unless women decide that they need to get some virtue back, this shit is never going to stop. Because in these spaces, we always say, both men and women, that women control access to sex, men control access to marriage. That shit means something, right? And so when we try to define what that means, we can't start backing away from accountability. Because women are the gatekeepers of sex, or else it's a criminal activity, right? So, I mean, it's as simple as that. We can't go past that, right? No man takes any sex from a woman unless she says yes, unless it's a crime. And that's in all 50 states, federal and local level. And so if it's your body and your womb, you can't pass off accountability and responsibility to a man. It's for every woman to say, yo, no. And I'm old enough to know and remember when women used to say no on a regular basis, And so now they ain't saying no more. They're giving it up to maybe a select group of men, which might be a nice, and that's what's happened. Hot Girl Summer is about free sex, not for men. Men has always been taking sex from women any way you can give it to us. It's when women decide to stop saying no. And when y'all decided that, there's consequences. And you know what? We'll have to take up our part of consequences. Here's what a man does. When men are shooting up the club, like indiscriminately, they put themselves into financial jeopardy for 18 to 21 years under threat of jail time. That's a big stupidity thing for men. With women, they don't even like. And multiple women they might not like. So that should be enough for a man to say, you know what, maybe I should stop shooting up random clubs. Right? But it's not, because men are stupid when it comes to sex. And I freely admit that. And it's been that way since the beginning of time. So women are the ones who've always been the gatekeepers of making the culture somewhat chaste based on their virtue. And when that virtue is gone, it's a free for all.
Payne, I didn't agree with not one thing you said, but it was so beautiful. I just let you rock.
Hey, that's it. Go ahead, Mike. You back? Go ahead now. Oh no, go ahead, Aston. Go ahead, man. You got something to say?
Go ahead, Ashton.
Oh, I missed the question. My headset was messing up. Can you ask it
All
one more
right, go
time?
ahead, Mike. You got it.
Nah, we were just saying the opening thoughts, man. So hot girl summer is over because these bees are burning, man. People burning, bro.
But
All right.
Mike,
No,
They burning,
hot
bro.
girl summer. Hot
Mike,
girl
if you
summer
want,
ain't gonna never be
if
over
you
with.
want, I can.
Damn,
Mike,
Econate, where you come from? Shit.
no, Mike, if you now I've been here, I was waiting for Mike. Mike, if you
Yeah,
want, I can do the opening statement because I already got the whole thing from because
got
Mr. Penn was analyzing it for me.
go ahead. You'll give some context to Ashton. Go ahead.
Okay, okay. So this is what I got to say, to the panel. I was driving down the street in downtown out of Omni
Oh
Hotel, right?
shit.
So I saw these gay homosexual night kind of thing during the gay parade month.
Wait, gay and homosexual? Just making sure. Just making sure.
Yeah, both of them.
All right.
So during the Pride month, right? That's almost based on my counting. If there were 100 people there, 10 of them were men, 100 or almost 90 were women, black women. So that comes to tell me that black women are now much more freer sexually than any group, and they have sex both ways. Because what I'm trying to say is this, right? How does all these things, how are these diseases common in the community? You got to ask yourself this question: who is bringing these things to the community? I would say it's the women. You know why? Because more women today are having sex both with men and both with women at the same time. You see what I'm saying? So just to say to Didi, yeah, what you said earlier was not correct. Far more women are bringing disease home. And those diseases are not coming from heterosexual men. They are coming from homosexual men, giving it to the women. And then the women are now bringing it home to the heterosexual men. Because even this past Sunday, I went somewhere in Uptown Dallas with some clients. So I left them there and went. But just around the corner is a huge party. I think over 300 people showed up there. And I found out it was because the men that were walking into there were gay men. But I noticed that vast majority of the people walking into that underground store were women, black women. So the disease that is befalling this community today, especially syphilis, is coming from the women, but they're getting it not from the heterosexual men. They're getting it from the loosed men out there. That's why hot girl summer is not a good thing for the community.
All right.
I rest my case.
Let me get these super chats read, Ashton, and I'm gonna
All right.
get back with you. Big Ant, my man, $10 says, word on the street, you got beat up by a 5-year-old, and that's how you hurt your hand. Say it ain't so, Trigger Mike. Get the hell out of here, Ant. I'd have whooped that 5-year-old's ass. Get out of here. I don't take no shit off no children. You know that. Practitioner, how you doing? Thank you for your $2 super chat. Deaf over in Houston with this heat. Yo, I'm not going outside. My black ass is. I changed my mind to go out at breakfast this morning. It was hot in the morning. I just ate cereal in the house. Woo, it's hot out here. Y'all be careful out there. Former hospital corpsman here telling you that you can get heat casualties from nothing. You get heat. You can become a heat casualty sitting down in your car too long. So y'all be careful out there. All right, and make sure you get those shades too for your skin, because my son had a heat rash on his face, and I think it's because he was sitting in the car too long while we were driving. Sun beaming down on his face. So y'all be careful. If you're just tuning in, welcome to the Trigger Mike Show. Today we are talking about hot girl summer being over. All right, so STD rates are going up. It's burning outside and people burning inside. So we're gonna talk about it. Ashton, go ahead.
No, hot girl summer ain't over. That's a whole different market. They hot girl summer that they promote what mimosas, brunch, uh, girl trips. No, hot girl summer ain't gonna never be over with.
It's hot girl decade.
Hot girl, yeah, you right.
That man said hot girl decade. Oh man. All right. Let me get my position back. All right. So listen, my ultimate thing on this particular topic, man, when I read the part about the chilling, that's when I'm like, we're really degrading as a society. There is a large amount of moral degradation because we used to have a kind of like a stoppage line to say, look, man, just in all things decent, if it starts hurting the children, we're gonna chill. You know what I mean? Like it used to just be something that was understood by all people of all cultures. Once something starts affecting the children, we gonna chill. Nope, nope. So now I'm pretty sure that if a woman has syphilis long enough and it goes untreated, she might become sterile. But then if she just if she just acquired it and the baby is birthed through the birth canal or in utero rather, and she doesn't get it detected, like that baby can. I've read that baby having serious malformations and all of that, and I just felt like that's where we used to draw the line. If it hurt children, maybe I need to stop something about myself. So let me get this next question queued up, and anybody can answer. Thank you for your support today. I'm gonna put Dee Dee because you're the only lady up here holding it down. I'm gonna get some more ladies on the panel. Put a call out to the ladies that want to come up. But let me ask you this, Dee Dee. I want you to start, and we're gonna respond to your response. Do women understand the consequences associated with sexual liberation?
Women in general. That's what you're asking. Do
Yep.
women in general?
Yep.
At certain age, yeah. At a certain age, no. I say under 25, no. Over 25, yes.
What do you think needs to happen for somebody? Is it just like a maturity thing, or do you think there's something that needs to occur in a woman's life for her to understand the consequences associated with promiscuous behavior?
Between maturity, life experiences, be it visualizing other people's experiences or going through your own experiences, you learn.
Okay. All right. Anybody else want to jump in on this? In fact, I want to hear dirty folks answer on this.
All right, re-ask the question, man.
Do women understand the consequences associated with sexual liberation?
Yes. Yeah, I mean that's the answer. Want me to go into okay?
Yeah,
Then
yeah.
I will have to go back and break down everything that Payne said wrong. Women understand everything. Women just are habitual line steppers. Everything that you give women credit for, were men enforcing. Without the enforcement of men, women, toddlers gonna toddle. They gonna mess up the daycare. When you say people care about the kids, men cared about the kids. When you said people cared about family, father cared about family. Daddy sent you down to the south. You come back next year, and next thing you know, you got a little brother or sister that really your kid, but daddy taking care of. Or shotgun marriages. Everything, everything was meant to stop women from toddling. So once you remove the penalty, then women are the freest, black women especially. You can say white women, but white women still have somebody to answer to. Black women are the freest people on earth because they're almost omnipotent. There's no penalty. They can go anywhere except Dubai, I guess. Cuss out people, slap strangers. Nothing happens to them. Do they understand? Yes, they're not slow. They just dumb. But they don't like understanding. They don't control their bodies ever. They never did. Women only women don't control the access to sex. They control the access to regret. They'll put anything in their body. They don't care about their body. They only control the access to regret. When a girl came to me, and I slept with this girl before, I was so hurt. She came to me 4 years later talking about she want to have another baby. And she about to go to Boys Town, but those in Chicago, you know what I'm talking about. Talking about she about to go to Boys Town so she can find a baby daddy. I was like, hold on, shorty. You had me wearing condoms. You had a patch on when I was sleeping with you. Like, yo, I go raw. I got you. I'm your guy. I'm gonna get a gay. I can't stop her from going on Halsted and Waveland. You know what I'm saying? That's her choice. Does she understand the consequence? Yes, she's going up there to be promiscuous with a gay dude, which is amazing to me because I'm like, yo, if he's gay, he don't have a light vagina. Like, you wasting it. Like, you might as well give it to me. But yeah. Girls are dumb, man. They understand. They're just dumb. Look, if it could be a wrong decision, black girls will do it. When I have an empath in my life, I ask 3 or more black women. If 2 or more black women agree, I do the opposite. It's been working for me for 15 years.
Dirty folks, did you just volunteer to be baby daddy number 2?
Man, bro, it's either her baby or my baby. It's not our baby. Either she gonna get a free tax credit and some housing assistance, or it's gonna be a baby on my porch and she gonna say the stork dropped it off. I'll take care of the baby, but we're not sharing. That's not even how black women operate. As a matter of fact, here's a helpful hint. If you're sleeping with a black girl, I tell you how to make her get an abortion. You ain't got to pay for it. Let her tell you she's pregnant.
I got one too, dirty folks.
Let her tell you she's pregnant. You wait 24 to 48 hours and you call her back and say, yo, I was thinking about baby names. You should name it after my grandfather. It's just like, oh my God, you want to be involved? Boom, chop, chop. You ain't got to pay shit. The thought of a new don't even worry about
it. Yeah, I peeped it too. No, I don't think they understand sexual liberation. I mean, you can get all the sex you want, but the more bodies you get, it's like the less the tax you get from men. That's my honest opinion. It's like the more bodies they get, it's like the worse they get. Like, it's like the more numb they get to the feeling of want to have a man. And all these women with high body counts today, what they saying? They don't want a man. They don't want to get married. So I ain't hear that when they were virgins.
All right, Ali. Do women understand the consequences associated with sexual liberation?
Yes, but it's based off the way that we've been programmed. There's an incentive. They have incentive for whether they make a good decision or a bad decision. If they make a good decision, they can get a trigger mic for as long as they want until they don't want a trigger mic anymore. They can go to Ali. But if they make a bad decision, they still got a trigger Ali that'll step up to the plate regardless. You know, if we don't know her past, you know, a lot of men, it's really hard for you to know. If a woman knows how to change up her behaviors, and the way she conducts herself, that's the thing too. We can't, if we broke, nobody want to deal with us, right? Depending on the situation. I'm talking about a good woman too. I ain't talking about a woman that sleep with that's already violating. But with women, they can hide their past and they can still get married. So it's still, if we're saying who's the responsibility of marriages being created, it's the morality of women, and women conducting themselves in a manner that makes a man want to get married by keeping your legs shut and being a great quality woman. And a woman can switch up as much as that's why women can move. They can move. They can date different men, and we don't really know who they are, especially when we live in a culture where men are telling other men as well too that body count doesn't matter anymore. What she did in her past doesn't matter anymore. Men are still step up to be stepdaddies. Men are still step up to like y'all saw the Adam dude. He'll let his wife sleep with a porn star. He'll still take care of her. Men are still being responsible, will step up at the to the plate, no matter how bad women make decisions. If you a trash man, most women are not going to deal with you. So if women had the liberty to make good and bad decisions, there's no way we can win. Even when you're saying hot girl summer's over, no, it's not, because they don't have no incentive to make good decisions. And if they're programmed to win, regardless of what the decision they're making, they can still finish at the finish line, and they can still meet you at the finish line. There's no incentive to change.
And then if the relationship don't work out, trigger, they get free housing. Free lemonade.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, not only are you right, I've said for a long time, nothing like that lasts. It's actually gone on too long in the United States, and it's a burden to society and to financially, it's a burden for the country. So you're gonna get the right person in office. They're already talking about it now. You see them winding up at the plate to take some of these entitlements out because they're looking at the behavior that it's emboldened, right? It's like the government for once in the first 70 years is kind of looking like, did we cause this shit? Absolutely you did. So, what do you think is going to happen when those incentives get taken away from them?
Right. But how do you eliminate whoredom? And how do you eliminate broken families? Is a woman just being loyal? She picks one guy, stays with him, and she mandates that she gets married. That the guy gets married to her. So now I can't even. If I'm dealing with a woman, it's gonna be harder for me to cheat if they say we cheat, because the woman goes, "Hey, you gonna marry me?" Nope. I go run right back to my woman. So the way women are moving and conducting themselves, they're engaging and invested in whole culture and the liberty to go choose another man for their own happiness. It's not about family. It's about them being prioritized. But if they be loyal, pick one guy, stay with him for life, and mandate marriage, we're gonna have successful marriages for the most part. I can't leave her. I can't go to another woman. If I want to quit, I go to Regina. Regina say, "Oh, you gonna get married to me?" No, you better go back to Ashley. You know what I'm saying? And it's gonna reduce amount of broken marriages, broken relationships, and passing on the diseases. The women are actually investing and promoting what they don't want and what they want.
Let me tell you, you spot on with it, because I was just about to add, not only will Regina not send you back to your woman, she gonna smash you, then act like she don't care that you got a woman, then when she's not the main one, get upset.
Right. But if she's acting in good faith, she's gonna find out who you dealing with and gonna go. What good woman will call? Hey, your man tried to have sex with me.
Yeah.
If we engaging in a good faith society where women are engaging in they're promoting feminism, they're promoting obesity, they promoting LGBT, they're promoting cheating culture, because I can't cheat with a woman unless she allows me to, knowing what I'm doing, how I'm conducting myself, because they want this option-based society where they can do what they want at any given time. They could just change their mind. There's no loyalty. But then you're expecting men to be loyal to the duty and responsibilly of a society. It's never going to work.
Not only is that facts, every time a woman now hits me with, well, I don't know very many of my friends that have never been cheated on, but I don't know very many women that haven't slept with a married man. So I guess we call it even. They out here really. Yeah,
come on, this is malarkey. Y'all got to be for real for a minute, like for real.
Let us know.
Like let's address some of the stuff that was said. Now you said pick one. Every one of these women should just pick one, and just lock in with him. How is every woman gonna pick one and lock in with him when we outnumber y'all in the black community? Black women outnumber y'all.
That's a red herring. That's a red herring.
Wait a minute. That was a rhetorical question.
Hold on.
That was a rhetorical question.
How about we focus on getting the marriageable people off first?
Right.
Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point since y'all carried on. Let me go ahead and finish my point.
Why do y'all always say women outnumber men? We don't know that for a fact.
Let her finish.
Being married is not the end all of life problems. Like a lot of people get married and don't have good marriages. So you have to also explain to the community what are some of the things that you should do to make your marriage worthwhile. What are some of the things that you should do to be able to stay together? A lot of people don't know what it takes to be married. People can't even be in relationships more than 2 or 3 years.
Can you tell us, please?
Do you think that?
No, trigger Mike. Let her. You see, we don't want to direct. We're going to address it for her. What is it that a man should do?
That a man should do? Oh no, this is a couple. This is something a couple should do.
Okay, so what should a couple do?
A couple should definitely before marriage, engage in premarital counseling, because there are certain situations that will occur in marriage that you're not thinking about when you're in love. So premarital counseling will have you come up and address some scenarios so you can see how you or your partner would address those situations if they come up in life. You need to know how your partner.
Can you start off good? Can you start off from the positive? Not if a problem results.
Black women love therapy.
Why black women always run the counseling? Why would I pay somebody to hear my problems like they tell my woman?
Because it is important to see why it's important to seek the wisdom of elders.
First of all, y'all asked her a question. And she's absolutely right. I mean,
no, she's not. No, she's not. Our pain.
Go ahead.
Why would I pay a therapist?
Hold on.
Let her finish.
Listen. If you're gonna court a woman and she wants to have a man for a husband, it is not a bad idea to talk to some neutral party about what you're thinking about. I have in my top 10. That's number 1 on the list, especially if you're a Christian, right? And so what I'm trying to say is that is one aspect of it, because people who nowadays are getting together aren't having any meaningful conversation. Not about finances, not about raising children, not about all this shit. You need to talk to somebody who's neutral. And I'm not saying therapist. It could be your pastor. It could be somebody who's nice enough.
Can I take the mic?
Well, hold on.
Can I respond to what he said?
Hold on, let him finish.
Let me land. There's a new international version of a Bible for devotionals for couples. You get a copy, she gets a copy. It talks about communication, it talks about sex, it talks about stepdaddyism, it talks about all of that shit. You read a chapter, she reads a chapter, and then y'all go to a neutral party to discuss what it means. Now, it might not be the end-all be-all, so Ali, I'm not saying it might cure all ills, but at least you'll weaponize with some stuff so when you take your vows, they have more meaning. You know, so I mean, so on that point, I'm not going to disagree with Dee because that's true. We don't have enough people actually doing that kind of stuff when they get married. You know, so that
can I respond?
Ali, hold on, Ali. Ali, then women drop therapy and start picking up crystals and rocks like 5 years ago.
I'm not talking about crystals and rocks.
I ain't talking to you, R-Pain. I'm talking to Ali.
Yep, and started burning sage.
Start burning sage and picking up rocks and crystals and 4-leaf clovers. We ain't trying to hear that shit no more. That shit don't work, man.
Yeah, right. So, Brother Payne, what I push back to you is, do women go to therapy to be a better mother? Do they go to therapy to be a better worker?
Hell no.
I didn't cut you off, brother. I didn't cut you off. I didn't cut you off. Do they go to therapy to be a better entrepreneur? Do they go to to get their degree? Do they go to therapy to be a better pet owner? Do they get therapy to be their best friend's friend? Do they go to therapy to have a gay relationship with a gay best friend and to support the trans community, the LGBT community? We are letting women keep controlling the narrative of who's doing right and who's doing wrong. We are supposed to show. Let me hold up, brother. Let me finish, brother. You asked not to cut you off, and I made sure I didn't cut you off. If we have to be if we both have to be responsible how we treat each other, we know that comes with work. Don't nobody got to go to therapy. We need to grow up. We need to mature and know what our responsibility is, and we need to stay devoted and loyal to that responsibility. She ain't got to go to therapy. And once she wants to pull you to therapy to make you the problem. As soon as you go to therapy, you're gonna end up being a problem. And
and you gotta pay to be the problem.
I didn't cut off. Not only that, if you go to a good therapist, do you know most of the times when they do address the real problem, it ends up the woman, then she don't want to go to therapy anymore.
Yep. You're going on an entire tangent about therapy, and I'm
being respectful, man.
Keep cooking, Ali. Keep cooking.
I'm not going to tangent. I deal with mental health therapy.
You guys are tripping.
Okay, but premarital counsel.
Keep cooking, Ali.
Hold on. So I do agree.
I'm in mental health.
So I tend to agree. So I'm in agreement with a little bit of what everybody said, right? But let me put this focus. For some reason, I don't know why our beautiful Black women are so focused on help stuff. All right, because premarital counseling is not a bad idea, especially if it's done by the church or a group. Because the reason why I'm a little bit on Ali's side is because how about everybody's always looking for something formal when it's really supposed to start. If you can't get it at home, it's supposed to start in your community. Really, the people that you trust most inside of your family or the people you call family or your circle or group are supposed to teach you how to be married. Those are the people that you can go to at any hour of the day, that you can text in almost in the middle of a disagreement and say, what should I do? A therapist ain't for that. Premarital counseling is not for that. I do think it's a good thing because there are so many people who have not grown up with examples, and they do need sort of classroom instruction on how to guide their behavior, but it's never the first option for me. If you're not learning the pillars of discipline, order, structure, family from the people around you, premarital counseling ain't gonna do shit for you. Right?
Well, first of all, Mike, man, you know what? I hear what you're saying, but the first thing is when people say, I need help. Yeah. That's the first thing. I don't care where you get it from. If a person recognizes that they need help, how are you going to bash them for that? And you guys are using the word therapy. I didn't say therapy. Wait a minute.
Right, but let me say this.
How you going to cut off Trigger?
Let me get. You're right though. But you didn't say therapy. But I'm also tracking with Ali where he said there is a
Yeah, but
trend.
he came in after me. He
Yeah, I was gonna say
mischaracterized
there
what
is a
I
trend.
said.
What?
There is a
How did I
trend going on.
mischaracterize? Let him explain it. How did I mischaracterize? Because how did I
You
mischaracterize? If I have to show up as a okay, hold
how
on,
come I
brother.
can't
Okay,
finish saying my thought, Mike? How come
Go
I
ahead,
yeah,
can't finish saying my thought?
go ahead, Fam.
that's
Go
why we're
ahead.
asking
Hey,
you
you
to
ain't talking
clarify.
about nothing.
No, let
Listen,
him clarify.
listen.
Let him clarify.
Mike, you said a community. You come from a background where you have an intact family.
Yeah.
There's how many people in the black community have that kind of infrastructure to go get counseling on marriage or get discussions with somebody in their generation above them somewhere else? How many? That's what I'm saying. So if
Yeah.
you have where we are now in our community, if you got two people, I'm not just talking about a woman, I'm talking about a man who wants to cleave with a woman and try to do something constructive for their marriage. What's wrong with them talking to somebody who, I'm not even saying therapy, they're set up in, if it's their church, if they're non-secular, or if they're secular, then you can go through other steps without going to anybody to talk to, and that's part of the top 10. But
Yeah.
but how are we gonna bash that kind of stuff? I don't
No,
understand.
we're not. So let me give you my point of view on it. We're in the spirit of which you're intending it. I don't have a problem with it.
That's all I'm
But
doing.
Ali was really giving credence to something that we overlook. Women are not going into these arrangements in earnest. Michelle Obama even admitted she went to therapy or counseling or whatever we want to call it, because it is therapy. Let's stop. It's therapy. That's what it's all considered therapy. All right. They went to counseling. She was like, oh, no, nothing wrong with me. Fix him. That is the way modern women feel about therapy. They're not really in it to fix anything about themselves. And the second, like Ali said, he worked in mental health. I was a direct care staff and an administrator in a mental hospital. The therapist will tell you the second the focus, because you can do it through goals, right? You can focus on the man a little bit. You can focus on the family. You can focus on the woman. The second those treatment goals go to the woman's side, she no longer wants to have any part of it. That women are not going into these arrangements in earnest. They want the person to fix, the therapist to fix the man for them, but they don't
Right,
want it. And we
right,
see that behavior
right.
reflected in the way women talk on these panels. They can say anything they want to men. Go ahead and try to correct them. Tell them something they're doing. They'll log off and say, "Forget all y'all. Y'all are beating me down. Whatever." Right? They're not going into these arrangements sincerely. I mean,
I will say this though, and Pain's, well, not defense because I don't agree. A
Go ahead.
king is only as good as his counsel. I'm not going to use the word there. A king is only as good as his counsel. The four people you surround yourself by dictate who you are. We all know these things. We say these things in earnest. They're mantras. They have posters on it. Bro, church is gay. Therapists are women. There's no way in the world I would take my girl to somebody who's predisposed to say, first of all, because they don't even know what things mean. For instance, Oedipus. They'd be like, you got an Oedipus complex. Oedipus didn't even have an Oedipus complex. They try to put these Freudian things on you. You know what I'm saying? You want to sleep with your mom and kill your dad. And I'm like, yo, my dad was my favorite parent. Like, you know what I'm saying? I was calling my mom, my dad, baby mama for years. Like, yo, get your baby mama. Like, bro, like, you don't know that. So you have to go to people whom which is a man's counsel. I'm her counsel. She don't need therapy. She needs to shut up, fried chicken. I'm her counsel. I'm the one she talks to about work that has nothing to do with her job, but all about her coworkers. I'm the one that has to entertain her. I'm the one that has to feed her. I'm the one that has to nurture her. I'm the one that has to listen to dumbass stories with no punchline. That is me. I'm her therapist. My counsel is for me. I'm her counsel. If you want to go religious with it, it's God, then me, then her, then the kids. The problem with black folks, especially black women, is if the totem pole is head, body, feet, if the man's the head, the woman's the body, and the child is the feet, they say my kids come first, which already makes the totem upside down. So I got to twist her all the way around to start with. So I already got my hands full. I don't need another goofy ass single chick who don't like men to tell me get them and how the relationship is my fault. Or some dude who needs tithes and offerings and know everybody in the church. The gay dudes is in the choir and the women are in the pews. And I'm only there because she made me come because she said her past ain't like all the other pastors while I take a nap. I don't need that. You listen to me, and I'll go talk to people who have my best interest in mind, and we'll be all right.
Brother, you
Hey,
said
hey,
that's that's the scape. I'm just saying real bad. That's the scapegoat for women to seem like to make it look like women have children to have badges of honor they didn't earn. So they can go, I put my kids first. They want to look like they already automatically a good mother, but they and pretend like they're putting their kids first. But the primary way to put your kids first is to make sure you pick a man that's a great father first. That's how you put your kids first. That's the most important thing, is the man you selected to have children with. But what's ironic about that, imagine men starting to say, I put my kids first. That, you know how much pushback you'll get back? That's the craziest. How can I put your kids first without a woman? How can I have kids without the woman? So how can a woman, like you said, brother, how can you put your kids first without a man? You have to have the man before the kids. You have to put him first, then the kids. And if you're prioritizing children and their future, then you got to prioritize the man first. Just like I have to prioritize the woman before my children. If I'm truly prioritizing their future, I have to pick a great mother first. And a woman has to pick a great father. Then I prioritize my kids.
Ali cooking your ass, R-Pain.
He ain't cooking me because I didn't disagree with that part of
He's
it.
just cooking. Look at you. The instigator, Ashton. Ashton, the instigator.
All BS aside, R-Pain.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Can I say one thing, Trigger? R-Pain, no jokes, all jokes aside. If I was a therapist and your wife said that she wanted to come to therapy, how long you think I'm gonna have y'all sitting on that couch? Like, let's be honest. And you an electrician, right?
No, I'm not an electrician.
No, an engineer.
Yeah.
That's what you said. You think I ain't finna burn your damn pockets up? I'm gonna have your ass on medication where all you do is sleep and go to work and come back to therapy.
That's that.
Now, you guys are tripping, man. I swear.
How are we tripping? We telling you what we know, and you sitting up here. R-Pain, I see where you coming from a light place of heart.
Who on the panel worked in? Who on the panel worked in mental health? Who on the panel has worked in mental health? R-Pain, have you worked in mental health, brother?
Not R-Pain.
No, I haven't. I haven't. I wasn't talking about mental health. You moved the goalposts all the way to crazy ass people. You know, if you want to get married, if you're gonna get married, man, you can go on your own. Like what's his name? Dirty folks. I'm the man, right? And how many guys who got married said, "I'm the goddamn man," and their marriage is broken? He ain't even married. Are you married? All right, so I'm married. So you guys are telling me all kinds of shit. I didn't go to therapy with my wife. I did talk to my father-in-law though, but that's not the point. I didn't say therapy. I just said there's steps you can go through to give you the best chance of having a successful marriage. And you guys are sitting down here telling me all you got to do is hold your dick, and a woman's going to come behind you and do everything you want to do. That's just, I mean, okay.
No,
okay.
That's not what we're saying, brother.
Because a lot of men have done that.
If your children, forget the woman.
No, we're talking about your son and children.
No, hold on real quick. I worked in mental health for 15 years. It's extremely corrupt. It's not truly trying to put a solution. All it's trying to do is capitalize off the making people victims and off of capitalizing people to list that they have problems. If your kid comes to Ali to listen to you, you've already lost your kid. If your wife goes to a system to already listen to me, you already lost your wife. She can just keep playing that game over and over again.
How do you think?
No, we're not. I'm not.
And you gonna sit your fat head ass on that couch and keep listening to that therapy.
Hey, hold on, brother Payne. Please stop saying people mischaracterize.
Yes, I'm not talking about mental health and therapy.
No, Trigger Mike says we need to invest. We need to invest in family and family structures, which he probably means grandparents, aunts, and uncles. There's help on both sides, helping these two people make great decisions to sustain a marriage. When you go to therapy, you're putting someone else in the middle of your relationship that they can always use a scapegoat to go, brother, Trigger Mike and me was in mental health. When a kid used to call me, and
talking about being married already.
No, let me
talk about being married already.
No,
why you keep cutting them off, Payne? You hate when people cut you off.
You're actually doing this. You're projecting and telling brothers that's what we're doing. That's what you're doing. You're not listening to
You do it every episode.
I'm hearing you. You saying if I'm married and I'm going to therapy, I'm not talking about being married.
I'm asking you. You're doing red herrings. You're doing constant red herrings. You're not addressing what I'm saying.
Okay, Ali and Kenny, it's time for Kenneth to talk. You got.
Let me get the super chats because we got people rolling super chats.
After Mike, I'll talk. Go ahead.
All right. Ekanate and Lou after that. My man Chris says currently 105 degrees outside. That is a fact. It's hot as hell, literally out here. Y'all be safe. I think it's a heat wave for like half the country. and then there's wildfires in Canada.
It's
Yeah, these
one-
are the
yeah,
end,
Ali's
these are the
beating
end
my
times.
ass. He's putting the sunlight on.
These are the end times. That's why I'm buying ammo every week. All right. So Big Ant, $10 says, Payne, the last time I heard about counseling from a pastor, the brother walked in and the wife was getting instruction from the back. Why do we always run to the devil for guidance?
Oh man! All right, I hear you.
That's funny, huh,
Jerk,
Payne?
$10.
Yeah, that's funny.
What's up, Jerk?
Fake
Ali
head, man.
out here pushing the nice whip. Let me borrow the car, Ali. Stop being greedy. He know what he doing. He trying to show us the red bucket seats. This nigga ain't slick. He
I went to
picking up
therapy. I went to
women.
therapy.
Hold on,
I
hold
went
on.
to therapy. I went to therapy to get this.
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
All right.
He's picking up women while talking shit about them on you. This is hilarious. He knows what he's doing. This is a master. In fact, he's a sociopath. That's what we call a sociopath. He knows exactly what he's doing. My man. All right, go ahead.
Wait a minute, hold on, Trick.
Nobody's making.
Huh?
Hey Ali, man, I apologize. Now I'm going to cut you off, man.
I know, brother. I respect.
Are you breaking up a little?
All right, Payne, answer the question. How much money you think I'll take out your pocket if I was your
I
therapist?
think it's time for me to talk.
Hey,
Hey,
Jesus
you might have
Christ.
to get Ali on
Hey,
that
I'm just
thumbnail.
saying.
He looks so good in there.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What we have to do more of on the panels is when we have conversations is directly address what everyone's saying before it's derailed to the next person. That's what I'm saying, Brother Payne. So when you're saying people should have therapy, what does that look like and why do they need therapy? We're saying that the family should be implemented, gender roles should be implemented, what a man and woman should be implemented, boys and girls should be raised prior to a relationship is what we say should be implemented. You're saying just go to therapy. And what we're saying about therapy, and let me finish and you got it, Brother Payne. Therapy only helps you deal with the problems in your household. It can't give you solutions on what to do in your household.
I agree with that. But
They ask you to say what's going on. It asks you to vent. And then they help you with how to deal with it. They can't give you a solution to the problem. So if I go to therapy, they'll help me with dealing with my anger. They'll help me deal with my wife, but they can't give me solutions on what to actually do in my household.
and I wasn't talking about being married.
Okay, it's time. I think it's time for me to talk, guys.
Who told you that, Econo?
That's the
Yeah.
problem. Brother Payne didn't get the
Yeah.
response.
Okay. Friend, respond and then I'll go. Please.
No.
It's 45 minutes.
I wasn't talking about being married already. I wasn't talking about counseling for your children. I wasn't talking about that.
We didn't say, brother, we didn't say.
No, you said that. You keep saying I'm talking about counseling. I need to go to counseling for my family.
But our Payne, even the pastor say, even the.
Now you're cutting me off. Right?
Okay,
I said, listen, if I have a
Okay,
woman
but
that I'm vetting for marriage, right?
Do you guys know that you guys are talking on my time? So make
You
it
said,
brief.
go ahead, man. Talk. Ekene, go ahead, talk.
He ain't gonna let y'all live, man.
He just be reserving time. That's crazy.
Yeah, man. Go ahead, man.
Okay, so I gotta put it this way. Because what you guys just discussed right now, I was just laughing in the background. How on earth would you train a child from childhood to adult age? And then they're about to get married and you send them to counseling. That's what all those years are for. You raise your child and prepare that child for marriage. And you as a father will counsel your child, son or daughter, towards marriage. So when they get married, they take what you put in them to the marriage. Not go to somebody that does not even know your child, doesn't know the attitude of your child, to take few hours to analyze 20-something years worth of growth and then send them off to marriage. That is why we have high rate of divorce today. That's why we have messed up relationships, messed up families, messed up couples. Because guess what? Instead of husband and wife to be at home to raise their kids, they call nanny. Instead of them to be at home to raise their kids, to prepare daughters and sons for marriage, they call counselor. We defer our training obligation to a professional that does not know our children.
Yeah, again, you guys are tripping, man. I didn't say that. Listen,
No, no,
what
no, 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 no. I'm not. I'm not. No, Pen, I didn't. No, Pen, I'm not talking about you at all. I'm just putting it because a lot of people. I think 2 or 3 people said it, so I'm just putting it out there. You see what I'm saying?
Let me ask
Not
you a
any of
question.
you
Can I
specifically.
ask you a question? And I
Go
agree
ahead.
with what you said, right? But what community
Mhm.
are we talking about? Are we talking about the community in the upper class? Are we talking about
Okay.
the community inside where there's no families? Where
And
there's no infrastructure?
I'm going to address that. I'm going to address that.
All right.
Counseling will not fix a damage that is done for 20-something years. A
So there's no
3-hour
hope for
counseling. There,
people who are not
there is hope. There is hope. There is hope. There is hope. And this is what the hope is. If you want to get married, you got to go back to somebody that is married and then learn how to be married.
I don't
Not
disagree
to
with that.
not to go to a counselor and pay somebody to coach you. No. If you want to be married, you look for your aunt that has been married. You look for your uncle that is married. You go and spend 6 months or 1 year with them. You don't have to live in that house, but you can go to that house and see your auntie cooking. You cook with your auntie. You see how your auntie treats your uncle. You learn from them for a year or two, so you can take it to somebody else. But if you're going to go pop out there on the table, twerking on the table, and you think that's going to get you that guy looking at you to be a loyal husband, that woman is out of her goddamn mind. And the man is out of his
Facts.
goddamn mind. Because you know what?
I hear you.
You don't go to strip club and then come out of strip club and try to be a housewife or find a house or find a provider and a protector from strip club. It doesn't happen. You got to go through that training because this is what people do. This is what people do that make me mad. They want to be a gold, but they don't want to go through the fire.
You know
They
what?
want to be a bull on gold, but they don't want to go through the fire. They don't want to be purified to become gold, but they just want to be sold at a $55,000 per kilogram. That's what they want.
It
That's
can
what they
You know
happen.
want
what?
to be.
A hot girl something.
Let me also say this
I,
real
I,
quick. Hold on real quick, Ashton. Let me also say this because, you know, I worked in mental health for a long time. Most of my administrative career is spent managing those hospitals. And I understand the purpose of therapy. And my ultimate recommendation, this is not clinical. This is just my opinion. I don't have the credentials to make a clinical assessment, but people should actually go to therapy alone. Therapy is more about you. Because when I became a version of myself that could serve, I served my marriage. I was ready to get married because I know I would serve my marriage best. What people try to do, and like that's what we were talking about, pain, is you do it as an underhanded way to try to get the other person to change. If you go to therapy alone and hear all the shit that's wrong with you and nobody else got to be there to hear it, then you will be better for your marriage and serving and the service you have to do to make it work. Because people keep trying to go together. I think that and listen, and I'm gonna be 100% honest. My wife kept trying to well, before we got married, that she was on that train too. That's the train all women are on. Let's go to premarital counseling. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I didn't need that shit. I'm Nigerian.
Nope.
I've been preparing for marriage since I was in diapers. They've been preparing me to be a husband. I knew what the fuck I was doing. All right. So that's why I'm like, if you are so
I hear you. I hear you. I
you
didn't
see
go
what
to
I'm saying?
therapy
But
either.
I'm
But
like,
I didn't go to
if
premarital
people are
counseling either.
so uneasy about if they can do the job correctly, it has more to do with you and how you will serve in the relationship in your part, in your role. That's what you need to be
Are we
focused on.
ignoring where we are, Mike, in our situation in 2023?
Yeah.
And from where I started from, the point is that I didn't say you have to go to therapy. I'm saying if you and your person that you want to get married to want to talk some things out, if you don't have an infrastructure in your family, instead of making this shit up, or like AKA, how many people got aunts that are worth telling you anything, or
Yeah.
uncles worth telling you anything? And so if people do that, and my whole thing is, I understand where women come from and how they try to deflect. But I'm talking about somebody who you care about.
You just answered your own question, Payne. You just answered your own
What
damn question.
I'm saying is, you guys keep saying therapy. I was talking about non-secular. I was talking about non-secular discussion.
I even agree with that. I'm just saying.
That's all I was talking about.
Yeah, go
you
to
guys
work
are all the way to mental health and all of this shit, man. I didn't go that far.
If you're lacking for an example, then you need to find one. You're right. So there
That's
are people who desperately love the person, because that's the part I think people are too focused on. Well, I love this person, I want to be with this person. Well, you need to dedicate yourself to how to be with the person. We don't have. This is why I can't stand when people act like. So Didi, we talked about this yesterday on Facebook. I think you are when you what did you write on my post yesterday? Everybody don't need to be married or whatever. I was like, well, it's really no point saying that. 9 out of 10 women, or I think 9 out of 10 women want a lifelong companion. 8 out of 10 women want to be married to that companion. The last numbers that I saw. It's no point talking about women that don't want to be married.
They 45 years old, Mike. They 45. They don't want it at 24.
So what I'm saying though is that, damn, dirty folks, you threw me off. What the hell?
I'm helping you out. Look, man, I'm the only unmarried man in my family since 1890. And the reason I'm not married is because these hoes ain't shit. Look, let me tell you something, bro. Now, for real, I would not marry I love my mother. I would not marry a woman like my mother. I love my sister. Would not marry a woman like my sister. Both of them are married. I think I like my cousin, but I wouldn't marry them either, and they married. The love ain't enough. I need duty. For what you want from me, I need you to take this list of tasks and duties and show me that you can contribute. If you ain't, you know what I'm saying? Either make me money, save me time. Cooking saves me money and saves me time. Can you cook? Can you do laundry? Don't tell me you can't do a man's laundry. Your clothes clean. You was doing laundry anyway. Just throw a couple extra pair of pants in there with the colors. The one thing that I have realized listening to different ethnic groups of women, there's women, then there's black. So I keep telling y'all, women don't come in black. When I listen to every other group, they say what they will do in order for the introductory offer. They all might switch after you get the ring. But for the introductory offer, what they will do to entice you to buy the product. Black women tell you all the things they're not going to do. And they do less every boyfriend because they tell you what they ain't going to do because they did it for the last dude. So there's the worst product and they want a higher yield. Look, I got $35 for your Boost Mobile just so I could talk to you. Anything else you want your own list, you can follow these tasks and duties. You don't need no counselor for that. You need a app so I can text you what you need to do.
You right. I want somebody like my daddy, but I ain't your mama. That's what it ends up being all the time. I want somebody just like how my daddy treated me if they had a great father. But if they go, I ain't your mama if you had a great mama. You want somebody to kind of do the same similarities of what your mother did if you had a phenomenal, great mother. I ain't your mama. But that's what they'll do anything for the babies and for their pets. But when it comes to their man, they don't want to do anything. But for the most part, and I'm talking about the women who refuse to do that. I'm not talking about good women, because it's crazy how when we talk about bad men, we don't take offense to it because you're not talking. If you're a good man, you ain't got to worry about it. But it's funny when we talk about women misbehaving or bad women, all of them get offended. So if you're a good woman, if it doesn't apply, let it fly.
Even the good women take up for bad women.
Hey, Lou, you got anything to say?
I think D wanted to go because a lot has been said, so maybe she can go first and then I'll go after.
Hey, Ali, you peeped how Ikene cut us off to turn around and say the same shit we said?
Of course. She went already.
She went on a whole 15-minute rant and to say exactly what we said, Ali.
So selfish.
She went already.
So selfish.
So, God, there's, I don't even know. All right, look, and I've been saying this, and I will continue to say this till I'm blue in the fucking face. I've played video games for a long time. Life is a video game, right? And here's what men need to learn about this video game that we play called life. In 2023, the software has been updated. There's a new version of the game. Women only respect men that they fear. If your woman doesn't fear you, and by the way, and here's where I'll add the caveat to actually be on the woman's side for 1 second, because we do have to understand them if we want to be with them. Women will only fear men that they fear losing. So unfortunately, if you make the same amount as her, if you look worse than her, if you don't provide certain things that she wants, in order for you to keep her so that she fears losing you, you already lost. Don't even play this game, okay? Because women can respawn in this video game as many times as they want just because they were born women, okay? Now, there are bad things about being a man and there are bad things about being a woman. It just is what it is. This is the human reality. But I think that this is an important point because most men don't understand this. They think that women should respect them just because they're men. And that's just not true. If you play the game expecting respect from women just because you're a man, you are going to lose. So, and that begs the question, right? Because we're saying all of these things that we want from women, but the reality is, fellas, why should women give you what you want? And that's the question that most men don't want to answer, right? Because are you really giving her everything that she wants? And I understand, because I'm on the man side, I understand that these women are asking for outrageous, luxurious things sometimes. But this is the reality of the game in 2023. Unless you're going to ask her to cut off all her social media and throw her phone in a fucking river, unless you're going to ask her to stay at home and not work and not be around these hyper successful, hungry lions, then dude, shut up and get to the fucking money.
Okay, money is power. Money is example business.
And this is the last thing I'll say, dirty folks, real quick, because I say this a lot, and I know the women hate me for saying this, right? Because back in the day, we could use other methods to keep you in line, but again, in 2023, those methods are now illegal. So this is the legal way to keep your woman in line.
Okay,
Become a lion, a fucking demon. When she looks at you, she has to say, this is the best man I can get. Because as long as she can find a better man somewhere, she is working on that exit plan.
No,
Yeah.
Okay,
Lou,
so this is all I'm saying.
Lou, this is that fresh and fit super.
It's not
Alpha
fresh and
male.
fit.
No,
Yeah.
it's not. No, it's
Yeah,
not.
that's
No,
fresh and
No,
fit.
it's not fresh and
Hold
fit.
up.
No, it's not.
No, it's
No,
not
it's
fresh
not.
and fit.
Y'all
No, it's not. No,
Go
hold
ahead,
on, hold on,
Lou, Lou,
hold on,
Lou,
hold on,
Lou.
hold on.
Y'all gotta let
It's
me
not
talk.
fresh.
Y'all gotta let me
It's
talk.
not fresh and fit. It's
Hold
not
on,
fresh and fit. Do you
hold on.
want?
Because
No,
here's
Trigger Mike.
yeah.
See, this is what I hate about you guys sometimes.
God damn, he
Okay?
said he hate me. Shit.
No. Yeah. Trigger Mike, you have to listen to what the women are saying, dude. The women are saying,
No, I don't.
we don't. No. Listen
You
to
don't have to
me.
listen to the women because they not getting married.
Right.
Hold on.
They
Listen to
not.
me.
Don't nobody
Hold
want
on,
them.
y'all.
They the
Hold on, y'all. Hold
they the
You
on.
guys
least
are
married.
not
Why would I
listening.
listen?
Hold
You guys
on.
are
Hold
not
on.
listening.
Hey, Lou.
You
Hey,
guys
hey,
are not
hold
listening.
on. Lou. Tell them how they saying this is fresh and fit. Trigger, tell them how it's fresh and fit, and then let Lou respond. How is this fresh and fit
So
narrative that he's
this is
telling
what
you?
this is what I'm saying. I don't actually disagree, but what I'm saying, this is a utopian thing that's actually supposed to be talked about amongst men, because naturally what we do is so we can get women.
Trigger Mike, you're losing me, bro.
Hold on. Naturally, this is what we do so we can get women, but your strategy has already failed. There's always going to be a better man.
No, but how was it fresh and fit? How did he give you a fresh and fit before Lou ever? Hold on, Lou.
I don't
He
understand.
talk about throwing the phone in the
No.
water and shit.
Hold on. Listen, you guys are not listening, G. I gave you the explanation and the description, understanding that this is impossible to do. Okay?
Okay.
But we live in America, right? America is the greatest country in the world,
Thank you
right?
so much.
So listen to me. If you're a breathing male who is able-bodied in the fucking United States of America and you want your woman to respect you, you have to become a lion. Because, again, before I was cut off, we have, as men, we have to stop telling women what they value in men and start to listen to what women are saying they value in men in 2023.
No, bro.
Because
the
Women
part-
don't even know what they want.
Listen.
that's the part. That's
See,
the
see,
part
here,
I
see,
take
here we
issue with.
go. See, here we
Stop
go.
listening. You don't do
Bro,
anything as a man for
Trigger
women.
Mike,
Like,
Trigger Mike, Trigger Mike. A woman will not marry you unless
Yes,
she
you will.
says yes. A woman
you
will not
will.
marry you unless she says. Listen to me. You guys don't listen, man. You old heads, just listen. A
We're the
woman will
married
not.
ones. We're not gonna listen. No.
I understand. I understand you're great. A woman will not marry you unless she says yes.
Okay.
I agree with that sentiment.
Hey, Trigger
That's
Mike.
what you came. That's what you landed on, Lou.
Y'all, hold on.
That's your best advice.
These
No.
people don't. You see, you guys don't listen.
That's the best advice you came out with.
No, Lou, hold on.
I don't have direct disagreements with what you're saying. I'm just not completely aligned with the kind of the way you're saying.
You don't have.
This is what Lou, hold on. Trigger Mike, we all set the precedent before Lou came on that we said even if she gets you, today's women, we're not talking about a loyal, divine, good woman. Even if she gets what she wants, if she finds a better option, she'll go to it. The primary thing we're losing is that if a woman leaves, she either don't know the instruction or she didn't respect you. If I disrespect you, Trigger Mike, there's a consequence, a ramification for disrespecting you. It's a consequence, a ramification for disrespecting any man on this panel. Women don't fear disrespecting men anymore. They're doing their best option. We're talking about modern women. So we can't tell the brother he's talking to Fresh and Fit. What he's saying is that back then, if a woman, a man disrespected a man, there was consequences for it. Today, a woman is rewarded for disrespecting you. That's all he's trying to say.
I'll give you one. Trigger Mike, I'll give you one last thing.
Hold on.
Trigger Mike, I'll give you one.
Not only do I not have these problems, because this is where my disagreement is. The problem is not always, because I'm never going to advocate for weak men. That's not what I'm doing. I advocate for strong men and for men to take control of their households.
Are most men strong? We're
always going to have an agreement.
Most men don't get married.
Hold on. The issue, y'all keep looking at it on an individual issue. The way we kept women in line was consequences from a community standpoint, not just an individual home standpoint. There have been weak men, or let's say docile men that don't really engage, men that don't really push anybody around, that these men can be successfully married because of what the community enforced. Because it's not just about the man. Let me ask y'all, do women leave good men and perfectly capable men?
Yes.
All the time.
That's the point he's making.
Perfectly capable men.
That's the point he's making. They're not loyal. Today's women are not loyal, even if they get the dragon. They still burn the dragon too. Women.
So his point ain't valid, Lou.
Wait, hold on, y'all.
No, it is valid.
This is the arrogance of men that I'm talking about. Because what y'all are saying is
but Trigger Mike, you sound ignorant.
Y'all saying we can come Super Saiyan Goku.
You're the one that sounds ignorant.
No, y'all, hold on. Trigger Mike, he's saying if I run this red light, there's ramifications for it. If I go terminate somebody, there's ramifications for it. There's ramifications for a lot of things that men do. No matter what, we have to pay the consequence for what we do. Women can do whatever they choose to please in America. Not all over the world, in America. She gets no ramification consequences, even if she does get one. Like y'all said, you just said, does she take the sexual liberation? Does she see it as does she see any consequences? We said no. She has incentives to be wrong, good, or bad. She can get whatever she wants to in modern society. There's no.
I agree.
So if she runs society down,
the consequences are syphilis, is it not? That's what we were talking about. Consequences is you're infected with syphilis.
So that's a good segue into the show. So that's a good segue into the next question. As a matter of fact, let me just ask.
No. Don't segue me. Don't segue me because you're playing. Sugar Mike, you're playing a game.
Yeah.
And the software you're using is outdated. That's essentially what I'm saying. Right? You're trying to buy a house by 2008 guidelines, and we're in 2023, right?
Yeah.
We have all sorts of different guidelines now when you're buying a house. And when you go buy a house, you can't tell the house or you can't tell the bank, hey,
look at God.
I want to use 2008 guidelines. That's not how this works.
All right, Luke. Here's why I disagree. Luke. Hold on. Here's why I disagree. Hold on real quick, dirty folks. Y'all think that I'm a traditionalist for the sake of being traditional. I'm a traditionalist because nothing else fucking works. So you're right. You're right, Lou. I do use 2008 guidelines, but my guidelines are going to help you keep the house. Your
Trigger
guidelines are going to
Mike.
crash the economy.
Trigger Mike.
Yeah.
What is
My
the
guidelines
best
work
way?
better.
What is the best way to have a traditional home? By you being a weak punk or by you being a demon, a lion?
So I said I don't advocate for the weakness of men.
Y'all
that
are misunderstanding. Trigger Mike, you're y'all are miss. But just let me say one thing, y'all, because Miss Trigger Mike is misunderstanding Lou still. When I used to go to the basketball court with my father, and he's watching how people started conducting themselves, cussing, fighting, doing whatever, disrespecting each other, he said, I'm not coming anymore. And I used to be like, Dad, we need to stay, keep playing. We need to address what's happening. He's like, nope, that's old school mentality. I'm not going anymore. So we're living in the times where this is what men do. Most men who claim to be leaders, not saying y'all, so don't take it no disrespectful, in disrespect. Most men who claim to be leaders and great men, when a man runs to the wrong man, what's the most thing we keep saying? Hey man, go pick another woman. Vet better. We keep going, go to the next woman, go next to next woman. So in this same conversation, there's nowhere else to go play basketball. In America now, the women are not getting instruction to be good women. And we know this because women are going, I'm not being a good woman because I didn't have a great father. And I'm still not going to listen to the man that I meet. And I wasn't a great woman because I didn't have a great mother, but I'm not even listening to the woman. So when she has incentive with no instruction, how are we still saying what Lou's not saying is not making sense when the game's completely different? Women aren't raised to be good women
because Ali, if the man she talking to is a great man, she's still gonna leave.
But
you just named all the problems. You just named all the problems that the woman got. Her daddy messed up. Her mama messed up.
You missed the point.
Again.
Bro, hey, Lou, you not fatty. You can't come over here talking that shit, bro. You not fatty, bro.
I can say whatever I want to say, and if you want to,
bro, you not fatty. You not hitting no shit.
Dispute my point,
bro. You ain't got nothing to dispute. You not making no valid facts, bro.
See, this is weak men talk. Weak men talk like this. Weak men want the game to be played per their rules, but unfortunately, you don't make the rules anymore in 2023, bruh. Until you get to a certain level, bruh. That's what you need to do. You need to stop playing video games. Hold on. You need to stop playing video games, get off your ass, and make some money so you can make the rules. That's what I'm saying.
I've been listening for 25 minutes.
Bro,
it's time for me to talk.
Take a mic.
Lou, where'd you go?
Please get tested. Please use protection.
This is my question. Come back up. Well, here's my question.
I got to tell you guys something, right? What that guy just said right now is the bullshit of the whole biggest bullshit.
Like, Lou,
how y'all can y'all explain? Y'all for real?
Because Ali, this is what y'all saying, that no matter how good the man is, she's still gonna leave. So what's the point of him being the best man that if she's still gonna leave? So Lou's point is invalid.
No, it is. That's what's happening.
What Lou said is the biggest bullshit of all bullshit.
How can y'all say that in the beginning of the conversation and the end said that's bullshit?
No.
Because Trigger just said that the shit is invalid, because if y'all just said that the woman don't listen to her dad and she don't listen to her mama, she ain't got nobody listen to her uncle. So if she got a great man that's Super Saiyan God 10, she still gonna leave and call him a trick. She still gonna try to go out there.
Brother, this is what these spaces are made for right now. Men are being good brothers and they're being violated by women. Yeah, are we
okay, at least so Lee, we saying the same thing. We saying the same thing, but we disconnected. If the man is a good person, if the man is a good person, how is that on the man?
Trigger Mike. Let Trigger Mike go. Let Trigger Mike
go. Let me say this so I don't misunderstand, because you said I was misunderstanding Lou. I understand pretty much 90% of what he was saying, and I think I agree with most of it. But the issue, the one thing that this is a fundamental disagreement. The game actually hasn't changed, right? If the game actually changed, that means women would win with their behavior. They're actually fucking losing.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? That the game,
thank you.
They're playing a dangerous game that turns out bad for them.
No. It's still a misunderstanding. Trigger Mike. That's not what he was saying.
Y'all gotta let
me. You're right, Trigger Mike. You're right. No, it's not, y'all. That's not. I promise that's not what he's saying.
Somebody to say the game is
changed. What he's saying, Ali. You're not.
In order for somebody to say the game has changed, that's why I said I'm not a traditionalist for the sake of being a traditionalist. Show me something else that works for real, and I'll start pushing that narrative.
Here's the thing.
That's
Wait, because I wish it was up here. He keeps using the analogy of things with rules, video games, software upgrades, basketball, whatever the case may be. There is a structure. I don't understand why LeBron James gets to take 7 steps after a dribble. That's against the rules. That's what chicks are doing. You can't ref for that, right? So I don't concern myself with that. The only thing that you can do is give her the trauma bond. Don't these girls say you should be with a black woman because they understand your struggle? Be that bitch struggle. Make her trauma bond with you. That's the way that she bonds. Giving her shit, buying her shit, being that guy that she thought she wanted. That's cool for hot girl summer. It get you 3 fucks, and then she
But
finds somebody else
but
at a different color.
but what you're doing is that you're talking about a damaged woman. You're not talking about a woman that is not damaged. That is why you have to be
No,
careful in
no,
these
no, no.
streets.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. Okay, when you go,
You can't group all the women in
anybody who
that.
plays sports, we have to do suicides, we have to do track, we have to do the all that. All that thing is to get you to your second win. And then you bond with your teammates. Y'all all went through that together. For those who weren't frats, for those who joined lodges, y'all go through hell week. Y'all got rag goats. It's the bond, it's the trauma bond that links y'all so forever. I remember the line I came in on. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't mean we do each other wrong. It means that there has to be something bigger. For your friends that you have 30 years, y'all got inside jokes. It has to be something more than just, I got the bag, I'm finna buy her a purse.
All right.
Hey Mike, I gotta split. Mike, before you go, I gotta split though, man. So I just wanted to say just on parting thoughts. Hey, listen, I mean it's a good conversation. I think Lou was what he said. Anyway, if you're a man and you want to stay with your wife, you gotta be somebody she wants for a lifetime. However you get there, fine. But I think I'm on my way there. And I hear all you guys saying all the stuff that you're saying. And if you keep that mentality, you guys are going to be alone. A lot of you guys, So let me just leave that there. We'll talk. I hope you're back
I disagree on that, but
let me get
trigger Mike after you, I'll talk.
These super chats. Later. $2. Therapy works if the therapist is solution oriented. You're right. Some of them aren't. As a matter of fact, I know family and marriage and family therapists that aren't married. Never mind. The sophisticated jerk, $10. Lou is spitting that game. Let me tell you about the game Lou was spitting. Let me tell you what I think about Lou. And I just realized it was Team Fatty Attack over here. That's why they all got
no.
It was a Team Fatty Attack. I'm joking, but still.
Trigger.
Hold on, real quick. Hold on, because this is what I was trying to tell Thanos on Fatty's stream when he was drunk on his birthday. We do this thing as men, and it speaks to the arrogance of men, where we're actually using our position and status in life to shit on the average man. I'm not the average man, so I don't get average results almost in anything.
Thank you.
So, but I understand that a man that does not do as much, just because he doesn't do as much, but he still takes care of his family, he's still faithful to the woman, he still put her in a house he still takes care of his kids, deserves compliance from his wife. So what people kind of end up doing with Lee's narrative is saying, nigga, if you ain't like me, if you ain't getting like me, you don't deserve no woman.
You.
That is fucking terrible. That's
He
terrible.
sound like he paid for cat trigger.
Hold on. That's the undertone.
No, that's not that's not what he was saying, Trigger Mike.
That is what he was saying. That's exactly what he was saying.
Who might
he sound like he paid for cats.
Somebody might go ahead. Let me do this last super chat.
Somebody mic is
guys know, I'm supposed to be next in line, bro.
T.O. Fresh and fit or Lou saying it? It's the truth.
Okay, so can I clarify? So Trigger Mike,
go ahead.
People push back on you about us being Africans and coming from Africa all the time, right?
Yep.
So if I said the way we ate, the culture we follow, the religion and the customs we follow in Africa would make more successful Black people and Africans, I would say that's the game, right? We should follow that great game. Would you agree?
Yep.
So no matter what, the game hasn't changed. That's the game we should follow. What Lou is saying, once we got picked up and moved to America, and we're now following the diet of these people, the culture of these people, the religion of these people. The game has changed. He's not disagreeing with the fact that what you're saying. The game for it to win still has to be played by the way you promote every single day. That's not what he's saying. He's saying the game has changed to the point that you don't have to follow that game anymore. And even if you think you won and you still lost, that's still the game. Women as a collective are getting incentives and promoted to ruin their families, and they're losing. But the game, they think they're winning because they're being promoted to control people and still lose. So it's still the illusion of inclusion. You're still an opportunist. You think because you got the final word and you proved your point, you won, but everybody's losing. So that's what he means by the game has changed. He agrees with you. The game should be like how you said. The game has changed.
Well,
Ali,
so
Ali, what you just do, right?
I don't. Hold on. Sharon. Let me.
It's Sharon. You sound like.
Try it now. Try it now.
Jeepers Creepers.
Try it now.
How about now?
Yeah.
Great.
I did it on my end.
Great.
You good.
Okay. I gotta say something real quick, right?
He said
Ali,
Sharon, not Ikane.
No.
Go ahead, Ikane. Go ahead.
Okay. Ali, what you just said right now is to interpret what he was trying to say that he wasn't saying.
No, I know, Lou. We had conversations.
No.
I know
okay,
Lou.
good.
You didn't see Trigger Mike just said Team Fatties over here. I know Lou.
But the thing is that you helped him to say it, which is good.
No, he's about Lou's about family. Lou's about men and women following their responsibilities, doing what they're supposed to do. Lou isn't about controlling people. He's about family. He promotes family.
Is he black?
I see what you're saying. So
yeah, he's black. He is black.
Let me say this. Because you're right.
You're right. Sound like...
Now I understand the premise of what he's saying, but I still
even Trigger Mike doesn't want me to
still
talk.
disagree. Let me tell you why I disagree. Because I said it twice already. What we're saying, you're saying the game has changed. I'm saying it actually hasn't. The people who believe that it's changed are failing. No matter what they do, they fail, and the woman still leaves. Every ethnic group, whether it's Indians, whether it's Asians, whether it's Africans, that are still doing it the same way, get better results than everybody, the 90th percentile and up. So I'm telling you, the game hasn't.
You doing a red? You doing a red? You doing a red? Listen, I'm telling you, there's red herrings. I'm gonna start calling it out all the time, brother.
Yeah.
We are living in a society where, if that's the case, then we cannot talk about women. If the game hasn't changed, everything is a man's fault.
Everything is a man's fault. And if it's man's fault, it's man's fix.
We have to stop talking about women. And hold on, y'all. That means that women are under our authority, and they can't do what they're going to do. What we say they're supposed to do. That's not the case. Women can have single family homes now. Women can get their own businesses. Women can dictate what happens in their household. Women get incentives to put you on child support. Women can have the kid and put the kid up for adoption and not be called a deadbeat. Women can do anything without penalty in today's society. Y'all got to stop this. If that's true, then everything's our fault. We need to stop talking about women.
All right, you're right. So let me answer this question. So after my last statement, Twizzy said, what should we do then, Mike? You hold the line, bro. You hold the line. Because if men are not actually doing anything wrong and still getting bad things done against them, hold the fucking line. I'm still a man at the end of the day. If you didn't compromise your morals, if you didn't abandon your family, which men don't do, remember, you didn't abandon your family. She did. Hold the line. I am not changing the way I think, my morals, the way I know it's best to raise a family because a woman wants to change it. I'm not doing it.
I'm gonna put it this way. Hold on.
I want to jump in.
Let me add this last little piece. I'm sorry, Ikane, you next, and then we're gonna get Sharon in there. My bad.
Okay.
Let me add this last little part. What we not realizing now is, as you hold the line, you have two pieces of legislation in 2 years you never thought you would see in this lifetime. Two pieces of legislation: Roe v. Wade getting overturned, and that shit that happened last month. You never thought you'd see that in this lifetime, because men are tired of it. The men who are going to hold the line and uphold the standards in which most countries and family was based upon, they will eventually get the results they desire. I wouldn't be surprised if in 5 years from now they took women's vote away. I wouldn't be surprised. Go ahead.
Okay, let me put it this way, right? If anybody thinks that women are not paying consequences of their action, that person is not watching women. Ali, you know why I say this? These girls smoke a lot, they drink a lot, they take medications a lot. You know why? Because they try to suppress the consequences of their actions. They come to the club, they smile, but they go home, they cry. They take it on their children. You know why? Because of the consequences of their actions. I gotta tell you, what the modern world has done to women is to build more resilient body through drugs and alcohol. Because I gotta tell you this, if you look at around you and see all these women that are not married but they have kids, if you give them a chance, they will husband you so quick. Because you know why? They are dear in need of men. But one thing is that they cannot be subordinate. They want the prize, but without running the race. They don't want to run the race. That's the only problem. So what I think that the Western women are doing is that they are very lazy. It's just laziness. And there is somebody out there to reward them of their laziness by buying their votes. Because that person or that group of people naturally know that these people are lazy. These women are lazy. You see what I'm saying? So what we should never think about changing the rules of the game at all. Because when you screw somebody, right, and that person is subdued and they're going through the pain, you don't want to let go. You got to keep screwing that tight. Because I got to tell you, in the next 5 to 10 years, a lot of these women are going to break. They will break.
What? Okay, silence is not compliance.
They will start getting husbands and staying home.
I mean, I agree with him, not for why he said it, but technically, as the androgynous boomers fade out and Gen X comes in, Gen X live through this, they're gonna shut down this stuff.
Etiquette is awesome. So, what I want to say
Ali,
is that,
y'all both saying the same thing. Y'all
No.
disconnected.
Let's let Sharon get
Hey,
it.
Sharon, Mine's is fast. Real quick. In our lifetime as brothers, when have you seen the society getting better? Are you seeing it get worse or better? In our lifetime, of everything that you witnessed from having our grandparents, uncles, aunts, into civilization we going right now, we're having a very egotistical conversation and thinking that just because there's like 8 good brothers or a few good men out there, the society is going to get better without no actual movements that people who are trying to destroy the society are doing. So what my question before Sharon goes, y'all have to answer right now. Let Sharon go. In our lifetime, how has society gotten better?
I mean, it was better in Trigger and Pain days. It got worse now in the modern days.
well,
I'm just giving the timeline.
I can see one thing for sure, that men can't listen clearly. That's for sure. That's number one. Number two, I think the thing that was missed, what Lou was saying, was that you got to be the best man for that woman, so she won't leave you. So she won't feel like she had better options. Not saying that you got to be the best man in the world. You need to be the best man for that woman, so she won't think that she could get something better. That's all Lou was trying to explain. Is that you be the best human being for you and your family, not the best man in the world.
So I agree with. Not only do I agree with that, I advocate for the exact same thing. My ultimate point is that enforcement of that's always enforced. The issue that we have in our society, as far as women are concerned, is that they are incentivized and to pick for themselves. They procreate with the lowest ranking members of the group. As a matter of fact, they're not even getting with these men that we're talking about. They're not getting with them. So what we, as a society, what we need to do is basically some kind of level of enforcement to where, because I'm not really doing anything for women. That's the part where he's like, well, if you want her to leave, do not leave you, do this. A man shouldn't, a father shouldn't give his daughter away to a man who isn't like the man that you're talking about. Sharon, you know what I mean? So I don't disagree with that part at all.
That game has changed.
Yeah, but what I am saying though is, as far as anybody saying that we need to change things, show me positive example. I'm sorry, a positive success rate of whatever happens on the other side. and then I'll start pushing that
Lou
narrative.
wants to go back to you. Lou wants to go back to your game. That's how I'm saying you're misinterpreting. That's why Sharon's saying Lou wants to go back to your game. He's saying the game has changed. He wants your game, Trigger Mike. Hey, Trigger Mike, can we have conversations of good faith? Trigger Mike, you usually have 99% of the time, but I'm telling you what I'm telling you, he supports your game. He says it should go back to the traditional ways.
Yeah.
What he's saying is the game has changed. The women have no incentive to be traditional.
You know what?
If men are being pushed to be traditional and women don't have to be traditional, the game has changed.
So the game has changed slightly, and I think so. Now we're in agreement a little bit. The game has changed, and men are doing one critical thing that is their fault. They're playing the game. Unfortunately, they're marrying women they shouldn't be marrying either. I don't even talk about that enough.
Correct.
We are giving license to hoes to behave like hoes by giving some of them hoes wedding rings, giving some of them hoes attention on Instagram. So that is something we need to talk about as a society. This is why I'm gonna be real. I support the Passport Brothers movement. You might not find that woman you're looking for here. There's not enough of them. Their brain, their mindset, the way they live every single day, they are practicing bad habits, which lead to this eventual topic that we're talking about right now. Let me get these super chats read. My man Fatty in the building, €2 says, "How you did that, Mike? Fix his mic." Oh, whenever somebody's struggling like that, hit the automatically adjust, undo it, whatever they're doing while they're trying to talk. Hit automatically adjust volume, and the system will fix whatever the hell.
That's dope. That's dope.
Yeah. On StreamYard, Andre Dale, $5. Money will not keep any woman, period. He can be rich and she'll F the pool boy.
That's the point we're saying. That's the point we're saying.
Men aren't using discernment or vetting. So he just said
what
we all saying. Men need to stop. You know what I mean? You're right. We're dipping in an incest, like in a cesspool. And this is one of my ultimate criticisms of men to say, and really it's our participation in the free sex culture as well, because we deal with so many hoes that we think all women are hoes. Or we think we're just going to find the best version of a hoe. That's what most men are doing. All right,
can I ask a question?
Anybody got anything else? My man Andre Dale again. Hold on real quick. $5. We keep looking for the majority. Even Jesus said 25% get it. The remnant is the key. Stay true to your values, standards, and morals. I agree.
Okay, so can I ask you this, right? So most of us
know. I just asked the question.
Go ahead. Go ask your question.
Ali, what you, Lee, and Sharon saying, y'all saying the same thing, but y'all making y'all point unvalid. Y'all saying men should be the best they can be, right?
For that woman. So if you choose,
okay, I get what you're saying. So hold on,
I didn't
let me
agree.
finish real quick. Okay. Oh, okay, but Ali agree with Lou, and we basically already summed it up before you got here. So Ali, you never seen a woman lead the greatest man that he was, and you ain't say, oh no, you get what I'm saying?
No, I'm saying that what part of what Lou is saying is, even in today's game, even if she does get the best man, she's not staying loyal even to that guy.
Okay, so let me tell you.
Okay, so we agree on the same thing. So
this is what he's saying. This is what he's saying. Let's say 80% of the men of the population are good men, right?
Yeah.
But 70% of the women aren't good women. Okay. There's gonna be men who never gonna find good women or be married, and they were telling those men go to another woman, but in reality they'd never be able to find a woman because most of the women are not good women.
Okay, I'll give you that. Now
check what's the point? I get what you're saying, Ali, but that's where me and Trigger Mike kind of don't agree with y'all on. If the man is a good man, she's still gonna leave at the end of the day.
Time out. Number one, girls don't like the man. Wait, girls don't.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So what Lou's saying is not invalid. Is invalid to what me and Trigger Mike saying.
I just realized what they meant when they said the game changed, and I gotta shout out to Sharon for this. He said, man, be a good man. Sharon said, yeah, for the woman. You were never supposed to be anything for a woman.
Yeah.
Women see men.
Yeah, I agree.
Who are doing whatever they're doing, and they chase men. There are women who just go all around to sleep with all the hockey players or the basketball players or all the rappers. That's why they got songs like "Every Little City We Go." Girls will chase you when you on your purpose. If simple math, if black women keep saying there's more women than men, fine. That means that y'all should be playing Ring Around the Rosie on my lap. I shouldn't have to chase you at all because it's not enough meat to go around.
Yo. This is what I mean. This is what I mean when our egos get it. Lori Harvey left Michael B. Jordan, and she left the leading dude for the Snow. What is it? Snow. She don't even stay with the hot. This is supposedly a great woman, right? I'm not going to say her behaviors, but she's a beautiful woman, right? That you think got these men that would stay with them. She's not even staying with them. So it's a reflection of, hold on, brother. If women are doing that with money at her status, imagine what the average woman with money is doing. All these women think they're tens, and even if they get a great man, they still think they can outdo that. Once they go, if they get you, let's say you the 10, brother, they go, I got dirty folks. If I can get dirty folks, I can get somebody even higher than him.
I get it. Let me tell you.
You still making Lou point unvalid, Ali.
There's no incentive for being loyal. Today's women. I'm not saying all women.
No, that's fine.
So you still making Lou point unvalid, Ali. That's why I got to disagree with you.
No, so it is an incentive.
All right, one mic.
Women deal off exceptions. Every woman thinks she's an exception to the rule, and every woman thinks that. So if there's 80% of men gainfully employed, no criminal record, or at least not on paper, they'll go to the bottom 20% to make the exception for all men. Even though she look like Jabba the Hutt, they'll say, "Oh, I'm look better than Lizzo," and she'll make herself the exception. I got 3 kids by 5 dudes because you got to count the 2 abortions. I'm 30 pounds overweight.
I still right.
And I can still get.
Michael B. Jordan. I can still get Michael B. Jordan. And they're out here waiting forever.
Because they're not supposed to think. They're not supposed to talk with clothes on.
I'm not disagreeing.
So
I'm not disagreeing. But the game has changed. But we're here because the game, all Lou was saying is the game has changed.
Like Lou just said, now that I understand this, the men's focus has changed. 20 years ago was bros over hoes. Now it's I got to find a girl. Girls are the rims on your car. They're not the engine that make it move. Y'all put the rims under the hood.
No, brother, that's not it. That's not it, brother. No. Most dudes that I meet come across, they're decent men. Most of the women I come across, they're moving with their looks and their sexuality. They don't have no personality. They don't have no charisma. They have no sense of humor. A lot of women are actually undesirable, not cooperative, and people don't want to be around them. Their kids don't want to be around them. Women don't want to be around other women. They'll tell you, I'd rather have male friends. Most women are moving just for themselves. They'll tell you, they'll call men narcissists just because men are asking for women to have some type of responsibility of themselves for the family, but they'll leave you and go, hey, I'm still looking for myself and engaging in self-love. They're really the narcissists. They're still doing what they want to do for themselves.
I understand.
So you still telling on yourself, Ali. You still telling on you and Lou.
Hey, listen.
You just said women are really the narcissists. So if a man make himself the best person he can be, that it still don't matter.
All right, so I can't see your name. That's my first time speaking with you. So I got this question. So where do you find these good women at? How about that?
Shit, I don't know. HEB. I don't.
So the problem is that you don't even know where to even source.
No. I'm just saying.
A decent woman.
I know how to lean out.
Because we keep using Lori Harvey, Instagram, the club. Like, these are not places to find a fucking wife.
I give you that.
But I ain't used them.
Let me answer
where
that.
You are looking for the minority of women, but you want the majority of women to choose you. And it can't work that way.
Honestly,
I got mine. I don't know what you're talking about.
There are no good women or every woman that's good. It doesn't matter. There is no such thing as a prepackaged woman. You got to train your toddler. You got to train your toddler. The same
Absolutely not true.
Hold on, let me ask you a question. Have you ever had a job in which you didn't have to go through training ever in your life? Have you ever gone somewhere and human resources came through, then you have to go through the orientation, then they had the supervisor had to train you how to do your job? That's
well, you cannot. Well, this is what you cannot do. You cannot tell young men that you got to go find a job. A woman is not a job.
Woman is a job. She is definitely a job.
Absolutely not.
Relationships are a job. There's duty involved in a relationship. You need to train her position in the relationship.
Brother, but in order to work, you have to have some attributes about yourself. So before I can go to job, I gotta have some skills. I gotta have a resume. I gotta have other experience. And today's job, have a degree, and then all I have to do is mold to the job. It ain't no training required. If you're saying training required, the only part is being what I need you to be, right? That's what you're saying. But you ain't gotta make a whole women. If women are being raised to be wives, and good mothers and good women, we in trouble. It's over.
Listen,
and
we want to use that.
So you don't think that you don't think they not being raised?
If you want to use the job analogy, then you have to be the boss and you got to put out applications and you got to go weed through the applications.
I agree with that.
Because if you the other way around, that means you the job. That means she is the boss and she is hiring you. She is not a job because they're
because girls don't choose
the worker.
You choose the girl.
You know what? You guys are all right. Two things can be true. Both of you,
I agree,
Dirty and Ali, you guys are telling the truth for different angles. You guys are all right. Marriage is a job. You have to imprint a woman to be what you want her to be. But at the same time, if she's not raised properly, right, there is nothing you can do. That's why you have to vet wisely and not marry a woman that is already imprinted. I will never tell a man to go and marry a girl that is 35 years old. Even 30 years old is a high risk. Because you know why? She is imprinted. You can't unimprint her. It's not going to happen.
That's not true.
No. You can only imprint a girl
He's saying for the most part.
You can only imprint a girl at 30 that doesn't know nothing. She's from the village of our village. Not a girl from Houston, man.
This is crazy. This is insane.
Come on.
Sharon.
Most men nowadays. Most men nowadays are getting married at 30.
Can we take?
I'm talking about women,
ego.
not men.
Well, I mean, Sharon, remember when we say
serious.
when they get married at 30, they met the girl way before that, though.
But that's
they
not
met
true
the girl
either.
at 25.
They met the girl a long time ago.
You know what I mean? That was like
these new people are not marrying their high school sweethearts.
No,
this is not happening in this day and age.
But
so
I'm
that's
saying
one of the games.
The marriage happened at 30. You see what I'm saying? That they didn't meet that person. They met that person at 26, 27. You know what I mean? Let me get these super chats read real quick. My man AL, what's going on? Good evening to you. $2. Stop playing the game. Leave all them 304s alone. This is what we got to be on, man. And that's really a hidden agenda here. Dudes love 304s. As much as we get on women for being in 304 culture, a lot of dudes in 304 culture too. Mm-hmm. And in the way that we giving them way too much energy and emboldening them to be who they are and do what they do. Not every dude participates in it sexually, but some dudes participate in it monetarily and all of that. Because the bad part is that when I meet some people wives, I'd be like, I don't know why you chose. I don't know what checklist you ran to say this was the woman you was gonna choose for the rest of your life. But some of these brothers need education. But I understand too, it's from a lack of education or not seeing the example for themselves in their own household, like Ali was saying earlier. All right, AL $2, or I'm sorry, Mr. Payne was saying earlier. AL $2. Stop chasing women, chase societal impact. I can't disagree with that. Anything you chase is running from you. Don't chase women. My man D-Town, what's going on, bro?
Man, chilling.
But I thought we was lions and hunters.
Lions?
That's what y'all saying all day. We lions, we hunters, we hunt down the prey.
If you that dude, she gonna come to you. So
this is the part that we be having. This is the part that be having young men confused. You want them to be hunters and lions, and then you say no. The woman's supposed to chase you. Now you the prey.
What I'm saying is we have to take the ego up. You're the woman that's gonna stick with you is a loyal woman. You could be him and get a woman that comes with you and leaves. You cannot be him and get a woman that comes and leaves. We have to take the ego out of it, and we have to really truly understand that good women are gonna produce more marriages. If she's gonna stay, no matter what, that's a good marriage. But if she can leave at any time at her convenience, there's not gonna be no marriages, and there's no ramifications in her mind because society say it's not there's no punishment. Good brothers will say, hey, you're ruining yourself, you're ruining the man, you're ruining the babies. Same way we would acknowledge if bad men are moving deceitful, that we're ruining people. But She doesn't get to get shamed. Society says don't shame her. She gets to do sexual liberation. It's my body, my choice. She gets to do whatever she wants for happiness. The narratives have changed. Women are today, modern women is the new man. She gets to do whatever she wants to do for happiness, while men are expected to still be responsible and fulfill their duty to the women and the children.
So you proving the title
But
right. The
are we
title
going
of
to
the show,
listen?
you proving the point.
Why y'all think I'm fighting it though? What are we missing?
No, I ain't saying you fighting it, but I'm just
Okay,
saying
okay.
you make it seem like the guy just so horrible, like the women be saying. That's my thing.
So
If a woman has no incentive to stay in a relationship, then why would she stay? That's
the
if she get alimony and child support for breaking up with your ass, no matter how good you are, then what point was brother? I understand
marriages do. Only about 10% of marriages or divorces, I should say, end with alimony. So stop using it.
Okay, with just child support, brother. I'm just going with the topic. I'm just painting a picture.
There is half. You do.
Half
You do
of
go
nothing is nothing.
That's
So
what
that's
most
what
of us
nothing.
You know
Diddy,
what?
you still get child support.
Hold on. Every time somebody says that, I'm gonna start pushing back.
It's crazy that they say that.
It is no longer smart for us to say nothing, because if anybody knows the value of money or actually how money moves, if you let a woman measure you by the cash you have on hand, then most of us are broke.
Correct.
But when a woman divorces a man who's been working for the city since he was 18 years old, and he got $600K in his 401K, he absolutely has something.
Thank you, True.
Most of us are not divorced.
I'm not gonna let y'all say men. All y'all look at is cash.
No, I told you.
That's not the majority of us.
Here's the thing. So
it has to be the worst man.
But with that being said, Trigger Mike. So with that being said,
majority of you are not even married.
Yeah, majority of women not even getting married, so it don't.
We're not gonna talk about, but we're talking about.
Listen, so with the incentive for a woman to say, if you are proven that it's better for her to stay with you than to get divorced, she's gonna stay. So, for example, your 401k, if you only have your 401k, you didn't build up her Roth IRA. That's a problem. You need to be building up, and so she can see where the family is going. If she cannot see where the family is going, which is proven to the point of Lou, then you are not proven to be the best man for her. So now she has options. You got to take her options away. You got to say, look, this is what we doing. This is the plan that we are on. This is what we are
let me
doing.
talk.
You need to follow,
because I've been listening to
my
everybody.
lead.
You're doing
You
it.
need to
You're
follow
doing
my
the
lead.
elitist. You're doing the elitist thing again. And
I'm
here's
not
the
because-
reason I'm gonna call you
Trigger,
out.
let me roll real fast.
Wait, hold on. Here's I'm an elitist, and I'm calling you out. You can't.
Right.
So I'm an elitist. The stuff you talking, I actually agree with. But what I'm actually saying is the way. In fact, this is actually how we're supposed to talk about these things. These things are supposed to be talked about among men. You never give women ammo to say, "Oh yeah, just because you're not doing this, I have license to leave." If she married your ass, she's stuck. That's the way we do it in our culture. If she married your ass, she's stuck, bro.
Well, this is what I'm saying.
That's cool.
And this is the bad part about it. See, to the young men right now, you're saying to the young men, if they listening to this from Lou, they basically Lou saying, get on your grind, get your money, do what you gotta do, do your thing, get the best version of yourself, which that's cool. But that does not stop a woman from leaving you. That's the
thank you, D-Town. Thank you,
D-Town. Now, Sharon, let me keep talking. I just let you roll, bro.
Thank you,
D-Town. I do get what
you
you're saying, as far as like, be on your purpose, be on your purpose and do your thing and stuff like that. Yeah, that's cool, bro. But if she not the right woman, if she don't have the value, just like Ali is saying, bro, if she don't have those values and things like that, it will never be good marriages, because regardless on how good a man you are, if she wants something better, it's always gonna be something better. So, because that's the case with I can do the same with a woman. Like if she don't keep her body up and things like that, I could say it's somebody better than her. You know what I'm saying? But that's not the case.
Let me get this out, D-Town, because Sharon, I don't disagree. What you're saying, this is what you're saying. What you're saying is a bitter pill of a prescription medicine. We as men, what we don't realize is whenever we talk like this, there are side effects that you did not realize that are going to occur. Every time we say stuff like men be on your purpose and she can leave you, if the side effect of that is women make up their own rules, their own timelines
Facts.
that are completely unrealistic for a man to achieve the things that we're talking about and we dictate.
Perfect. I'm glad you said that.
So it's like men actually statistically don't financially peak until their 40s. It's
So
almost
has
as
it,
if we
so
go
Trigger
from
Mike
0
has
to
the
100.
Trigger Mike. You
Again.
say this every. Hold on, real quick, Sharon. You say this. Mike, Trigger Mike, you make so many phenomenal points, but what you're saying is what the game has changed.
No.
You can't just show up as a traditional. That's what y'all. We having egotistical conversations, or we gonna have logical conversations. Trigger Mike is telling you that you can't. If you just show up as a traditional man that can provide and take care of a family, you still lose your woman because of what Sharon said. You got to come with a whole plan, of finances, of being a certain caliber guy. And if you're not going to be able to keep her. That should not determine if you're going to keep her or not. I get what you mean, Sharon. I'm hoping you mean just have a plan. You know, no matter what, you have a plan for your family. No matter. But what I'm saying is that y'all know we live in a society where you could be with your woman, and if somebody's in the way she's being programmed seems more advanced than you, she's leaving.
I mean,
So
we live in instant gratification.
For example, I know a guy. He's just the building super, right? And he got his wife. She cleans up while he go at work, and he do his other job. And she ain't going nowhere, and they ain't rich.
Okay,
and I get that. She's not going anywhere, Sharon. What I'm saying is this: he ain't rich. He's far from it.
It has nothing to do with him.
But what I'm saying is that he had a plan. This is what we're doing. This is how we're gonna move. We're gonna build this. We're gonna build that. Whatever that is for that man.
He gave her something to do.
Each
and he
relationship
gave her something to do.
Nuanced.
That's what I got from the story. He gave her something to do. Look,
each relationship is nuanced to that man.
Okay,
he gotta have a plan and say, "Hey, babe, are you with it?" And then he gotta apply increments to that plan so they can both see that the plan is actually working.
I don't disagree with that. I just don't know what she has to do with this.
They will still leave you even if they see the plan.
And when that woman recognizes the plan and she see how they are moving, she is not going to leave that because now she's invested.
You're gonna get left.
I bet my life.
She's not invested. Look, here's the thing.
She is.
No, she's not. She's there. He's invested. But
he's invested. She's there.
Here's the thing.
Then you missed what I said.
No, I heard what you said. I just don't.
All right, one mic,
not reality.
And then DD.
Look, here's the thing. I'm gonna teach all about zero theory because I've seen zero theory my whole life. What you guys are talking about is work on yourself, then give it to a girl. Be the man you're supposed to be, then give it to that. That's what you're saying. If you already on top,
then you misunderstanding what I'm saying. Then
no. So the flip side is you're on your grind. You're in, to use Trigger Mike's example, you got the job at ComEd or whatever your electric company is at 19. Now you're 26. You know what I'm saying? You just finally paid off that car after 6 years. You know what I'm saying? You got your little crib. You're not liquid. You got a good job. You're not liquid, but your credit good. You can get a little building or something because you got good credit, but you ain't liquid. You know what I'm saying? And you get a girl and you got a plan. Now she can be part of that plan and she can enjoy the ride. Because your money is our money, but her money is her money. So she ain't.
No, but that is not the right plan.
No. I'm saying the reality of how the relationship. Y'all say the new game, right? The game changed. That's the game, right? So now you're building for us.
So the number one thing you have to do is, first of all, you got to let her know that her money is your money.
Okay, that's fine.
I
prefer her to be broke.
You tell her from
I prefer her to be broke, honestly.
The way how we are
a girl with $2 in their pocket subject to go crazy. I'd rather her be broke. But here's the thing.
So that's a good thing. You want the woman to go crazy. You want to.
I don't want to go crazy. So I won't let her get $2.
You want as much woman. You want as much
ego.
Women to
this is ego.
As you can possibly.
It's ego.
You
tell them. Girls don't care about money. Girls only care about stuff.
Not you. I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you.
Listen, you tell them your plan. You tell them your plan, and every girl that leaves that
I ain't gotta tell her shit, nigga. The less she know, the better, really, because all she want to do is put her name on my plan. What I'm saying is,
I agree.
What I am saying is this. This is a zero theory, because once again, when you're dealing with women, liberal women especially, it don't even matter if she black. The Karens and Keishas move alike. If you're dealing with a liberal woman, she deals in extremes. She wants to believe that she's a dime, even if she's a 3. And she wants to fix broken things. So she wants a man she can control. So even if you have a plan, when you're working your plan, this is when zero theory kick in. A girl will take you 5 cents in the red. 5 cents in the red. You owe 5 cents to the game. She'll take you in the red and she'll let you drive her car like baby boy, drop off at work, all that. Then you can get that job at ComEd after you with her. It's not gonna work because now you got the job at ComEd. You're getting your credit right. You done moved from this little 1-bedroom apartment, got her a crib, and you know what she gonna do. You better not knock her up and get her married, because as soon as before her feet get out the stirrup, she gonna want a divorce and take your kids. So you be right back at your grandma's basement because she can't deal with you building. If a girl takes you at such a level, she wants you to maintain that level. So if you're a bum nigga or she perceives you to be a bum, then you better stay a bum. You can't excel. That's the zero theory.
Sharon, he's fat. Sharon, he's talking about majority of today. Do y'all realize? So in my real estate business, all this stuff that we're talking about, every part of the world is becoming westernized and whitewashed, and it's becoming Americanized. I hire people from the Philippines to work for me. The women won't let their men get but so high because they know if their men get higher than an average man, they got more options. They can do. There's a whole different way they can move. They'll tell their men not to get more hours and not to make more money. And whether you realize it or not, Sharon, y'all having two separate conversations, which some of the stuff you're saying is right as well. What he's saying is today's women want their man to be in a certain level so they can negotiate. So they can rule and control with no negotiations versus a man being on his A game and he not negotiating with a woman. He's saying facts. But the main point I keep trying to tell y'all about was traditional is that the old school woman picked the man and was loyal for life. The man was always loyal for life. You know, y'all know on this panel, when you love a woman, you ain't going nowhere. That same feeling has to be from today's women, and a lot of that is not happening.
Well, you breaking up, or is it
You're
just
breaking
me?
up. You're breaking up, Ali. We want to hear you.
So here's the thing.
That's crazy how y'all can say men are so loyal and it won't go nowhere, and then say that
that's crazy.
women are the good guys.
Here's the nuance to the plan.
That's crazy.
Here's the nuance of the plan. If you have a plan,
say again. You said men are not loyal, or women are loyal.
The woman needs to understand.
They'll say men are the most loyal and it won't go nowhere, and then say that it's the men's fault when the woman want to take his shit.
Somewhere.
That's crazy.
Correct. That is crazy.
That's
so what I'm saying
crazy.
is this again. So I want to say this about the plan again. If you have a plan, that woman should be able to be a moving piece. She needs to understand that your plan is going to work with or without her ass. That is the part that y'all missing, because you have the plan. It don't got nothing to do with her.
You never said that part.
Well, I'm just
because I said
what you say, Sharon. So as long as you say what you say, then I agree with you.
Y'all keep trying to give the woman some goddamn power in my plan.
No. You explain it. Look, Sharon, you explaining it now.
Did you say give her power, Sharon?
I never gave her power in my plan. I gave her things to do within my plan. This is my business, and I employed you. If we want to go with the job analogy, I'm not looking for a job. I'm looking for an employee. So it's my plan. So she needs to get with what my program is, and if she's not with it, then she can kick rocks because another person will fill her position. This is what I've been saying. I said no. This is what I did say. I said my plan. She needs to be a part of your plan, and for some reason, when I say she needs to be a part of my plan, you keep including that she got some power in my plan.
That's what
she do have power, Sharon. If she leave, she got power. She could take your shit. That's what we saying the same thing, but
we are not saying the
same thing. Y'all not saying the same thing. Sharon says
you don't leave men
Sharon
like
man, they don't like some dictatorship, which I like.
Okay.
Right. So y'all got a democracy.
See, I told you. See, which I see what you're saying, Sharon. But
okay, but it was my turn to talk. Can I talk now? Because it was my turn.
Yeah, go on here, mom. Go on here, Diddy. Go on here, baby.
So, men like Sharon don't get left. I totally rationalize with what he's saying. And yes, because sis has a vested interest in things working. So, yeah, I totally understand that. I do want to dispel a little bit of this misconception that, women have such incentives when they divorce and stuff like that, and that this life is just so gravy, and you get all when you divorce.
Like when you say you agree with what he said, I was trying to see, like, can you explain to me, like, if a woman have invested.
I didn't want to go into that right now. I wanted to finish my.
Well, I want to know the game.
I'm not right now. I just said I agree, and we're gonna leave it at that. But let me finish what I'm saying. Then you can ask your questions when I'm done.
Well, that's what I want. But
Because
go
you
ahead,
you
do your
about to
thing.
take it, but you about to take it on a whole tangent, and I'm not trying to go right there right now.
Nah, I really was just trying to. I really was just trying to hear.
All right,
Is
well,
it
give
the
me a
2
minute.
point?
Give me a minute.
Yeah.
Give me a
Okay, go
minute.
ahead.
All right, so that I want to dispel a few of these rumors that it's all these incentives after you get divorced as a black woman, and that life is just so great, and these women are destroying our families. I'm going to go ahead and put it out there because I'm one who you would call this. I'm a black woman who was married and who did end up leaving. But let's be real about why we are leaving. It is not the leading causes of people leaving is abuse, financial problems, and infidelity.
Look at what God did.
Those
God
are the
silenced
top
you right there. Look at what God did.
let her
Because
rock.
that is
Let her
not a
rock,
all
leading
Kendrick.
right,
Let
cause.
and
her
I'm
rock.
That
backtracking.
is not true. That was so
But
But I'm back.
instantaneous. That's not
But
true.
I'm
Let her
Abuse is
rock.
backtracking.
not.
Let her rock
listen,
real fast, y'all.
The greatest lie that women always
Okay,
Hey,
tell
let her
is
listen,
finish.
God.
Let her
abuse.
finish, y'all. Let her finish.
Abuse.
Let her finish.
Abuse, the number
Let her
one
finish.
lie they
Yeah,
always
so
say.
they
Let her,
so tired of
Abuse.
y'all.
hearing
Let her
abuse.
finish.
okay.
Speak
Let her
They
finish.
say
disturbing.
So hold
emotional
on,
I
abuse
hold on,
didn't
hold
say
today.
that.
on.
You
I'm
can't
giving
The
you
say
the top
emotion.
the
three.
number one
I'm giving you the
cause.
top three
Go ahead.
in no particular order. I'm giving you the top three in no particular order. It's going to be abuse, financial problems, and infidelity.
But don't
So
all
take out
women say
abuse.
that?
Yeah.
Hold on,
All three
y'all.
of those are
Hold
not
on,
even
y'all.
the top
Hold on, y'all.
three. The whole
The
three is
number
not even
one,
the top
the
three.
number one
Yeah, I
reason
know, right?
women file divorce is irreconcilable differences.
Irreconcilable differences.
Inside of
That's
that
Exactly.
number
description,
one. That's
Yeah.
number
in
one right there.
Okay. And
I was gonna say, inside
irreconcilable
of that,
differences.
hold on. Inside of that, you name two. Abuse is nowhere near the
Abuse is
top
not
list.
even up there on the chart.
It's
Nowhere
not.
near
It's
it.
nowhere near.
They say
And,
emotional abuse in
and hold.
2023.
Yeah.
No.
They say
And
emotional
to
abuse.
add to that,
Emotional abuse is
majority of
irreconcilable
Hold
differences.
on.
That is emotional abuse.
I know
You
They
Econet, but
had
lie.
that's
Lou
the lie
over
that
here
that's the lie they
basically
go with.
advocating. You
Pretty
just
much.
had Lou advocating ruling over women, pretty much saying, "Oh,
no,
you
Miss
lucky
D,
we
Miss
can't
D.
beat ass
But
like
but that's
you."
where but
Can I
Didi,
finish
that's where
my
we
point?
agree with
Because
him
y'all
at.
really just interrupted me again, and I ain't even finished my point, and I keep getting interrupted, and y'all don't do this with each
I
other.
ain't said nothing, Miss DD.
I
You
I
apologize.
know,
said
and
let
y'all
her.
don't
I
do this
said
with each
let her
All right,
other.
hold
finish.
on,
So
I said let her
Miss
finish.
Miss Didi, what are you talking about? These guys interrupt
I
every
would
guys
like to.
here, including
Akane,
me.
what I'm talking about is that y'all keep talking while I'm talking. Y'all
Yeah,
keep
they interrupt
interrupting.
everybody. Nobody's exceptional. They interrupt me. Like I couldn't even get a word out.
Akane,
So
well then stop
you
interrupting me.
saying that they
But for
interrupt
a
you is
minute,
like
have
this.
some decorum. For a moment.
Huh?
For a
You
moment,
say
have
what?
some decorum.
Okay, guess
For
what?
a
You can't
moment,
talk to a man like
have
that.
some
You can't talk
cool.
to a man like that. You see
Look,
what I'm
you're
saying?
not
Emotional
my man
That's the
though,
damage.
problem.
Akane.
You
Akane, you're
cannot
not
talk
my
to a man
man.
like
So
that.
let's be
That's
Just
true.
respectful
tell a
because
man,
you're
excuse me,
being
let me talk.
disrespectful, Akane.
And let the man give no, a man can't give you that.
Akane, you're being
Let me
disrespectful.
tell you something. No. Guys, stop this. You guys, stop this, please. You guys, stop this. A woman doesn't tell a man to shut up, let me talk. You don't do that. That's why you guys get disrespected all the time. No, man. Stop this. I'm not going to be feminine like you, man. Stop this,
Sharon,
man.
he right. Sharon,
No,
let him.
you don't do that.
I didn't
He
say
She's
nothing
gonna
disrespect
again,
ask
but
her.
me.
I can.
She's
So
gonna
Sharon,
ask
he
me
disrespect her.
respectfully,
So
and then
you shut up,
I give her
Akane.
respectfully. Don't
Akane,
tell
I'm
me.
talking. I am
No,
talking.
you're
A
not
grown
talking.
woman is
I'm
No
talking.
talking.
woman should talk like
No,
that,
I'm
Sharon. No
talking.
woman
You
should
need to
talk
I'm
like
shut up.
that.
talking. No, you're
So
not
we gonna
talking.
keep it
Hold
real.
on.
Don't
He
I'm
gas
right.
light me.
talking.
Hold on, y'all.
Don't
You keep
gaslight me
quiet
because
and
Hold
you was
on.
listen to
wrong.
me,
Hold on.
okay?
You was wrong.
All
You
I
right.
don't
keep
have to
quiet
listen
and
to you.
listen to me.
You
No,
are no
I'm
one to me.
talking. You're
You are
not
no one
talking.
special. You are not an
That's how you. No,
authority
I'm not
to
gonna.
me.
I don't have to be
You are
special,
not an
but you
authority
respect
to
a
Econet, I
me.
man.
don't think you
Actually,
ready
I
for
That's
have
why
a
argument,
wife.
it's
You
baby.
you
don't talk
guys.
to your
You see
wife like that.
the guy on the
I'm not
black
your
shirt.
wife.
This is
I'm
why
not your wife.
women
You don't talk to her like that.
disrespect
You don't
men
talk to me
like you
like that. I
because
don't
guess
have to
what?
listen to you.
You
And you
just
been
talk
saying
to you
Anan's
just
point.
allow
You
women to
been
run
saying
you over
Anan's
like that,
point.
like you don't
You
miss
been saying
shit. Why would a
you
woman
have
come to you and
no
tell
self
and tell
control.
you can you get decorum and let me talk? She's supposed to be even happy that we gave her a seat. She's not supposed to be
No
here
self
talking with
control.
us. That's why you
That's
guys don't have
facts.
No
respect.
self
Sharon,
control.
don't
She's not
Sharon, you
even
heard him
supposed
say
to
it.
be here talking
Akane,
with us. We gave her the
no
opportunity
self
to
control.
stay
Hey,
here.
hold on,
And you have
lady,
and this is
Sharon,
the
don't
We
do
give
it.
her
and
the
you have
Don't
opportunity
do
to
it.
be here to talk
Don't do
no
it.
about
Don't do it.
men.
motherfucking love.
Don't do
That's
it.
why you guys have
Don't do
blood.
it.
And
Let is Black Panther today?
This is a panel where
Let
we
me
trying to
ask you
get
a
out our
question.
thoughts.
Where is
Let
Black
me
Panther?
get
Black
my
Panther is not existence because you
Don't
guys,
do it.
you guys allow women to come in and you guys allow women to join Black Panther. What the hell?
This is not a man's
Let me
space.
read
This is
these
a
super
panel.
chats and cool.
This is a man's space.
If you're
No,
just
it's
tuning
not.
in, welcome to the Trigger Mike
This
Show.
is a human space.
You guys allow women run you over like this all the time. Shit.
This ain't an internet show.
I'm sorry, it's a matriarch in society.
You are in America acting
I blame Sharon too.
It's a matriarch in society.
Yeah,
Look at him. He's giving a woman. He's giving a woman floor to talk over him. It's like, no, let her talk.
You are in
She's
America.
not even supposed to be in this space.
Hey, look,
This is a man.
He's not even saying anything.
This is an old man talking.
Sharon, you won't let your wife talk to you like that. Stop that. He interrupted.
Man, you're so feminine of every feminine. How would a woman come and disrespect me like that? I don't even get when a man shows up in anywhere, every woman is supposed to keep quiet. That's why you guys allow women to run over this country. Look at it, a beautiful country turning into a matriarchy society because you guys don't have balls no more.
He right.
Hey, listen, ever since he started talking over, we haven't had a conversation.
No, he interrupted, but he didn't disrespect her. He don't deserve to be interrupted. We've been interrupted. Oh no, men interrupt each other. We do interrupt each other.
Man, you guys interrupted me here all day. I didn't even get mad.
Do me like you do the men.
He didn't disrespect her.
No,
He just
we don't interrupt. Y'all just talk 6 minutes and
that's what you
ask
do.
like 12 questions. We gotta cut you off.
Hold on.
Y'all ask like 12 questions in 12 minutes.
Women interject, men have discussions, right? So this is what, this is the truth. This is how women communicate. They interject in between when men talk. This is the truth. Women interject. So he needs to allow people to get their goddamn thoughts out. It's that simple.
But we was interjecting, Sharon. Y'all can't talk for 12 minutes and expect us to keep up with every fucking question.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, Sharon. Would you, Mr. Plan? Would you let your wife talk to you like that?
I'm not none of y'all white.
This is a hold on. This
maybe.
Is a panel. Hold on. This is a panel. This is not my house. This is not my house.
Here we go.
Hold on, y'all.
What you mean? Here we go.
This is still like the ancestors are rolling over in their graves right now. Are we advocating for a woman cutting, not even a man, men off in the middle of their sentences because they got something to say?
I wouldn't play that shit.
For that?
I didn't.
No, that's not what we're doing. So Trigger Mike, what was happening is she was having a conversation. She was getting her thoughts out, and he interjected because he didn't like something she said. That's what happened. Instead of allowing her to get her full thought out and then correct what she said. That's how it's supposed to work. That's how men correct women. We allow them to get their thoughts out, and then we say, no, this is where you went wrong in your thought.
Look, we're not taking this into 2024 because I'm gonna start my coaching. We're not taking it when because Didi a firecracker. I've known Didi forever, right? She a firecracker, right? She opinionated. But if Ikene and Didi going at it, she on her own. I can't help a woman against another man. That's sin, bro. That's like sin. And it should be considered sin, bro. If she want to get in the ring with him, she on her own. That's the way we need to start treating it in society. Because what we did was embolden her to keep doing it. You know, she's not disrespectful. That's just Didi. But other women that come on these panels that's super disrespectful, they're going to use that battery you gave them in their back to continue the behavior worse. Next time they coming back with more fire. Sharon going to save me again. Sharon going to save me again. I wouldn't do it, bro. I'm just saying.
So what I'm trying to say, what I'm trying to explain to
No,
you,
we should have stopped. We should have stopped. We were already stopping them, Sharon. We were already stopping them. Let the man do it.
Like me.
No, let the man do
I was in the middle of
Go ahead, Sharon. Go ahead, Sharon.
What I'm saying is that he was the one that initiated the disrespect by jumping in, and then he got mad when she said, "Let me finish." Like
he just interjected though. Ali,
why are you doing this?
What I'm saying, let me finish my thought. We cannot. Okay, you're right. Go ahead. Talk. Go ahead.
No. All of us as brothers have interrupted each other in some capacity. Nobody said nobody disrespected anybody. Man, we interject sometimes. So he was wrong. Ikene was wrong for interrupting. He didn't deserve to be disrespected. The man should have corrected it. Well, like we were already doing. We already correcting it. So she don't have to disrespect them. That's it. It's simple. Nobody deserves to be disrespected. Sharon, when you interrupt me, but I don't disrespect you. You still my brother. So I shouldn't disrespect you. Come on, fam.
That's what I'm saying. So he needed to be corrected, and he just got mad.
Right, but not disrespected.
What I'm saying is the way you disrespect somebody, you cannot choose how they choose.
Oh, okay, Sharaj.
Sharaj, let me tell you something. Let me have a conversation with Sharaj. Sharaj, let me tell you something, okay? If you look at me, I'm a more elder statesman than you, okay? I've been in politics for a long time, and I'm a traditionalist to the core. Men straighten men up. Women don't straighten men up. You see what I'm saying? If you come as Saraj and tell me, hey, Ekene, cool down, let her talk, I will look at you. And if she tell me, Ekene, please, can I talk? I will look at her and let her talk. But if she tell me that I have to show decorum, right? That means she has stepped her bounds. Now we're not talking anymore because she can step into that space to talk to me like that. But guess what? I don't care if you're a grown woman, you're a woman.
We don't care if you're a grown woman. You need to be quiet, man. You need to be quiet,
you're
man.
a woman.
You need to be quiet.
I don't care if you're a grown woman, you're a woman.
That's Ali, look, you correct.
It's not, Sharon. It's not crazy. No, Sharon.
Ali, let
Sharon.
And then you
go ahead.
What I'm saying is this. You corrected him, and I guarantee it's still gonna go in the same exact way.
No, that's not the point.
Nah, I kind of have Ekene in check.
That's when women make bad decisions. When women talk about my body, my choice, they do what what's in their best interest and happiness, and hold on, let me finish. Their emotions. Here come y'all. Hey, a woman gonna be a woman. You should be a man. There's certain things that's for a man that should be something that we have. You don't talk over a man, and you don't disrespect the man. No, listen what I'm saying.
Because you are misleading. You are misleading the conversation that we just had. That is the definition of a red herring. Because you are misleading the information that was just happening. What happened is not what you're saying. And another thing, I'm not that type of person that is what you are talking about.
Ron, you're not listening to what I said. What did I say? Tell me how I did the red herring. Exactly.
Because you started talking about things that was not a part of.
No, I did not. No, I didn't. If men, there's a lot of times women.
Y'all did overtalk her though.
They overtalked her. That's exactly what they did. So
I was just trying to interject and answer one question.
Right. We should have. She should have been overtalked.
Justice is going to be served soon. I have a question, and it's just for Didi. So hold on. Let me get these super chats read, and then we'll get on it. AL $5. If you're chasing impact and working 12 to 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, when will you have time to chase women? Find a skill, change your community, society. Ain't nothing wrong with that. My man AL again, $2. If she leaves, she leaves. She missed a good thing. We on the same shit, bro. There's too many of them out here, like Uncle Jeff said. If you gotta strike them, if you gotta yell at them to make them comply, you not realizing that you outnumbered.
Buffalo ranch. Buffalo garlic and it's barbecue.
Mute up, Ali.
Unhealthy ass food you order. That ain't get wasted. Let me get. Look. He one of them fit dudes whose arteries are clogged. This nigga said the saltiest food in the menu. He just ordered. Sharon Bob, $2. Sharon is the #1 diversity hire for Gap models.
You look like it.
T.O. $5. Things won't change because we got men excusing their behavior like Sharon, Thanos, and Marcus. All on their panels backing them up. Ooh, let me send my brother Marcus got them in a chat like they firing on your ass. And I couldn't stand what he was doing on that fatty panel the other week. I literally was about to hit him up. Like,
it was crazy.
Bro, I'm about to verbally assault you. You keep taking up for this woman like this. All right. T.O. $2. Sharon, a feminist. I agree.
He was just sitting in the garden.
You're damn right. According to what the original definition is, not this new definition.
We all supposed to have been according to the original definition, but shit, I know what they mean by that. T.O. again, appreciate that $5. Y'all always try and correct the men, tell them to act like a man, but never the women, and tell her to act like a woman. Instead, y'all excuse it. Act like a woman, DD.
Hold on, so I want to jump in right there. She was quiet for most of this conversation.
No, you weren't here the whole time, and she was though. She was quiet for more. I'm not disagreeing with that. Now she was quiet. I'm not gonna lie about that. That's not the point. But it is a point.
You know
what it is because we need to reward women that are trying to do their best to rest in their femininity, like how we always say.
You're derailing.
But D-Town asked her a question and she didn't want to answer.
Hold on. God damn it. So if she was being quiet for most of the conversation, and then soon as she have her chance to get her full thought out, let the woman get her full thought out. Because Anika, he has a full rants. He don't even allow people to interject into his conversation. He just
She
brought
do
up
too.
monolith. No, you can't say that because she was
Man,
quiet.
everybody has been interjecting me all
She was
day.
quiet.
So if a
right.
woman got 100
So
bodies,
he
but
got
she didn't have sex for 2 months,
So
she deserves a husband.
yes.
Woo!
Sharon, you been doing it too. You would talk for like 12 minutes and we can't
All right,
ask you a
Didi,
question,
this
bro.
next question is for Didi. All right. This is not completely off topic. I think it still has to do with Hot Girl Summer, the international version. And then we're going to get to you, Lamar Black. A Houston woman is in jail in Dubai for screaming in public. Should we institute these rules in the U.S.? You got the floor.
For
No,
screaming.
it's a different country.
And should screaming be a penalty in the United States?
Yep.
That's what you're asking?
You know, so the interesting part, the reason why I formulated that question, the lady, according to the news article I read and in the little snippet I watched on the news, I think it was like her rental agent screamed at her and she screamed back. You don't scream at men. This is something I've been saying on the Trigger Mike show. That's why it's important to emphasize. There is a boundary across the world between women and men. If you're going to go about things in a fashion to be understood as a woman, you have to do it differently than a man does it. I'm not saying it that I think it's morally correct or it's right. It's literally how people get down in most of the world. There are more Asian people, there are more Indian people, there are more African people than anybody else in the world. The billions of those people, and that's what they do. So that's what's considered normal if most people are doing it. So do you think, by that measurement, should we institute these rules in the U.S.? Should she get penalty for screaming, for being out of feminine frame? Should we institute those rules in the U.S.?
No, I don't think so.
He said Didi. God damn it. He said
damn, my bad. Shit.
No, because it's certain things people need to be screamed on for. If this is an argument between them and a landlord, it's probably over some money. And you're going to let somebody play with your money or your shelter? Yeah, like, you don't get a chance to play with people's money and shelter and think that, oh, they supposed to just be whispering to you. That's just not how life goes.
So you're saying there are some instances in which women are supposed to scream on men?
It don't matter who you are, you need to be screamed at. I mean, even if I see a child in the street about to get hit, I'm going to scream and say, hey, get out of the way. Or I'm going to scream at the driver, hey, that kid right there. I'm going to scream.
Example, we ain't talking about children.
So you're talking about verbally assaulting someone or just screaming like in general? Ha! Like, am I going to get arrested for just having fun screaming?
So I think I summed it up when I said maintaining yourself in feminine frame. I don't think so. For some reason, I know in the United States, I know some women think that's normal, but it actually isn't, because I'm not advocating anything happen to women. What I'm saying that let's read the room. If men know better than to disrespect other men because shit might go down, why would we let the weaker species, physically weaker species, yell at us at all? What do you got to say about that?
Well, assault is a penalty, right? Assault
can you address what he said? Right? Can you address what he said? You didn't address what he just said.
I'm addressing what he said.
No, that's not what he said.
Assault people.
That's not what he said.
Well,
he's saying what he's saying is that if
Lamar
men,
Black, go ahead, you go next.
When men are in the same space, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
When men are in the same space and we have to watch how we speak to each other and respect each other, if we have to watch how we respect each other, why isn't a woman supposed to not watch how she talks to a man as well too? Because we can't talk crazy to a man. We have to show men respect. We have to show women respect too. But he's saying if the strong vessels can't just disrespect each other, should the weaker vessel as women be able to talk to a man any kind of way?
No, nobody should be able to talk any kind of way. But y'all do that though. I don't know why you feel like, oh, we don't do that with each other. Yes, y'all do. Y'all do it even on this panel.
But a fight coming behind it though, Didi. If we see each other in person.
That's the point. Didi, that's the point we're making. If a man disrespects another man on here, now it can go somewhere else. Should a woman put herself in a position? If me and you had a daughter, will we advocate for our daughter to put herself in positions with men where a man could treat her like a man? That's the main question we're asking you.
That's of course.
No, come on. Like that's a legitimate
dumb
question. Now, how's that a dumb question if we had a daughter? But that's what's happening a lot of times in today's society right now. A lot of women are putting themselves in situations where they're afforded to be treated like a man because they're acting like a man. So I'm asking you, if we had a daughter, would we tell her, just like we tell black men to be careful how you speak to officers in 2023, we're not going to advocate for our daughters to know how they should conduct themselves, to keep themselves out of certain situations where they could be treated like a man if they're acting like a man?
Of course, you teach people how to conduct themselves and teach them social intelligence. Duh.
Why you see what I'm saying about how you saying about respect? See what I mean? You being disrespectful. I didn't disrespect you at all.
I saw it, Ali.
I didn't disrespect you at all. But that says a lot about the way you're responding, and you're creating the way you're responding to me and how you're handling yourself says a lot about what kind of position you may put yourself on here and off of here.
Ali, and what's his name? He's not going to defend that now. You see?
Hey,
he's
Sharon,
not going to say nothing.
That's the
Sharon
point.
is not going to say anything about it.
So hold on. So I'm glad that you said that. I'm not gonna defend bad behavior. That's not what I'm gonna do. But I am gonna call things down the middle.
No, he's saying, why you ain't saying anything then? Why you ain't go, hey, you shouldn't talk to the brother like that? Why you ain't saying nothing?
Because it was actually a one-on-one. Like it was an avenue.
Oh, wow. Sharad,
Get this nigga out of here.
This guy.
Long John t-shirt wearing motherfucker.
Why do you feel disrespected, Ali?
If I respond to you with you should know better, duh. Is that disrespectful?
No, but I felt like you're patronizing me with your questioning.
How am I patronizing you? I'm talking to you with respect. I asked you a question.
This is a question that a well-balanced adult is going to logically raise their child to have social intelligence.
We ask those
usually people that have good sense usually teach their children how to avoid situations that will give them negative outcomes if you love your children. So that's why I felt like, well, when you asking me a question like this, like, what type of person do you think I am for you to even think that this is a question that should just be thrown out there?
So women don't put themselves in situations in 2023 in places where they put themselves in positions where they act like men and they get treated like a man. That's not what they're doing in 2023. That was a disingenuous question I asked you when we seen how women are conducting themselves today.
The woman in Chicago just 2 weeks ago.
The woman in Chicago had her food order wrong. She was not even talking to him. So, like, really?
The woman in Chicago may have not been wrong, but she should have made sure she put herself in a situation where her son didn't have to pull no trigger on anybody. She should just left that alone and let a man handle that.
Did you visualize?
It don't no dude just say get your food 3 times.
So in order to even exit the place, she had to walk past the man in
the way she conducted, the way she even if he's wrong
and aggressive as he was, he would have still accosted her at that moment.
Okay, so then black boys should talk to the cops however way then. So we should take away all these commercials. We should take away all these ways we're advocating black boys to talk to police officers in a certain manner. Black boys should talk to police officers any kind of way they want.
Why would you go with such a false equivalency when I just talked about?
That's not a false equivalency. If women,
it is, because I just spoke on social intelligence and teaching your children to avoid negative situations.
No.
It's
not. Women won't think of Mike.
No,
I'm not. Women are anti-violent.
Arguments.
Women are anti-violent. Women are pro-emotional intelligence. Women are pro-communication until they have a problem with a man and go get another man to violate that man. That's the society we live in. And a woman will violate a man with her words. And her. Do you realize when you bring up that abuse thing about divorce, 70% of women in domestic issues initiate the violence. Women are violent first. 70% of them in domestic issues, women initiate the violence. Women put their hands on the man first.
It don't matter what I did. He should hit me back.
Where's your statistics or facts on that one? Where's your stats on that?
You have
if you look at any precinct, it would tell you the percentage, and women initiate the violence first.
Oh, 80, like what is it's close to 80% of domestic violence incidents are started by the woman. Like women really got to understand though, in that particular sense, unless a dude is outright nuts, we don't look at y'all to hit y'all like it's like a flea. Like get the fuck off me. Like you said, that bothers women enough to where you got to think the person who's going to take it out of proportion and go too far is the person who can't really physically impose will on the other. That's just almost like a natural fact. That's like
Well,
that's
I
why
would
when you
like to
give
say that's just because today y'all can get in trouble for it, but back in the day when y'all won't get in trouble for it, y'all was beaten tail.
What's that got to do with what we just
let
said?
me ask.
That was 50 years ago.
Wow, that had nothing to do with what we're saying. What we're talking about.
Let me ask: Do you think that throughout history most men have beat their women? Most.
A little bit.
What?
I don't think that that's true. I don't think
It's
most
not
men
true.
ever did anything. I think we have a bad habit
We know that's not
of
true.
maximizing the minimum and
Trigger,
minimizing
I
the
answered the question in a female voice. That was me.
Oh, okay. you got it.
That's what happens when you. That's what
Let me
happens
get
when you
these
have long
super
hair.
chats read,
You tend to
and
get
we
into
got
your
this dude
femininity.
sitting here up here for like
Sharon,
30
I'm
minutes.
finna get on your ass.
Because we going back and forth. My man JB, $5. It's amazing how folks don't realize just how free they are here in America until they go elsewhere where they gotta follow rules and structure. Man, I would suggest most people do not go to those countries. I get nervous, like y'all don't even understand, man. They like, and I keep telling y'all told me I was capped. I said these people are tired of your shit. I'm plugged in, and like I family that live in these countries, Dubai, Qatar, all of those places, and it's nothing for them to live there, but they be like, don't bring no American people here, bro. They will end up in jail. All right, my man JB, $5 again. Eli, keep it down. Get out the tub. We should sponsor trips to send ratchets and hood boogers to the Emirates.
Be wilding.
Make sure not to tell them about the rules before the trips. I'm a sponsor too, bro. No, let me stop. Unless I really don't like the chick. If it's somebody I really don't like, we're gonna set it up like a trip. In fact, you know what? On my post yesterday, I got something for their ass. Because they thought they was really saying something. I'm gonna send their ass on a trip to the UAE and see what it's hitting for. But all right, Lamar Black Attack.
Okay, I'm asking the question. Yeah, in Dubai, yes, they should go to jail. When you travel, if you don't know the rules, then that's you stupid, right? So you should know the rules of the country you're traveling to. But in America, the law is not set up that way. You have to change the laws first because most laws are dealing with religion. So in America, I can yell at you and provoke you, and I can delete you if you come right in my face. So American got different laws. And also they got most countries have a different language, meaning you speak in a different way. For example, Japan, you speak in a masculine way or feminine way. The feminine way, they really can't insult you that much because you're speaking in the woman tone. That's about it. And Sharon, I support your ideal. Get a plan.
Oh, that's awesome. Decorum in the building. That is so awesome. Nobody talking over each other. We acting like civil people. This is awesome.
Is everything still working?
Yeah, everything is still good.
Yeah,
so,
we here.
Okay. One
just
person
that Ali's
eating.
eating. That's when we can get Ali to be quiet.
Okay.
We just heard that bullshit you just said, Lamar. That's
no. In America, detail, you know, right? In America, in South Dallas, right? I can yell at you, and I hope you provoke me, right? You come to me, I can delete you, right? You know how it is. It's the law. You can't arrest me for yelling at you.
Yeah, I got you. I heard what you said.
But you did it many times.
Can't do that over there in Dubai, though.
Somebody going through the car wash?
Damn, Humble. You've been here like an hour and a half. He just be cooling and chilling in the cut. Humble, you there?
Yes, sir. I love everybody. I'm enjoying myself.
Oh, okay, man. You got anything to say? You got anything on the question? Shoot. You from Africa, you already know how they get down.
Well, to the questions, for me, I say my wife understands. The people who don't understand is people from the West. That's it. If you're from the West and you try to travel to other countries, you think democracy work the way it is in the West. No, you don't. You don't work like that. If you're a woman and you don't respect men, you're gonna get your ass beat. You see that you keep your mouth to yourself and you keep your hands to yourself. That's it. keep your mouth to yourself and you keep your hands to yourself. If you get loose, your ass gonna get beat up straight up.
You know, I don't know if it was something she did well, but I remember when I was in school, in college, a girl went to teach. She was like an upperclassman, and we were Facebook friends when Facebook first came out. She had gotten like jumped or something and was in the hospital over there, and people had to send her money and all that stuff. So I had no idea. But when he said, like, I was like, damn. And that was in Dubai. And I talked to my cousin who was doing the same teaching program, like teaching them English type of stuff. And damn, sidebar, if you want to get paid, go do that. It's like 120 grand. They give you a car and a condo. So those of y'all who tired of America and know how to follow some damn rules and respect other people's culture, all right, know how to behave like Romans when you're in Rome, yes, please go do that. Amazing opportunity over there. But yeah, I was like, damn, they really don't play around there. I mean, I think it is always usually related to disrespect, and it's not always disrespect in the form of verbal. They don't want their women seeing the way you dress, so you gotta go out with like respecting yourself, your body, your temple, cover yourself in certain areas. They don't play that shit, man. They don't play that shit.
Is there a lot of black women? Is there another lot of black women there?
Yeah, there's a lot of women, like they hire a lot of Western people to do a lot of the new job functions. Like, you know, they've built Abu Dhabi up. Dubai is like old news now. They've built Abu Dhabi, hiring people here to teach them English. They got all type of programs where they just want people from the westernized world to come start.
But is there any white women there for black men who want?
There are a lot.
I got this. Sharon is happy though. Hey, there are a lot
of white women here. There are a lot of white women here. And guess what? When those white women get here, they all wear the hijab. They wear the hijab and they cover up really, really good. Just the same way that the Arab women cover up. Just the same way. And they will pay.
I just want to make sure that it can go with my brother's plan. That's all. One of my brother's plan. I got to make sure we got to make sure my brother good when he get over there too.
Go back to Africa. Y'all can get a good woman. Like Trigger might say one time. Go to Africa and get a good woman.
Man, you don't even have to go that far, to be honest. I hear there's black women in Brazil. There's black women in Colombia, man. If you're really into black women
in America too. Yeah.
Yeah.
They won't have their problems.
But no, even on the topic though, I'm gonna be real. That's really what I want for our women here. Because it's not hard. I think they've spent too much time practicing bad habits. Practice makes habit. So they practice instead of being not even docile, they think there's something wrong with it. That is your nature. So I'm trying to figure out why women are acting outside of their nature to challenge and go against men all the time. Because it's never going to work in your favor.
But they say,
never
but
they
make it seem like
Trigger Mike
was just so bad. You know what I'm saying? They make it seem like niggas was just, harpoing them hoes all back in the day. Like,
hey, Trigger Mike. Also, I'm sorry, G.
Not good, bro. They just
make
it seem like it's bad, bro. I don't know. They just make it seem like being up under a man is bad, bro. So,
well, also, men kind of look down on docile women for a lot of times when you hear people talk. They're like, I don't want no docile women. But one of the things that they try to tease me about,
right? Sharon ain't never said no shit like that.
Hold on, let him
finish. One of the things they try to tease me about is that I cannot find no black women because I need a docile woman. That's why I chose a white woman. That's one of the things they tease about. They don't respect this so-called feminine woman.
But you just promoted a woman to be able to talk.
You got a white woman?
That woman.
You got a white woman, Sharon?
The last person on earth that don't know.
Let Sharon answer.
I got a wife. That's what I got.
No,
you got a white woman?
I got a wife.
Yeah, he got a white woman.
So here's the thing. So this is the thing. So now it's going to go into that whole topic that what we was just talking about. Now how?
It is yes or no. Do you got a white woman?
White woman, boy. If
everybody know my
he got a long giant outfit trying to preach to us. Man, you don't get out of here.
Exactly.
Just say
So now,
yeah, it's okay.
So now, what is
Didi, do you support
what
that?
is the issue? So what is the issue with me having a white woman?
No issue at all.
Yo, not.
Look at this.
There's nothing wrong with
Say the
There ain't
truth.
no problem. We just want you to answer the question.
Look at the
Tell the truth.
swirlers uniting in the chat. Talk about fantasy.
There's nothing wrong with it.
Tell them, Sharon.
Hey, it's no issue, Sharon. No issue at all.
Swirlers out here.
Listen, a good human being is a good human being. Doesn't matter what race. Even
I
though
agree.
you try to play
Right.
like it is,
You're right.
it is a race
Let-
thing.
no,
But
no.
however,
Even-
I chose what I did do. I chose
So-
a good woman, a woman that would be part of my plan and
Hold
move
on,
the way
Sharon.
how I needed her
Hold
to
on,
move.
Sharon.
And
I
we
agree,
building
bro.
what we building.
Let me even speak to that because not only you're right, of course, not only are you right, I don't even understand how things got this bad for black women. How the hell did white women start feminism? How did they start feminism and then leave you holding the bomb for that shit?
Nothing.
Right when
That
it
was the
about to
plan.
fall. So now when you think radical feminist, family obliterator, you think black woman.
Yep.
Not the woman who started it.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
We not the ones out here free bleeding. Why would you think we're the
There are
radical feminists?
Did you watch CNN or anything at all? And seeing like even the black women advocate for the non-binary, transgenders, and the LGBT community, they keep getting women to push for feminism and the LGBT community. They're using black women to do this.
On y'all back.
You
And
guys
there
check it
are a
out this
few
way.
of us who are vastly against it. Y'all don't like Candace Owens, but she's against it.
I like Candace Owens.
Okay,
Candace
look
Owens.
at
She okay with me.
look at
Yeah,
what
I like
happened,
Candace
right?
Owens.
You see,
Just making up stuff.
white women started feminism to be able to get money out of white men, so that when they divorce, they can get money. They started feminism so that they can get jobs. But guess what? Black women got involved in feminism so that they can have more kids without responsibility and be able to have sex however they want. So the ideology for black women when it comes to feminism and the ideology for white women when it comes to feminism are two different things. They're both operating on two different things. So they both have feminism at heart, but their objectives are not the same. So we have to understand that. So white woman definition of feminism is not black woman's definition of feminism.
Yeah, I agree. White women talked all that feminist shit and then went home to their husband.
And then
Yeah, they
Black
wanted
women,
more
they
power.
destroyed their whole
Wow.
family. Still preaching that
Left them
feminist
on a
shit.
ticking time bomb. The shit is crazy.
White
The way
women
it
want
works.
All of a sudden, it's not
White
a joke
women,
anymore,
white
right?
women
So,
took their ass
but
right in the
That's
house.
let me
fucking
give you my
hilarious.
theory on why that is though, because I live in the suburb. I kind of see what is happening because outside, like women played around with some women, even a little bit of Asian, a little bit of African. They're trying out first wave feminism, but they're looking at white and black women like, is this shit really working out? Is it good for your children? Because their society will shame them entirely for jumping 2 feet in. So women really got into it as a power thing, but white women especially, because some of their family, at least half of their families are still intact. The moms realize you ain't shit as a mom, you ain't really shit as a family unless you have marriageable daughters. If you can't marry your daughters off, you ain't shit. Like that means a lot in most cultures. We made it not mean nothing in black culture, but it means a lot to say for a father to say he got all his 3 daughters in the house and none of them married. He got an attitude. That's all on him. Who gonna take care of them when he died? That's shameful in most cultures, right? So that's why they did that little switch up to be like, the reason what I don't like it is I saw like 6 months ago a bunch of memes. First of all, I saw a panel and it was all women. It was a woman in a
Thank you,
basically
babe,
Islamic
for
woman,
giving me my food.
white
baby. I'm
woman,
gonna just
Hispanic woman on
appreciate you
there
for that.
saying
Thank
we're
you,
so
babe.
sorry for participating in feminism. We're so sorry. There was no black women there. And the part that I found appalling about that was that white women did all of the work to create the framework of feminism after it was created by white men or white women, depending on who you ask, right? And then right when they realized they could no longer benefit from it past, you see them, their children don't benefit and they're getting shamed for tearing apart the family, they left black women holding a ticking time bomb.
Just look at affirmative action.
Hold on real
Okay,
quick.
let me tell you why.
Hey, hold on.
Financial. White women know financial.
Yes, Ali, the food tastes good. Who
Tell
gave you your
Sharon,
plate of food?
tell Sharon to stop bragging about his woman getting them some goat milk and feta cheese.
Nah, he gonna brag. He gonna brag because
She
I
gave
like
him
that
some
too
goat
myself.
milk and feta cheese. That's all he got, and some cucumbers.
Hey,
Yeah, and
hey,
here's,
who
here's,
gave you
here's
who
another
gave
point
you
I
your
wanted to
plate
make.
of food, Ali?
I want y'all to notice they're using social media now as a way to poke fun at black women, and black women don't even know it. I seen a post that said, if you ain't if you need a man that can quote unquote handle you, then you probably aren't very peaceful, sis. Who do you think they were talking to? That was a white woman that did that.
Booyah.
Who do you think that? I only know one woman that says, I need a man that can handle me. I only know one type of woman that says that. So that's why I'm like, yo, we gotta help our sisters out because they getting played out here and they don't even know it.
Well, I ain't about to give up no mac and cheese for no green bean casserole.
Hey, first off,
that's why he's so skinny.
You and Luke can keep complaining there.
Let me be 100%. Let me be 100% real. Let me be 100% real. I was struggling finding a very, because I don't like the word docile. Feminine. Women are supposed to be feminine. That's their nature. I was struggling finding a feminine woman who didn't talk crazy to her man and all of that right around the time that I was like, yeah, I'm gonna get married. And I thought for 2 seconds while Sharon eating his goddamn dinner that his wife made him, this nigga killing it.
Green bean casserole and edamame.
Yeah, that was mac and cheese. Shut your ass. Hey, nothing wrong with edamame, bro. I was struggling. I was like, let me think if I could date white women. Then I said, no, I feel like I would have lost too much culture doing it, and I didn't want no raisins in my potato salad at the barbecue.
That's what Sharon eating. Raisins in the potato salad.
That was where I drew the line. So I don't know. Sharon probably got around that by saying, I'm gonna make the potato salad.
Hey, what is he eating? Sharon, what are you eating? Sharon, what you eating?
Sweet potato pie. They eat
Hold
pumpkin pie,
on, y'all. What you eating, Sharon?
I'm eating curry chicken with brown rice,
curry chicken,
potatoes.
What eat chicken, dude? It's real
So
chicken.
you gotta cook in Jamaica. You went to get a white woman to cook Jamaican food?
Yes, exactly. That's how you do that.
That's some good food. That's natural food right there. That's natural
on
food.
Y'all
right
neck. Sisters, how y'all
Damn,
gonna act?
The white feminists really showed out, huh?
Oh, she's stepping on
Mr.
y'all.
Mike.
You know what happened? Go ahead.
That's me. All right.
Hey, Trigger Mike. In the South, you know what they said? Okay. Anything except white, right? Remember that? Well, you might know. You might be too young.
Oh, yeah.
So you could date a Hispanic, Asian. So that's why I fell in the trap was. I was okay. If I date the white woman, everything else is good. So that's why I got an Asian one.
Damn.
Asian want to tell us he a swirler.
Over here dumbfounded.
What the white woman did, the white woman brought the black woman out in the open field and then abandoned her and ran away. That's what she did. She brought her out in the open field, then abandoned her and ran away. That is
It's really sad. It's really sad, man.
It's very sad.
It's really sad, yo. It's really sad.
Yeah.
Damn. Let me ask y'all, because this may be on my mind. Because when we have these conversations and I say, people are like, oh, marriage is old, marriage is tradition, and or not, it's not the way to go, or every woman doesn't need a man, or life isn't, Didi, you said life isn't always about getting a man. Well, what is life about? Because we are symbiotic creatures by nature. Six things, I can't remember what I made the sixth thing, but the 5 things you will find throughout history of civilization, of man and woman and people, is birth, death, marriage, war, and taxes. Okay? No matter how far back you go, men and women have been pairing off with each other. So how can we say that the key to life is not having a companion? Because it historically, it actually is. Didi,
it's crazy to me. I agree with you. It's crazy to me. The boring girl thing always been a mystery. They always pair it up. We always pair it up. So to not pair up, Mr.
Lamont,
hey, what's up, buddy?
Trigger back. Answer that question, please. Let us yeah.
Okay. I apologize, brother.
Wait, did he just do a?
What? Come on, dude. Apologize.
Go ahead, Didi.
This is not fight.
Who was speaking?
I was when I was responding to your post, I had said that life wasn't all about having a man.
It is, but go ahead. It is. What is it about? What is it about? Here's the funny thing. Okay, here's my rebuttal to that.
You got to go deeper, Trigger Mike. You got to go deeper.
Everything a woman says isn't about a man, but yet women will say everything isn't about a man, but every subject y'all talk about multiple times a day has something to do with a man, something a man is not doing. The ones who have a man, something a man is doing for them. I argue and say for a woman, everything is actually about a man or not, or the fact that you don't, that they may not have one. What do you say to that?
And then she goes home and cry for not having a man.
Oh no, you trying to pick a fight, Ikene?
No, not Didi. I'm just saying.
Okay.
We'll put a name on it, Ikene.
Well, I just noticed that everything is about a man for a woman. What do women have?
It's not.
What do women have if they hold on? What do women have if they don't have men? What are y'all going to talk about, and what do you fill your days with?
Oh, plenty of things. Doing my nails, doing my hair, makeup. There are plenty of things. Reading books, crafting, whatever our interest may be.
He said crafting.
Whatever our interest, traveling, learning, spending time with family members. Whatever. All of us have different interests.
Did you know what they call that? That's called depression.
No, these are the things that help you fight depression, because you have things that fulfill you. You're busy.
Exactly. They help you fight depression.
Idle time is the devil's playground. So when you don't have time, when you're busy,
Humble, you need to check Ikene, right? You check me.
No. We're having discussion.
What do you have? What are you using and utilizing in life to live that wasn't made by a man?
Air conditioner.
Your home, your car. The air conditioner wasn't made by a man.
The air conditioner.
What? That was made by a man.
She can't be for real.
It was a black woman.
No,
that was not by it's a black man. No, that's not true at all. That's not true. Black man. That's not true at all. Cell phone was a black man.
You know what? She just confirmed for me that black
she's reading them books.
Kind of website they go
to
who invented what. A black woman invented the air conditioner. Let me look that up.
DD trolling. Everything.
The guy that invented the refrigerator, black guy that invented the refrigerator, invented the air conditioner.
That's why I'm like, I knew it was a black man my whole life. It had to be somebody from African.
The only thing the black woman actually did was that she perfected the air texture thing that is used by Jericho that the black man invented. She perfected it. That's what the black woman did.
This security system was invented by the black woman. There are quite a few great inventions that black women have made and contributed to society.
There are very few inventions. There are very few inventions that we can't take that away from history. There are very, very few inventions in fact, the black woman have invented more than the white woman. But why do you follow the white woman if you're so smarter than her in all inventions? Why? Why does she decide? Why does she determine your beauty, your standard beauty, everything? She doesn't even determine your education, but she determines your social life, your marital life.
I would dare to pose a counter against that, because we see that white women will imitate our standard of beauty. They are going to go get lip fillers and going to go get hip and butt injections and stuff like that to appear more like us. The natural features that we have.
I was going to say, when it comes to that particular point, though, because we live in a melting pot, everybody steals from each other. That's why I don't like that point. Y'all wear weave in your hair to look like their hair.
White woman.
And I don't mean extensions. I mean whole sew-in weave. Yeah, women have been trying to look like white women. And black men can't even appreciate your hair till you love your hair, right? So it's like they steal button hips, you steal something from them. Like So when you that's technically just what happens when you live in a melting pot society.
But Trigger Mike, look at this. Did you see how we just said something that black women copy, and she doesn't want to acknowledge it? But when she said the things that white women copy, we acknowledge it, but she didn't want to acknowledge the one that black women copy. That's one thing that you see that having discussion with. Go ahead.
I like to acknowledge it. Okay, yeah, and there are things that we do to appear a little less aggressive and a little bit more even feminine, and because when we wear our ethnic styles, you are perceived a certain way. So yes, we will wear our hair straight likely to an interview. We won't wear the afro. We will opt for the more European friendly look just to get a little further in America.
Well, no, that's not true. That's not true.
Y'all. Image is a lot.
Hold on, for y'all go.
Do with how people perceive you and treat you.
Y'all don't say it's not true when y'all know it's we in a society we live in. Like, it's one thing when we address black women's behaviors, but we can't just ignore the fact that things that black women went, and like we know all the things that we went through and why black women psychologically started thinking that way. Let's not just act like that she's just doing it because she decided to do it.
We're not going to dismiss that. We're not going to dismiss that.
We cannot dismiss that. We got to keep it real about it.
So, no, hold on. So this is a very nuanced convo, though. So we can acknowledge we can acknowledge how it started, but once we get past the point of your man doesn't like it, but yet you still do it, then it's more on their end of an obsession and something like, who told them that we like all of that weed? Right? So because it's something they're doing for themselves.
We downplay it too. We trigger
their man.
Yeah, but we downplay like we're older men. That's one, right? And we downplay psychologically how much this society has distorted and destroyed our minds, period. Like, we got to be real about how the images we've seen for generations and for years that's come to pass. We got to be real about that. Like, we know there's things that we need to hold ourselves accountable on, but we can't pretend as if the white women get big breasts,
like 50,
big butt, big lips,
50-inch red hair weave, like 50.
White women always
no. That's what I'm saying. Like, white women are literally getting plastic. White women are literally getting plastic surgery to look like black women, but black women are still called ugly, and black women are called beautiful. That is a deep psychological issue.
Black men never wanted women with BBL.
No.
Come on now, like, let's be real. If you're gonna make the announcement, let's be real. Black women have always looked great, bro. We never wanted a woman with BBL.
No, yo, that's not the point I'm saying. It's just like black men, we're not endorsed or promoted to being the best and greatest men on earth. People want to emulate certain things that we do, but they still call us savage, hateful, ugly. They still perpetuate us a certain way too. Like, let's be real about it. Black men aren't kings. Black men are thugs. Like we got to keep it real about the psychological impact throughout centuries that's happened to us. We can't downplay that. That's a really serious issue.
Ali, I get your point.
But on the phone, we got to talk white. Ali is correct.
Y'all right. We got to talk. Look how we all talk. We speak English, Sharon. We all speak English. That is the fact that we speak English, the fact that majority of us are in the Islamic or Christian based off Arab or Westernized societies, that is, we downplay how much psychologically all these other nations have made us conform to their. We don't have our gods. We don't have our spirituality. We don't have our customs, cultures. We don't have our diet. Like, we got to be real about it. A lot of our issues is we have identity crisis. And the diaspora, what's happened to us. We got to all over the world. We got to keep it real about that.
Okay, but Ali, I get what you're saying, but what they got to do with the black man? Like, you talking about white women getting BBL. We never told black women they got to get BBL. They saw us looking at 106 in Park and said, "Oh, you keep looking at that woman on video. You must want that." So they went and got it.
No, but I think we still defining our success based off what a white man thinks as well too. Let's keep it real about that. It ain't
you're right, Ali. But like me and Trigger Mike said a couple of weeks ago, I would have to cut my dreads if I wanted a office job.
True,
like,
but
that's
I'm
what
not
we have to do.
Y'all know I'm not trying.
I get what you're saying, Ali. But I'm not putting my.
We should be.
I'm not putting my insecurities on the black woman though. That's all I'm saying, Ali. We saying the same thing.
I'm with you 100%. What I'm saying is that we should be able to do it simultaneously and have a honest, in-depth conversation. We need to address what we're doing that's wrong, but we also need to address and rectify what happened to us that was wrong. A lot of times we get so comfortable in our positions of success and we forget exactly what's happened to us because we're too comfortable in our positions of black men who has thrived or become successful, and we look down on our people. That's all I'm saying. We look down and we forget why we're in those predicaments, which I understand because it can become overwhelming. It can become depressing. It could become, y'all get what I'm saying? Like for real,
yeah,
like
but
really
also at the same time, we be acting like locks was something that was of a dirt. No, that was a warrior's hairstyle. Black men always had.
That's what, Sharon, is that what you doing, Sharon?
It's the truth.
No.
The whole
that is the truth.
The
custard.
hold on. The whole lock situation came.
You still mad? You cut your dreads.
Yeah, like because he had locks.
Why you cut your dreads?
Hold on. Why did they call it dreadlocks?
You're right. You're absolutely right. But Sharon, you derailed the whole thing.
It came from warriors.
Joe is a religious movement.
We say the same thing, Sharon. We say the same thing.
Get him, Ikane.
So what I'm trying to say is this. So if it came from warriors, the reason why it was called dreadlocks because they was trying to be dreadful. They was trying to be scary so they could scare the opposition. They was in mud, and that's how their hair locked up naturally.
So why'd you cut your dreads? Why'd you cut your dreads off?
What I'm saying is that dreads was never some.
Why you cut your dreads off?
What I'm saying to you is this: dreadlocks was never a sophisticated look. It never was.
Who said that?
Sharon, just eat your custard and go lay down.
Because it came from warriors. It came from dreadlocks. It was
that don't mean it's not. Oh no, you.
This is what it came from. This is the original.
No, I see what Sharon. I see what you're saying, but it was something to be proud of. Stop, come on, Sharon, stop doing that. When people had dreads, it was something to be proud of.
Let me get these super chats read. We done had a hair debate now. Goddamn. Jonathan Barronville, $5. The real issue.
I love you,
is
Sharon.
Black culture today is garbage culture. Set it all on fire and start over. I agree. JB, $5. Black culture shits on Kevin Samuels, but mourns King Von, a serial killer. Black culture shits on Candace Owens, but glorifies monkeys like Sukiyana. Ooh, that chick is a hoe. I'm sorry. Woo.
I like Sukiyana.
No, of course you do. Of course you do. Of course you do. See, this is what I mean when I say dudes participate in hoe culture. He liked looking at the ass shake. He liked.
But I admit it. I ain't hiding behind it.
Exactly. Get out of here.
Hey Ali, how many of our kings? How many of our kings had dreadlocks?
I don't. You want?
There's a lot of brothers with dreads.
I didn't ask you that. I said how many of our kings, since we all call ourselves kings, had dreadlocks?
We was kings.
At that time, it depends on the civilization. And we didn't.
Answer the goddamn question. Do not dance around the.
Start somewhere. How
many?
You gonna let me? You gonna let me answer?
Our kings had dreadlocks.
That's like asking how many of our kings had cornrows.
Okay, guys. Let me answer this. Okay.
Rastafari.
No, okay. Let me answer this. Shrag. Dreadlock was never an African culture by our kings. It was actually it was not Jamaican. What happened is that the Fulanese, right, were the nomads. So they didn't have a particular place where they called home. So the Fulanese have dreadlocks, both men and women, because they played their hairs. They never had a settlement. They don't have a country. So throughout their migration from one place of Africa to the other place, wearing cattle, right, they took their dreadlocks with them. So sometimes the warriors, that's the warriors, right, will do those dreadlocks to go to war. But it was not an African established culture that was accepted in Africa.
Right, and what I was saying, Ikene, that it was never a part of the sophisticated culture.
It was never a part of it.
But you just that's a straw man. That's a straw man. Why'd you bring it up? You brought it up. Why you brought it up for?
The reason why I bring it up is because black men always had their haircuts long. We always had dark seasons and
that's right. That's right.
That's what we had. And then we keep acting like because it's some new because India Ari came out, all of a sudden now we want to have dreadlocks in the goddamn corporate world, but that's never was the case.
Get this jigaboo out of here.
No, you didn't call him a jigaboo. All right, let me get this last super chat. Red Kai or Canadian currency, $10. The question is, where would you men want your daughters, mothers, or sisters to live, in the West or in Saudi Arabia? I believe men are progressive when it comes to the women they love. Am I wrong? I'm going to be honest, bro. I'm going Saudi. I'm going Saudi. The West is, listen, we've hit a fever pitch with this. I want everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat, to answer me one question. What is the benefit of too much freedom? It has no benefit.
Dreadlocks in the corporate world.
Like, America is an experiment. What we keep forgetting is that we ain't done shit. We're a young country, and most of this country's history is horrific. If you can't forget, the last 100 years have been, I don't want to say okay, have been better than the previous 300. The last 60 years is what we're currently seeing has led to the behavior of women and men today.
Who's we?
So that's how quick
who is we?
How quick a society can go in moral decay because of too much freedom. I'm going Saudi, bro. I'm going Saudi.
Who is we though? Who is this we you talking about?
What you mean?
Who is when did we become a we? What year did we become we? What year did we get treated like an actual human being? Like you keep saying we. Yeah, come on, Sugar Man, start with that we.
I get treated like a human being every day. I don't know what you're talking about.
I said, when did we get y'all? I said, when did we get stuck? Who said, man? Gosh, man, my brothers. We in trouble.
All right, let me get this next question up because this actually goes to my man Kai's question. And if I'm saying that, give me a pronunciation in the chat. This is a good one. Because I got a 5-year-old daughter. So I want to know what y'all thoughts are on this. If you had a 5-year-old daughter, what would you do to keep her from practicing and participating in Hot Girl Summer? Anybody can go.
First thing, I have a mother that don't believe in that Hot Girl Summer stuff. Second, as a father, you can teach her not how foolish it is.
I agree. I think you need to have the example in your household. The children's going to usually emulate what they see in the household. So if you're doing the proper things, if you eating right, you exercising, and you listening to proper music, I believe that the child is I would say a good 85 to 90% chance that she will not participate in that because she won't understand that culture because that's not a part of her household.
See, it's good for y'all. You know, I ain't gonna say old niggas, but it's good for y'all old men that's already grew up in a whole different time to be telling us youngsters
facts.
Well, make sure you don't get a girl that don't have Hot Girl Summer. All these girls Hot Girl Summer right now. What are you talking about? That is
that wasn't the question.
D-Town, that's what you like.
The whole time, D-Town.
Hold on, let me get on camera.
I've been saying that the whole time, D-Town.
We was talking about.
That's what you like, D-Town.
Hold on. We talking about how you raise your 5-year-old. We're not talking about grown woman. How would you raise your 5-year-old daughter from 5 to she get out the house to not have a Hot Girl Summer? That's the topic.
Okay, yes, sir. Go ahead.
Can she twerk in your house? Can your daughter twerk in your house when you?
So Sharon, let me ask you this question. Growing up, you didn't never have an extra pair of clothes in your backpack. You ain't sneak out the house, none of that. Even though you was raised better. Like, let's be real.
So we're not talking about sneaking. We talking about
no.
So number one, I wasn't raised better. I was a goddamn hoodlum. So you can't use me for that goddamn thing right there. So I stepped off the porch a long time ago.
That's what I'm saying about disingenuous, Sharon. You get what I'm saying. You get the point I'm making. But okay.
He's asking you, Sharon. He's asking you, are boys and girls raised even in good households making bad decisions because of the environment?
Like, bro, I was raised in a perfect household. I still had the extra clothes in my backpack. I still came in the house at 6 o'clock in the morning. Like, bro, like, let's be you can raise them as perfect as you want to. They still gonna do what they want to do, and that's what a lot of women do. It's a lot of good women out here, and where they mess themselves up at is trying to agree and take up for these bad women out here. So I get what you said.
what I'm saying is this. So like my children don't know no Cardi B songs, right? They don't know these songs. They don't know no Sexy Red song. They don't even know who Sexy Red is.
Because
in
y'all
my household,
older
the most records they're gonna hear is something from Disney Plus.
No, Sharon.
They're gonna hear something from Turning Red.
You're being
Sharon,
it's ego.
Sharon, that's that disingenuous. That's that disingenuous shit right there.
This is not
it is. No.
This is y'all grown
Sharon.
What are you gonna do? This is y'all grown men that want to play the goddamn grown ass music around your goddamn children.
No, Sharon.
And then you wonder why your children are fucking twerking because they listen to twerk
music. Sharon. What do you think?
Sharon,
let me finish my motherfucking point because I'm saying 5 words and then you want to jump in. What I'm saying is that you have to raise your household a certain way if you want your 5-year-old daughter to move a certain way when she get older. And I don't understand why y'all even fighting me on that.
Because I'm about to tell you,
Sharon. I just gave you a perfect example.
Y'all gotta make a distinction between black folks and niggas. There's two different things, man. Black folks ain't with that nonsense. Black folks ain't bumping Sukihana. Black folks gonna turn down their music at their barbecue at 11:15 and respect their neighbors. Black folks gonna get up in the morning and go to the gym. Niggas is on some more shit.
Right. And I get what y'all saying, OG, but this is what I'm trying to tell y'all. See, it seems like y'all get lost in time. So we talking about this time.
Right. Thank you, D-Town.
If we're gonna be listen to because I get what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? I understand exactly what y'all saying, but the time that we living in now, that is the women music, regardless of what is it. And this too.
Is that his mic?
But again, we talking about
D-Town, you're my little brother.
Hey, somebody press mute.
I don't know why.
I'm the one who made the point. Hold on, Ikene, 1 second. Sharon, you missing the point. I just gave you the perfect example you just gave me. You said that you raising your kids great. I just told you I was raising a 2-parent great household. I still did whatever the fuck I wanted to do when I got older. That's what women do what they want to do, bro.
Ashley, hold on.
I don't know.
Okay.
Hold on. Sharon just said. The man made points.
Okay, look.
Okay, Ali first.
This is what Ashton is saying, brother. Even if Sharon does all those things that he's doing, right? And then King Spark is saying there's niggas and there's black people, right? The main question we asking Sharon is that when he raised his daughters up like this and great quality women, how many women are they even gonna meet that's gonna make them want to sustain those behaviors? So once they get 18 years old and they step out that house and they see that majority of the women are not being raised like Sharon's raising his women, that's why people go left. Once they see the status of how, let me finish, and y'all got it. How was Sharon and King Spark, and I don't think King Spark, well, I don't think he said that as well, but I'm asking Sharon, how are we going to keep our daughters and sons that we're raising to go against all the stuff they're going to see when they step out the house, when the majority of men and women are not going to be raised great quality human beings in this time? And that's what most of the races in this country.
And that's what
you guys are not answering it. You guys are not answering Saraj.
Saraj, you next.
And that's why
I'm the one who asked the question. Sharon, the one who threw a wrench in there.
And that's why
Sharon, the Ikene, then I go next.
And this is why you have to change the culture starting with your household, because nothing is going to be 100%. So you got to just do your best. And we all know that when you raise a kid a certain way in a certain environment, they have better chances to survive in this world. It's no metric that you can say against that. Yes, it's going to be exceptions to the rules, but we are not trying to make the rule the exception. So that's just what it is. So if you raise your culture in your household a certain way, and then you align yourself with other families that have the same type of culture, and hopefully they have their own community, and they will be around each other. And that's how you build the community. We got to start with our youngins, because it's too late for the 30-year-olds that's already doing hot girl summer. So we got to change it with our children, our sons, and our daughters. We got to tell them that this is how we move it from now on, and this is the type of men and women that you need to look for.
And I add on to that. And I
apologize.
Okay, guys. They say turn by turn. They say turn by turn. Turn by turn. It's my turn, okay? Okay, it's turn by turn. Okay, Kiss Park.
Hold on,
Kiss Park. I don't do that by saying this. I'll be honest by saying this. It's like when me and my son, right, we riding and we listening to music right in the car, right? I'm young, I'm kind of hip, right? He's 17, he 18, right? We ride and we listen to NBA Youngboy, right? As we listen to the music and we ride, I pause the music and look at him and say, look, you understand that's $5.99, right? You understand that's a felony. You understand that shit gonna get your ass put in prison for the rest of your life. You understand that this will probably get you shot. You understand that this blah, blah, blah. So we still listening to the music. We still hip. But I need my son to understand that this is music. And I also need my son to understand that this dude that's playing the music, he's in a luxury hotel somewhere in Minneapolis getting ready to do a show. He ain't in the trap. He ain't on the block, right? So you got to bring some perspective to what you're listening to and what people are what your kids are gonna encounter when they get out there in the street. You just don't let them go for a free for all and just not without no type of information going forward, right? You got to school them to the game, let them know what's really out there, and let them know the consequences, right? There's consequences for your decisions, right? So you just.
Thank you, Spark, because Sharon finna say he gonna go 18 years without letting his daughter listen to Cardi B. So thank you for that, Spark. I appreciate that. But that's the thing, though. That's what make them go do what they want to do when they go hit college. You can't cut the person out that made the statement. Come on, now. You can't cut the person out that made the initial statement. What type of shit is it?
You got it. You got it. Can I go on in, right?
Okay. So this is what we got here, right? What Saraj said is perfect, but the only thing I'm going to add to this is this: it's not an individual responsibility to raise a community; it's a collective responsibility. So Saraj, if you as a man raise your daughter right, and when she turns 18, she's going to leave your house, according to this man, and she's going to run into the bad girls, the crazy ass girls, the girls from bad families. They're right. But the question is, are they raising their own daughters right? Because if they start raising their daughters right, and you raising your daughters right, guess what we're going to have? Good daughters out there. You see what I'm saying? But if you're raising your daughter right and they're not raising their daughters right, we're going to have crazy ass daughters. So the responsibility is on the other family. That is why we have to bring shame back. So Sharad, raise your daughter right, but also shame these men that don't raise their daughters right. Shame these women that don't raise their daughters right. Because guess what? If you shame them and they get shamed, now they're going to raise their daughters, and your daughter is going to be able to be a wife because their daughters are the ones corrupting your daughters.
Facts.
You just cut me and King Spark off to agree with me and King Spark.
Chill. I'm next, motherfucker. Chill. Okay.
But he do that all the time. I'm sorry. They always cut us off. The exact same shit we said. That shit get on my nerve, man. Just say okay and appeal to the people. Wakanda forever. Say something. God damn.
Hold on.
I agree with you, Ron. Give me one more. I agree with you, Ron. We can do our best as a parent. It's nothing guaranteed. We can raise serial killers, but we still got to do our best. So what he's saying is he's going to do his best to make sure his daughter not twerking. It doesn't mean that she's not. It means that when he's in the house, she's not.
That's what he meant. No, brother, that's not what. It's so bad. It's so bad.
I know, but we're going to still do our best. We're not going to give up.
We're all right. We're all right. But the problem is the environment is so bad. A lot of look at us, yo. I wear a fitted cap. Trigger might be wearing fitted caps. King Spark. All of us we're like part of the culture. We're all conforming. We don't conform all the way. But each generation conforms even more than the last generation. We're doing things that our fathers and grandfathers would have never done. The women are doing stuff that grandmothers and mothers would have never done. It's almost a wrap. Like, it's honestly, y'all, I'm telling y'all, unless we're going to start a movement, like a men's movement or it's a family movement, it's over. If we're not going to stay by any means necessary, it's over.
Ali, start by throwing away all your
good guy. The lady been waiting.
Throw them shits away.
She
has, Trigger. She has. She been so quiet.
What you say, Sharon?
You men are so disrespectful. Can you guys allow Didi to talk? Let
No,
Didi
not even
talk,
Didi. We
man.
got another look.
Nah,
Y'all
not
even know
Didi.
another woman came on the
Look,
panel.
keep your
God
eyes
damn.
on the road.
Y'all just been
No,
going at
no,
each other.
no.
All right,
I'm in traffic. I'm at the traffic light.
Well,
He
put
don't
both hands
believe
on the
you.
wheel.
He
Shit.
don't believe.
Put
He
your hands
Okay,
on
he's
the
always
wheel.
in the car. He
now I'm
always in
moving.
the
Now I'm
car.
moving. Now I'm
He,
moving.
you know, Ikene is a distro. He moving product. This dude never get to his destination.
Yeah.
You lying, bro.
He been driving since
You
3
lying.
o'clock. It's 8 o'clock now.
This
How we
show been
going
going for
how we
this
gonna
show been
get
going
No,
for
people right?
3 hours.
I have a logistic company. I have a
Oh,
logistic
okay.
company. That's why I
How
have
we
Oh,
my
so
going
now
logistic
you
hey,
just
company.
proved
hey,
my
hey,
point.
Trigger Mike, how can we get people right if people don't even think they African and you do a blood test, you find out you got Mali, you got Ivory Coast in your blood, you got Nigeria in your blood, you got Bantu people in your blood. Like all these
Mali and
people,
Africa.
how can we think we're that we can get back to how we supposed to be or be traditional and people don't even think they're African? It's the craziest thing in the world. So we don't even identify where we come from, where our cultures come from, what religion we follow, what customs we follow, what God we followed. We gonna get our boys and girls right. It's over.
No,
Man,
I mean,
even the third generation Africans deny they're Africans. Only the second
yes, they do.
generation claim Africans. The third generation deny
No,
they're
no,
Africans.
that wasn't the point, my brother. I'm talking about in America. We're not talking
No, no,
about
I see
Africa.
what you're saying.
No,
I'm
I'm talking
talking
about
about
Africans. And I'm talking
Literally.
about third generation Africans in
Now,
but
Debo, let me
America.
read this.
but
That's
what
what
I'm
I'm
So
saying.
saying.
Ikene,
But you
if two
deflecting.
Africans don't like each other, why you always talking that Wakanda shit? That what pissed me off with you.
I said I was gonna read super chat. Y'all see how they derailed the convo? It started with Ali.
I apologize, Trick.
Let me
What I
get
do?
To in here. To $5. Been saying this ship these hyenas to Saudi, Somalia, South Sudan. I agree. Didi, you going?
Yeah, sure.
All right,
Okay,
bet.
so how would I keep my 5-year-old from participating in Hot Girl Summer?
No. Let me get the rest of the super chats, real. I'm sorry. Then
Okay.
Anissa, then you. Anissa got up here a minute ago. All right.
Hey, Trigger,
Original,
some
everything
other
else.
woman want to get on. I'm finna get off. I'm gonna let y'all have let her get on.
Where? What other
Some
woman?
woman just said drop the link in the chat.
Oh, I got you. All right, appreciate that.
All right.
That's
All right.
Y'all have a good one now.
You too, bro. Everything else, original, everything else is carbon copy, $10. I love how y'all big up other women of other race. That shows that their men are also did the stuff right, I guess, because they produced these women. They were in their lives. They trained them. Ooh, so much to unpack there, but
Gang.
I don't know. My man JB King Von was deleting black folks for fun and rapping about it. And what did black folks do? Elevated and glorified him and cried when he died. Trash.
Those was niggas. It was not black folks.
Agreed. My man Tio again. $2. Shame these simps. Shame these hoes and hyenas. Let me tell you something. I learned slow, but I learned. Our number one enemy in this fight to regain families is not women. It's simps, bro. It is simps.
It's other men.
It is simps.
It's other men.
It's other men. It's simps.
I
Oh my
call them
goodness.
tenders.
Oh my goodness. Let them say we are fighting a civil war against simps. I am loading up and I am the general of that war. I hate simps. Oh my goodness. But
Hey,
the war is
you can't forget the self-hating Negroes either. Don't just say simps.
damn. I can't wait to that announcement. We starting a civil war against all simps.
It ain't just
Basically, it's
Sharon.
going to be all extremely liberal men. That's really what simps are.
It ain't just Sharon.
Oh no, he did it. All right, did we get another one coming in? All right, Anissa. Sorry for the delay. Do you want to answer the question, or do you want to have general thoughts on the discussion?
Well, good evening, first of all. I want to
Good
answer the
evening.
question, and I do
Good
have
evening.
some general thoughts as well.
Okay.
So the question, if you had a 5-year-old daughter, what would you do to keep her from participating in Hot Girl Summer? First, I don't have any children, but I think it all goes back to the family. And I think about how I was raised. I was raised in a 2-parent household, and I had a healthy fear of my father because my daddy didn't play. And there were just certain things that you were going to do, and there were just certain things that you just were not going to do. Getting pregnant in high school or getting pregnant out of just what's not in the program for me. because it was very it was very there were consequences and there were going to be ramifications, and he made it very clear. He was like, you can go out there and get pregnant if you want. All this going off to college and this is stuff that you want to do. He said you're going to be right there up there at McDonald's working because you're going to have a baby to take care of. Because me and your mama, we're not doing it. It's going to be your responsibility.
Yep.
I knew that was not the life that I wanted for myself. And I knew my daddy was dead serious when he said what he said. So it just was not, but I was raised that way from the beginning. And my daddy was very much the disciplinarian in the family. I did not like him very much growing up, but as I matured, I really appreciated him because he always would tell me, he said, my job is not for you to like me. My job is for me to raise you.
Would say I gotta like you. That's real daddy.
Who said I gotta like you?
And when I was a teenager, I just thought that he was the craziest man ever. But as I matured, I really appreciated it because it kept me from being a statistic, and it kept me so it all goes back to the family. We got to get the family. Men have got to be the leaders. You got to be the disciplinarian. You got to set the standards. My dad set the standards for me about dating. You couldn't come to my house talking about picking me up after 9. You couldn't blow your horn for me to come outside. My dad set those standards for me. So men got to be the men of their homes. These baby daddies, y'all got to go get y'all kids.
Hold on now. You got to land the plane.
You got to go get your kids, and you got to. I'm talking.
Hold on now.
I'm talking.
You're talking for a long time.
I waited.
No, she's perfect.
I've been waiting for an hour.
That's not the problem. Okay, I'm gonna let you finish. I hope you finish the way because you started you're amazing right now, but I hope you finish the right way. That's what I'm talking about. She's doing great.
Ali, marry her.
No, I gotta see what she about to say. Hold on.
No, I was just saying you got to raise your kids. That's basically the bottom line. You got to raise your children.
So you said everything that a man was supposed to do. You said nothing that a woman was supposed to do.
Well, I focused it on my father because, like I said, my father set the standard of what was going to be and what was not going to be. Not to say that and believe me, my mother was definitely on point. I had 2 professional parents. So they understood the value of education. They were on the same page as far as what they expected of me. There was no difference of opinion there. So I just pretty much geared it towards my father because this panel is mostly men. But my mother definitely agreed. She, that was the standard. I was raised to be a lady. I had chores. I had to cook. I had to help my dad in the yard, which I hated. I had to do, I was taught well, and I believe that I was taught to be a wife, and it was both of my parents. But I just specifically just talked about my father.
I'm gonna say something real quick. I'm gonna say this real quick, right? Whenever a woman tells me I was taught to be this, I was taught to be that, I was taught to be this, I was taught to be a wife, and then a man is trying to talk and you shut that man down, everything just go downhill from there.
I agree.
Absolutely not. When I'm speaking, because
I'm sorry, this is men telling you. This is what men are telling you. Even if you're asked to speak.
I did not.
Let me. I understand. I'm trying to teach you culture, my lady. I'm trying to teach you culture here.
Teach me anything, Ekene.
But guess what? If you're not gonna listen to me teach you culture, you don't know culture. You see what I'm saying, right? Because anytime you shut a man down and you tell me that you're a traditional woman, right? But a man,
appropriate to interrupt
a man can interrupt a woman.
I know what you're trying to add.
This is not Africa. This is not Nigeria,
honey. It doesn't matter. Men are the same all over. But guess what? Men are the same all over the world. Men are the same all over the world. You guys are not listening to men.
Check it out.
Asked me to speak, and I was just giving my opinion.
And guess what? Trigger Mike has said that, but as a man, guess what? If I want to marry you, right? Maybe I want to marry you, but I changed my mind.
I don't have to shut up because you say it, Ikene.
But guess what? That's how men are. Men want to talk and they want women shut.
Check this out. Check this out, Anissa.
Go ahead, my lady. Go ahead and talk.
what we want to know is after your story, we want to know how did you turn out?
That's
What exactly do you want to know?
Like,
I'm
how did
not a
you
baby.
turn
I'm
out?
not
How
a
did you
baby
turn
mama.
out?
If that's what you're wondering, I'm not a
But
baby mama.
but do you think
Is that
a
your
woman
question?
you
Do
don't have
you
you said you didn't have any kids?
No, I don't have any children, so I'm not a baby mama.
did
I'm
you end
nobody's
up
baby
What
mama.
made
did you end up respecting relationships? Are you in a relationship now? Are you married or how
I am
that?
in a relationship now. Yes,
Have you ever been married?
I have.
You have been married.
I have been married.
I mean, I don't want to talk about your personal business, but I do want to know what happened with the marriage. If
He
it's, I
was
mean,
abusive.
if it's not too, you know what I'm saying?
somebody's making noise in the background.
You know he was abusive.
No, he wasn't abusive. He was a cheater, and I decided to leave the relationship.
Don't lose your husband over a little cheating.
Oh no, that's a deal
Mm,
breaker.
He just
That's
got
a
a
Y'all have
deal
little
been
thing
breaker.
taught.
wet.
mm,
Y'all have been taught.
That's a deal
mm.
breaker.
The
Y'all
Bible
have been
says
taught.
that you can divorce for adultery. So what do you mean?
The Bible said, look at how y'all use the Bible when it's
Where
convenient.
the hell did the Bible
Now,
say that?
now,
Sexual
now, hold
immorality
on,
is a
y'all. Hold on,
reason.
y'all.
It
Hold
doesn't
on,
have
y'all.
to be a reason, but
No, no.
It
it is
didn't say
allowed.
adultery. You just said sexual morality. That's a
I said
totally different thing.
sexual immorality is what it specifically
Yeah, but
says.
that's not adultery.
That's
A
not.
continued adultery could be considered sexual immorality, but
So do you believe?
that has nothing to do with the question. I was just giving my opinion on that. It needs to go back to family, and people got to raise their children, and you have to instill those values in your
Agreed.
children very early, and it has to be a healthy respect for the plan and way that you want your home to go. And I think
Would
that
you?
that's the
Would you?
only way that it's going to turn around.
Would you tell your kids that monogamy is realistic? Would you raise them to believe that monogamy is realistic,
Absolutely.
even in
For a
your
man or a woman?
experience?
For a man or a woman?
I think that both man and woman can be monogamous. I don't think that it is an impossible thing. I know plenty of people that have done it.
So I got
Do
one
you?
question. Hold on, y'all. Let me ask
I
one
do.
question.
You hold on, hold on,
So
hold on.
so
You know men that have only that have lived this and walked this earth and have only been with one woman their entire life.
No, no, no. I know by monogamy. I say I know men that have been faithful in their marriages. I don't know any person that has only been with one person in their life, man or woman. But I do believe that there are men that have not cheated on their wives since they've been with that one wife. I do believe monogamy is possible within a
But
marriage. Yes.
a lot of women,
Come on,
a women have complained about
Hold on a
cheating,
minute.
right?
Kingspark, hold on a minute. I got a question for all the guys here so that she can continue. Can any of you guys give me the definition of adultery?
Sleeping with a married woman.
Good, number one.
uh-oh.
Anyone else? Anyone else? So, Matrika Mike just got it right. The meaning of adultery is when a man sleeps with another married woman. That's the meaning of adultery.
So what is cheating? What is having sex outside of your
Cheating,
marriage?
cheating is when you're not
Y'all made us.
informed.
What
If you're
is
not
having
informed,
sex outside of your marital bounds?
What a woman tells them.
When
The
a husband
Oxford
has
def
sex outside of his marriage with another
when
woman, what is
when a
that?
woman without your knowledge, yes, it's cheating. Without your
Yeah.
knowledge, yes, it's
Yeah.
cheating.
Okay, and the Oxford definition of adultery is voluntary sexual intercourse between a married person and a person who is not his or her
Did you just
spouse.
say Oxford?
Yes.
We're not talking about Oxford. Oxford is a new generation. We're talking about the old adultery from the creation of time, which when a
A
man
married
has
person.
sexual, when
You
a
but ma'am,
man
you
has
use the
sexual
Bible.
relation.
Yeah, because you use the Bible, ma'am. So if you're gonna use the Bible, then we're
That's
gonna
why
have
I'm
to go
like, we
by the
can't just
And
go.
even
definition of
in
it.
a Hebrew context, it is still referencing a person that is married having sex with someone who they are not married to. in simplest form in a Hebrew context, because the Bible was written in Hebrew.
Sexual healing. Wake up, wake up, wake up.
Healing. Sorry, that was random. OG Speed, what's going on, man?
Y'all got something going on here. Hey, look
And
at
she's actually correcting that
you come to
definition.
set the record straight. OG,
yeah, I come to second. I come to seconds. You know me. I don't come in unless I'm going to. Sharon, we vegan friends, and we'll always be vegan friends. But you are totally incorrect about when you start talking about dreadlocks. See, when you say dread in front of locks, that's Johnny come home lately. That's something different. Blacks and Africans have always had locks. You can even read it in the Bible, speaking of locks. They never put dread in front of it, okay? So locks has been a consistent throughout. If you ever went in the southern Kemet, you go into the pyramids, you will see the locks there. And so that is a farce that you just
I'm gonna dispute this again. I'm gonna dispute it again.
You can dispute all you.
Okay, because I'm going by. I'm not going by what you. I'm going by African
I am going
tradition.
to tell you, my brother. I understand what you say, my brother, and you have a good accent, my brother. But
excuse me, I'm not here. I'm telling you, this has to. This is okay. You can't tell an African traditionalist that his education is wrong.
This is what I'm saying. Listen
Okay, you know what? If you don't want to learn history, if you don't want to learn history, I'm not interested in teaching somebody who don't want to know nothing. So go ahead with your conspiracy theory, man.
Trigger mics. This is what I have a problem. Just because somebody think they was born in the continent, I guarantee you the average African American can go over there and teach most Africans about the African history.
You can't teach me nothing about African history.
I'm not talking about you, bro. I know you know everything.
Let her
you.
finish. Let our brother finish, man.
Yes, sir. And so, Trigger Mike, we're talking about hairstyles. I see brothers go in the barber shop and get cold cream put in their hair all the time. Y'all want to talk about women who put relaxers in their hair? Look, Al was right. We just passed a law in California 2 years ago where a woman who was a newscaster, we just passed a state law where she can wear her natural hair. I seen year before that a guy who was wrestling and the referee cut his locks off. So don't act as if that our hair and our hairstyle has not intimidated people. Not because traditionally, they just want to make us conform like they did the Indians, cut their hair and straighten their hair and do all kinds of stuff to their hair. So don't act like we don't have history. And I think Al was straight on point when he was saying that. So we are all conform. You know why? Because I tell everybody for the last 3 weeks, if you want to understand what we're going through, look up spoils of war. And I mean look it up. Don't look up the short definition. Look up exactly what spoils of war mean in the United States of America, and then you'll start to understand why we are having so much fights among each other. Why we're just like prisoners who don't turn on the guards. We don't turn on the warden. You know who we turn on? Each other, and that's what we are going through.
Yep. Facts.
Okay, let me put it this way. Okay, I respect what you just said, but let me say this. Okay. When it comes to dreadlock, this is how Africa structured dreadlock. Dreadlock is a spiritual something that you don't know. But let me tell you why. When a child is born, right, and you start cutting that child's hair, the child gets sick. I'm coming, guys. The child gets sick.
You don't do that to your sister's puppy.
I think somebody's talking in the background. So I think the child gets sick, right? So what they do is that if the child continues to be sick while the hair is being cut up to the age of 2, they stop. Meaning that the gods have chosen that child to become 2 things, either a chief priest or the warrior, or a warrior. That's why the warriors, remember when I said about 45 minutes ago or 1 hour ago, that only warriors grow dreadlocks because they were chosen by the gods. Those warriors, you can't kill them in war. They are very difficult to kill in war because they're chosen by the gods. They're usually head of wars, head of the military, then the chief priest, That's the way Africa knows that you're chosen by the gods. Anybody else is not allowed to have dreadlocks in Africa.
Again,
That's
my
why.
brother. Again, my brother. You can sit up and spear all you want to. I want you to tell me how many countries are in the continent right now, and tell me that all of them was moving in the same way at any given time, today or yesterday.
Okay, let me respond to you real quick. I'm glad you asked me that question. Africa never had countries until the white man showed up. Africa was a big giant, was a colossus that people get to move freely. That is why you have they have sub-regions, four regions in Africa: the Gold Coast, the Mali, the Southern, and then the Arabs. You see what I'm saying? Those are the four regions in Africa.
Okay, and the four region, tell me how many tribes was in that whole continent of that region you just
Africa, just Nigeria alone, since the Europeans divided Nigeria, has about 350 languages alone in Nigeria. So Africa was just a big house that has everybody knew each other as a cousin, relatives.
Again, what you don't want to understand what I'm saying, even though it's divided and cut up like a puzzle, Africa has never been or one continent where everybody on the same plane, from the Nile to the southern Africa, to West Africa for you to sit up here and say to right now that Africa was this big old party, that we just only had dialects and we only had different language, but we didn't have different tribes to cut up that whole continent. Regardless of the area when they was colonized, we have always had different perspective in that continent.
Yeah, human beings always have different perspective. You cannot take that away. Human beings have always, we're not monogamous. We're not, what do they call it? Homogeneous. No, we're not. Human beings have always had different ideas, different thoughts, different mindsets. But this is what Africa did. Sub-Saharan Africa around Nigeria, which is Gold Coast, has always been the central nucleus of the whole continent. What they did over 10,000 years ago, they went from that sub and built a highway that went all the way to Egypt, because Egypt was the center of commerce. Then they built the pyramids. They developed that area as center of commerce. You see what I'm saying? So that they can move things from the Gold Coast, which is gold, timber, quarry, everything that they needed to move for trade.
Brother, are you familiar with the Dagon tribe?
Dagon tribe is not even one of the oldest tribes in Africa.
Let me tell you something, though. You can say what you want to say. They were the first tribe to map out the solar system way before Egypt ever did exist. And to today, scientists didn't find that last planet until 10 years ago.
Egypt was not even this.
Brother, let me finish what I'm going to say, okay? The Dagon do not cut their hair, bro. I can pull them up right now, and they've been living in the same way for almost thousands of years. So for you to come up and tell me that it's this war thing, and when these warriors came up, they had this certain hairstyles. Come on, bro. There's a lot of people.
I think what you and I are just matching it. We're just going back and forth here just to spew our knowledge. But at the end of the day, you're right, I'm right. I'm not saying that you're wrong.
Okay, I'm not saying that you're wrong. I've been in the continent 3 times, bro. So
I lived in the continent, studied in the continent.
I know you lived there, but see, I went there to study. You were there to live. I went there to study what I thought I learned here, and went there and put foundation of what I learned here. You got a lot of scholars are here who went back to Africa and taught African people of their own fucking history.
Okay. Thank you, bro.
All right, I gotta do final thoughts. I can hear my kids ain't gone to bed yet. Damn.
Oh, I hope they wasn't hearing that. I'm sorry. I do apologize if your kids were hearing any of that.
Brian, who is this? Hold on. Who is? Hey, give me a peace sign, dude. What the hell is going on here?
First of all,
oh Lord,
why y'all always crying about something?
Okay. I can't do it. I can't do it.
I can't
do it. Look. Look at this.
Did the black circus come to town or something? What's going on?
I just
Goddamn, Pennywise and hit the pillow.
Who's Pennywise?
Pennywise.
I thought the black circus had came to town and said, "Hey, Mike, we want to promote the black circus in America."
Somebody's peen was gonna end up in the camera 2 seconds after I let him. I was like, let me drop this guy. But
Let me get my final
go ahead, Didi. Go ahead.
All right, so my final thought is, we know Hot Girl Summer ain't going nowhere. It ain't over. But please, if you are out there, please limit your sexual partners. Please make sure you go get tested and make sure you protection. And that's my final thought.
You cut out at that last part. Can we get that last
Hey,
part?
who can we can't even hear her. Somebody, hold on, DD. Somebody is horrible right now. We can't even hear DD.
Yeah. Let me mute up a few people. Hold on, DD, before you say anything.
Is it Humble or King Spark? It's Humble. It was Humble.
No, I'm in my office. Ain't nobody here.
Okay.
I had to make sure, brother.
So like I was saying, Hot Girl Summer is not over. So if you are out there, please limit your sexual partners. Go get tested and please use protection at all times. That's my final thought.
All right. I ain't mad at that. Anissa, we'll let ladies go first because that's what we do around here. All right. Please grace us with your final thoughts on the topic.
I don't think it's going to be on the topic, if that's okay.
That's cool. What you got?
Okay. I have been trying to get on Trigger Mike's show for quite a while, as he knows. I'm generally always working when he does his panels. So tonight was the first night I was able to get on. But I did have a comment and I want to address it to the single men on the panel. You can either answer or maybe think about it in your own time. But I hear on these panels, especially on Trigger Mike's show, night after night after night, complaints about Black women and how we aren't wives and, the 304 culture and blah, 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 blah. So here's my question. Okay, give me a second. It just flew out of my head. Okay, so without blaming Black women, without blaming the system, without blaming feminism, why do you think that you have been unable to attract the type of Black woman that you want? Why have you not been able to find a woman that doesn't have children, that has preserved herself, that is fit, feminine, friendly, educated, can get on your program, doesn't have any baby daddies, has her act together, and can get on your program? Why is it that you, without blaming Black women, the system, and feminism, because you pretty much attract.
I'll answer that. I ain't single, but I'll answer that.
You go first, King Spark.
Cause her ass don't exist. God damn it!
Now, are you looking in the hood? Are you looking in the hood, or where are you going?
I wasn't ready for that one.
Are you in the hood, or where you going?
Too.
No, baby girl.
I answer that too because
I'm a suburban neighborhood. I'm right here.
I know plenty of doctors and whatever. They
I'm
have
too
beautiful
goddamn old. That's
daughters
why I can't find one.
that
They
are
ain't got no
beautiful
kids.
girls, and they don't have any children, and they were raised well.
But the part where you said the part where you said.
You can't
Hold on, Anissa. The part where you said, the part where you said the woman has to get on your program. The woman wants to get on your program, plus all that stuff is what disqualifies
you did
most
something
of
very clever there. You asked a question that concerns women.
Thank you.
You can't blame
Thank
women.
you, Trigger Mike. Thank you, Trigger Mike.
That's crazy. So even without blaming women, we still need to address our issues and concerns with women as to why some men don't have that. And what I will say, and as you've heard,
if you're that guy, you should be able to attract.
Hold on. No.
You should be able to attract it.
We got a lot. We attract a lot.
Let me get my statement out.
There are some men that don't have these problems.
Hold on, ma'am.
That's what I'm talking about. She said she's a traditional woman, right? Keep talking.
Some men don't have these problems that Ali and them have. They don't have them at all.
Did you have a problem?
Hold
Did
on.
you have a problem?
Hold on.
No. I have none. And
You
I'm
just
not
said you was
a baby mama.
divorced. You just said you was divorced.
That was my choice, and that's not a problem. Even today, it's not a problem.
You got rid of a problem because it wasn't for you.
I got another one. And
No,
it's
no.
not a
So are you
problem.
allowed? So are you allowed to? Is that a problem that you left your problem because it was a problem for you?
It was a problem for me because it was a deal breaker for me.
I didn't ask you. I'm just saying.
But
Did you leave your marriage because it was a problem for you?
I said yes.
So why you getting
Ali,
mad at men that have
Ali,
that?
Ali, Ali,
Just
this
curious.
is what
Absolutely.
Ali, check this out. She said
I
she
left
left.
my situation without being somebody's baby mama, and I can go
Ali,
on. But my
this is what she
question
said.
is, why are you
She,
all not able to attract the women that you say that you want? If you're that guy and you have
Ali,
so much to offer,
So
why can't
let
you
me
attract the
Hey,
woman
first,
Because
let's
that
get
that's
to
you
how
not
old
that
she is
guy.
and
y'all
how
give me a
many
want?
second.
children.
Give me a second.
Ali, she
Give me
said
a second.
she said that she left a problem and got another problem.
So this
No,
is
no, no. I
this
said
is
I
what
moved on. I
y'all
moved on
goddamn
from that.
goddamn.
Let Trigger Mike go, y'all. Let Trigger
Let's
the
go.
host
Let's
go.
not make it personal. Okay, let's not make it personal.
Shit.
These questions have answers, but the way you phrased it is very disingenuous because you're wrong. Where you said, "Oh, if you're that guy," absolutely not. A man has. Remember, women control access to sex, men control access to marriage, and I, a married man, because of the troubles that I went through to find a marriageable black woman, can actually say maybe some men should hold off if they're considering a woman from this country. All right, it is very easy. So a lot of men say it's hard to find a good woman. I'll rephrase that and say it's easier than ever to find the ones you shouldn't marry. And it's too many of those women out now that are willing to show you they don't have the proper mindset. And the part that I feel personally bad for men is that there are men, remember, no matter what you say, black women are black men's first choice. So a man who wants to be race loyal like me is going to struggle. That's the truth. Because once you decide to concern yourself with the things that will create a successful marriage, you will struggle to find a black woman that aligns with that. Because you yourself said he is in charge, he needs to be the lead. We have issues. Black men are having issues finding women that will even let a good man lead.
Where are you looking?
So what I'm saying is that practice
Where are
makes
you
habit.
looking?
These women have bad habits because they have been taught and incentivized to practice bad habits.
Where are you
Because what they
looking?
keep saying is, hold on. What I kept running into personally was that a woman be like, "Oh, you Nigerian, you this, you're gonna be a good man," and she would not drop her bad habits because she had been practicing them too long. All right,
Don't
so I
drop
had
that
to drop her.
Where
attitude.
should
And
he look?
my
A better question,
for
where
the young,
should he look? I think a better question, you tell us where should he look?
Is it you and your friends, and what's your age group?
Because I don't have that problem because most of the women I deal with, they got expired eggs and they ain't had no babies. And so,
And Trigger Mike, you better than me
so,
because before I found the two women that I'm with right now, I dated an Asian and I dated a white woman. I didn't think, and my homeboy, when I did find the first lady, and I told him, I said, "Yeah, I think I found one. She gonna be in my life for a while." He was surprised that she was black. He said, "You found one?" He said, "Cause he told me, he said, you keep dating the same woman in a different body, light skin, fat ass attitude." You know what I'm saying? And it didn't matter. And listen, and it didn't
A lot of
matter
men do that as
whether
well.
she was. It didn't matter how corporate she was.
Exactly.
Right?
So
It don't matter how corporate and refined and how well she speaks English or none of that. When it came down, to it,
Mike,
you got to deprogram them women once they come
where
home.
she would want us to look. I just want to know this for the younger guys. Miss Glass, where would you want black men, since they're looking in the wrong place? I think you insinuated they was looking in the wrong place. So where would you tell a young man who's looking for that significant other, where should he look?
Well, I'll just use my example. I'm in the medical field. I live in Florida. So I'll just say that. How old am I? I'm 45. I'm 45.
And your friend and your group of friends is in the same age group?
My group of friends ranges from probably anywhere from 30 to 55. But so, I know, women younger than myself. I know women older than myself. Most of the women older than myself have been married probably 30 plus years. So I have a good, solid group of friends. So that's why it's difficult for me to understand all of these conversations about the 304s and the weave and the lashes and the baby mamas or whatever, because that's just not my circle. I know that they exist. I know that it's out there. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but what I'm saying is that is not my circle. And because that's not my life and I don't surround myself with that circle, I don't encounter a lot of that. So my question is, why is it that I keep hearing this, time and time and time and time again, as if that's the only women
Anissa, you telling me them women ain't in the hospital with the lashes and the wigs?
No, I'm not. They're not my friends.
They not in your friends, but they on the floor with you.
I said they exist. I know that it's out
No, but
there.
the way
But my question was, why can't you attract the other ones that don't do any of that? Because none of my friends do that. My friends that are 30, for example, I'll give you this one example. I have a friend of mine that's 30. She has her own business that she started on her own. She's a I say waxologist, but anyway, she started her own business. She's 30 now. She might be, I've probably known her for a couple of years. Anyway, she started her own business. No children, never been married, no children, her own business. She's already making $150,000 a year.
That's a failure.
She already owns her own home. She already has 2 cars. And she already has her act together. So
that sounds like a man. That sounds like a man.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Let her finish.
You sound like a stand-up guy.
Yeah. If there is a female that has her act together, that is all the qualities that you all say that you want, and she doesn't have the baby daddy and the baby mamas and all this stuff that y'all love to complain about, why can't you find those women? Because they're out there.
Them ain't the qualities that we want, though.
Ali was right.
What you just
outlined, hold on, y'all.
What you just outlined is not the qualities that we want.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
One voice at a time, guys. One voice at a time, please.
What you
so we
just
can
did
understand.
was
I led with her qualifications.
I told you.
Man, she's not letting anybody talk. Ma'am, can you just let men talk?
Y'all let Trigger Mike go.
Y'all, you just led with the qualifications of a man. We don't care.
What the hell?
We don't care about none of that shit you just said.
This is crazy. What you mean?
So stop complaining about baby mamas and baby daddies.
Hold on.
Why can't you find a woman that's not a baby mama?
Hold on.
They exist. Why can't you find them?
Hold on. Did you not see that you literally led with you? I didn't hear feminine. I didn't hear soft.
Man, she can run a man out of the house.
I did not hear soft spoken. I didn't hear willing to serve or she cooks.
Agreeable.
I heard man shit. I don't care about none of that shit.
And I'm gonna add to that. The fact that you came on, hold on. You've been speaking. Hold on, you've been speaking. The fact that you said the president was single because of us, that's what you're basically saying. We can't find a good woman because of us. Hold on, let me finish. No, yes, it is. You're supposedly in a relationship that's, I guess you're happy. You're on here with nothing but men on this panel. But why can't we assume that the guy cheated on you because you ain't make him happy, and then you found some other weak men that will settle for your BS? Like, why can't we assume that when nothing you were presented is feminine?
You want to assume. I could care less because you don't know what.
But you want us to care about what you think about us. So if you don't, hold on. So if you don't care about what we think, we know we know you're not meeting in good faith. You just say you don't care what we think.
What you think is
that means your question isn't in, which means that means brother, hold on. That means she's not asking that question in good faith. And it means she's still not, when we see women on these panels coming to talk to a whole bunch of men, you still looking for something. And to us, it makes us feel like you weren't the man you were with cheated because he wasn't happy. And then you found somebody that would settle for you.
On this panel,
she drove the man nuts. She drove the man crazy. That's what she did.
She drove the guy on this panel, I assure you of that.
And your new guy probably like, whoa, I'm happy she on the panel.
For you all to sit up here night after night after night and complain about women and baby mamas and baby daddies and weave and lashes and this and that and Section 8. And
we should complain about baby mamas because they're fucking up the society.
Let her finish. How does she have this much time? How do you have this much time in a happy relationship to watch what all these men are doing every single day? How do you, if you're in a happy relationship, don't you got a man to please right now?
I will tell you why, because he is a general surgeon and he's in surgery right now. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So you got that much time. Oh, that's the excuse.
He's at work. We
don't believe you.
I said earlier.
We don't believe you.
I told Trigger Mike this is the first time. Did I not? Trigger Mike said that this is the first time I've been able to get on your show. And I've tried calling in several times because I just got off work and he's on late tonight. But he is a general surgeon.
We don't believe you because older mothers. Because you sound like an older. You sound like I know that. I know. You sound like an older woman. You sound like an older woman. A lot of grandmothers and mothers. A lot of grandmothers. A lot of grandmothers. Look, she. I know her man can't talk in this house. A lot of grandmothers and a lot of mothers that are of age know how the women of the generation act, and they will tell men, "I know why it's hard for you to find a good woman. You are projecting. You can't find a good man, and you're projecting through us."
That's what women out here.
We didn't say that. You said that. We didn't say that.
Let me borrow a line. Hold on, Anissa. Let me borrow a line from my man Ilosophical. The good women are standing too close to the hoes, so we don't know who is who.
Facts.
That is literally the problem. Like, I am thanking the Lord every day that I married my wife when I did. Like Ali said earlier, women are incentivized. There used to be a time, and I was still young at this time, where women would get pleasure from differentiating themselves from hoe behavior. That girl a hoe. In fact, y'all still do it when y'all get upset. That's a woman that can
all
get
the time when they mad.
Exactly. Y'all call each other by the worst thing you can think to call each other at the time. But right now, what women are trying to do is participate in whole culture, wear the clothes they want to wear, dance on Usher, even though they have a man and all that type of shit, and then come back when they're ready, when it suits them, over to the wife's side and say, I'm wife material.
They want to be at the finish line. They waiting at the finish line.
Like, you have to understand that biologically, I think, no, this is actually cultural. I've heard a lot of women say culturally, women of other cultures and people around the world know that men in general, and it doesn't matter about money or nothing, men in general want their women, especially the women they grew up with, the women that look like them, the women in their own ethnic group. They know that. So they don't think something is wrong with us. When they see a bunch of men that are marriageable, like marriage age, not married, the world thinks something's wrong with the women. And now men have been simping for so long that we're growing up now to say, oh shit, stop simping. Something is wrong with the women. Like, listen, we've been talking about men. I did it for a period of time. Other men on the panel will admit to you, we simp for a period of time. Then we got to realize every group of men, or there are marriageable men in every society, and there are busters. Women are, because they get to choose and participate in free sex culture as they wish, they're actually choosing to procreate and deal with the busters, but blaming the results they get from those men on all men.
Yeah, Mike, because in this society right now,
only date the ones that don't have kids and no baby daddy.
Say it again. Hold on. What did she say? What did she just say?
If that is such an issue, the whole culture and women that choose to procreate with the Pookies and Ray Rays and all of that rhetoric that you guys use, what about, you do know all women don't do that, right?
No, there you go.
Not only, you know what? Let me say.
Ask your question.
Hey, Ali, let me say this real quick. You know what I want to say that people don't say ever on these damn panels? All these women that don't have children, that both say don't have children, listen, ask them how many goddamn abortions do they have.
Exactly. Hey, Trigger Mike. In Africa, even in America, when women showed up, when women didn't have no kids, that was a failure as a woman. And it says a lot about the value of a woman. And she's bragging about not only her not having kids, she's bragging about her friends having kids. Your accomplishment was to raise a family. Yo, I didn't cut you off. I didn't cut you off. Your accomplishment was supposed to be so valuable that you raised a family. That's your accomplishment. This having money, the bad careers, that means absolutely nothing to a civilization. The men have to do that to provide for women and children. A woman showing up without no family, without no children, without no kids at all, that's a failure.
Can I ask you a question? So you just said you shouldn't be having kids out of wedlock. So the ones that don't have kids out of wedlock, they're a failure because they don't have kids out of wedlock yet.
No, you.
I mean, what are you saying? What my question was, if you let's forget the ones that procreate outside of marriage, because y'all sling them through the mud. You know, you out here having all these kids and all these bait men. Okay, what about the women that say, you know what, I want to wait, and I'm not gonna have children until I get married?
They didn't wait because half
Is
of them
something
has
wrong
had an
with them too?
abortion.
Is
Half
something
of them
wrong with
has.
them? Okay,
Half of
let's
them.
just something wrong with everybody. I understand.
Half of them have had an abortion or two.
Yeah, unfortunately, our women have had the
All
most.
of them. So you saying all women that don't have kids just out here aborting babies?
I just said half. I didn't say
Well, the
all. I
number.
said
I was
half.
gonna say the numbers are
Well, what does
astonishing
that have to do with
on
anything?
deletion.
I want to
What you
leave
mean?
It
What
with
kind
does
the
of
it
has
have to do with
closing.
everything.
I want
anything?
to
Let me
leave with
get
the
these.
closing
Let
statement.
me
I
get
thought
these
there was
super chats
closing
real quick.
statement.
They've been coming in.
Okay.
Hold on, real quick. Let me get these super chats real quick.
Okay.
Shame these simps. Shame these hoes and hyenas. Agree. Ikene, facts. My man T.O., $2. These fake, well-raised women, aka chameleons. Original, everything else is carbon copy. They y'all daughters, so why they not up to par? Their mamas raised them. T.O., $2. Her example. She is so great. Why she ain't married yet? Uh-oh. They coming for you. You're not phased though. Agreed. Why all these women and y'all can't find one? Let me say something to that. So this is actually very sad because
It's
I promote
crazy.
marriage. But like I told you, I can understand now that men have no incentive to marry. We got to understand as a society, men have no problem. It's 100% natural. We gotta understand that if some men, it's definitely not all, are not out here doing what they're supposed to do for their children, is not out here doing what they're supposed to do for their women. This is a natural imbalance. Nobody, especially me who believes in nature, thinks that's what's supposed to be happening, and that's a decision purely that men make on their own. There are other societal factors in the middle that are stopping nature from happening. You would literally have to delete me to get me to stop taking care of my children. That is how most men feel about their biological seed. That is how strong they feel about it. One of the things I believe is that you give women power and agency over the children. She separates them from the man and tries to dictate when he can see them. I find it extremely hard for a man to form a bond with children he does not have close proximity with. Does that not make sense? Oh, you're supposed to do. You see what I'm saying? So we got to consider those factors as well. And then I also want to say, men are not like, you have to understand that women used to be the benefit. Women used to be all deserving of marriage. Men do not sit around the sandbox and talk about how we're going to be married one day. Women do. So the woman was so extraordinary that the one gift that I can give this woman is my last name and my dedication, all my resources under the same roof. So that's why I said throughout the world, they understand that if these men of marriage age are not marrying these women, you must not be amazing. That's the world. That's the way the world look at it. I'm not joking. I'm not trying
Or
to be.
the men aren't qualified.
No, this is why I don't like that. This is why I don't like that.
Or the men are not qualified to be
I will give
husbands.
you this one. I will give you this one.
You cannot sit up here and say every
No,
single
I'm not
man
gonna,
out here
I was
that's
gonna say,
available
I'm not
is
going to say every man is
okay,
qualified for
is
marriage.
ready to be a husband.
I was gonna say,
It's
I'm not gonna say that.
all
I'm not
wrong
gonna
with
say
the
that.
women.
iPhone? He's
I'm
gonna
gonna
hide
say
it.
that. I'm not
That's
gonna say that.
Miss Glass, Miss
Now you
Glass,
can
I
love
think
you.
he said, Miss Glass, I think he said
You get it
closing
right?
statements. I think he said closing statement. And you ever want to come back again, I think you better let us get it in there. Okay, so Mike, I'm going to say this, okay, for my closing statement. It was nice. I've been on your, been a long time since I've been up here on your broadcast. I see where you're getting bigger. I see where you're getting a little more comfortable behind that mic. It's nice to see all these gentlemen. Some of these gentlemen I have seen throughout this YouTube street. Only thing I would say when I asked the young lady earlier, where would you want us to look? I already know the answer to that. As far as me, I've been a Muslim for 40-something years, and I can tell you this: a lot of brothers in the Nation of Islam don't have the problems that we're speaking on in these YouTube streets. That's what happens when you live in the world, and that's what happens when you have a foundation of a way of life. And I do understand the difference. But the problem is, as somebody said it early, it's like if it's 9, if it's you got a bag of snakes and only one of them is poison and there's 9 of them in there, who wants to reach their hand in there and figure out which one is poison? And so this is the problem I think we're having, because you got older women, younger women, women trying to get the groove back and look just as worse as the younger women. She got on a mini skirt, it's halfway up her leg. The mother got one all the way up her ass, and you can pretty much see her zip code. So I do understand. I just I don't move in the lane just like you said, Miss Glass. You don't move in that lane. I don't move in that lane, but I do understand the common man and the common woman out there in this relationship are trying to get a relationship due to the fact the same dog bit her, bit us too. We go out to get it all together, and this is the time I see where men are putting women under the microscope. So women, you got to be honest, young lady, that women have never been put under the microscope in this country. Men have everybody tell the black man what's wrong with him. Black, white, Asian, tall, skinny, short, African, Jamaican. Everybody tell the black American man what's wrong with him. Our women have never been put under the microscope, and I think that's what's been happening in the last 10 years. And somewhere in the fork of the road, we go get it all together. Peace, love, and always strive for the truth.
And I just want to say to your point, OG, black men did not put black women under the microscope. Y'all put yourselves there. It is literally y'all. Every piece of behavior, everything y'all asked for. I think women in general did not realize that with asking for this much say so, you ask for the criticism as well. Men know this very well. If you're going to ask for a raise or a promotion, understand that now you are putting yourself in direct view of everything that comes with it, which is blame, which is people talking about your performance, people talking about your accountability, all of that stuff. So I think women are now kind of learning that and being like, okay, I don't like this. Don't judge me. Oh, no. If you're going to put yourself out here to participate in the society the way you say you want to, then you will be judged. That's simply the way, the dice rolls. But I got to get out of here, y'all. Let me get this last.
Thanks, Mike.
Y'all been dope. Thank you, OG, for blessing the panel today. Geek Mode, $5. Women with a bag with no kids, when they perish, their inheritance goes to who? I'll wait. Ooh.
Whoever you want it to go to.
Yeah. I think women with no kids, they're like aunties and stuff too. So, I guess it'll go to those kids. All right.
To they dog.
Let me see who's on so I can send y'all somewhere where they haven't. You know what? Let me bless somebody. My man Aaron O is on, but B Taylor is also on. I had a good conversation with her a few days ago. I don't think she's being toxic or as toxic these days. Oh, no, y'all got to go over here. There is B Taylor, Raw B, Kelly, Connection. Jay Prince is over there. Dark Lake and the Simp God Daryl Long. Y'all go over there, start some drama. Let them know Trigger Mike sent you. Go over there right now. Put in the chat. Trigger Mike sent me to bust this panel up. But no, see what they talking about. I'll be over there in a little bit. Thank y'all so much for coming up. Anissa, it was great having you. Thank you for coming up. I'll try to come on later. You're always welcome to come up anytime you see me live. All right, fellas and ladies. Didi, thank you for coming. My man Ilkan Ali held it down. Ikane held it down. D-Town, Humble. Thank y'all, man. Everybody else that came on, I appreciate y'all. We about to get out of here. Let me go eat. My wife got me tacos from the Pit Room. Stop by the Pit Room whenever. It's expensive, though. Stop by the Pit Room Barbecue whenever you come to Houston. Stop by Gatlin's Barbecue. Where else do I go? Stockyard. A lot of people don't go to Stockyard, but it's bomb. Try the Heart Attack potatoes if you got some arterial space to spare. All right, y'all. I think I got all the super chats. Did I? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Appreciate y'all. I'm out. Your boy Trigger Mike. Damn, we got a lot of super chats today. I'm really feeling the love. Thank y'all so much for rocking with your boy. Chaotic will be on tomorrow. I'll be back Wednesday. I got an audit to do at work, and I'm the director, so I'm leading the audit. But I will I'll try to get some guest hosts for y'all, man. Let me talk to Lapeef, see if we can make that work something out. Y'all be good. I appreciate y'all. I'm out.